I traveled across the Dou Qi Continent. I became the powerful 8-star fighting saint of the ancient tribe and the grandson of the Black Annihilation King Ji Yu Lai. At the age of 16, I already become the most outstanding genius of the ancient tribe. After that, the patriarch Ji Yu Yuan recalled Xun'er and betrothed to me. However, after getting married, Xun'er refused to consummate the marriage with me for half a year. Although I was obsessed with Xun'er before, when I discovered that Xun'er was indifferent to me because he cared about Xiaoyan, my heart is completely dead. It turns out that Xun'er said she wasn't ready because she planned to leave her virginity to Xiaoyan. How could I endure this? I decisively chose to divorce Xun'er. Chapter 201. Oops, we actually ran into him. The voice coming from the front was deeply remembered by Hunya and Hun Li. The owner of that voice could make them feel great pressure with just a glance. Run separately and try to get to the 3rd floor of the heavenly tomb. There are our ancestors who died here. Well, when we get there, even if all 4 members of the ancient clan gather together, we can kill them all. Hunya and Hun Li looked at each other, and then fled to the left and right. Death struggle. After a cold laugh, 2 giant palms suddenly appeared in space and chased Hunya and Hun Li separately. The power of the Palm Prince would smash even a half-saint into dregs. What's more, Hunya and Hun Li are only Do Xun. Ah! Ji Yu Fei, if you dare to kill us, the elders of our clan will not let you go. Killing 2 jumping clowns, what can the Soul Clan do to me? Even if you kill Hun Feng, the Soul Clan can only swallow it with broken teeth. A moment later, with 2 shrill screams, the 2 people from the Soul Clan who came to participate in the Tianmu trial this time were all killed here. Ji Yu Fei. A green figure quickly passed by from behind. When the 2 Palm Prince appeared, she felt something. At this moment, she heard the names called by Hunya and Hun Li, and her heart was very happy. She speeded up and finally saw the figure she had been waiting for a long time. Brother Ji Yu Fei, I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Xun'er came to Ji Yu Fei with great joy, with a bright smile on her face. It was like this before. If anyone dared to make me angry or unhappy, you would stand up for me. It's still like this now. As Xun'er spoke, she began to talk about how Ji Yu Fei had cared for her in the past. Brother Ji Yu Fei, you still care about me, don't you? Xun'er wanted to get close to Ji Yu Fei and take the opportunity to hug him. This was a scene she had imagined for a long time. Don't be so sentimental, Pa. Ji Yu Fei frowned and slapped Xun'er's hand away mercilessly. Hearing the crisp sound, Xun'er was stunned for a moment, looking at the red back of her hand. You don't care about me, how could you appear here by such a coincidence, and help me kill Hunya and Hun Li? Xun'er said aggrievedly, these 2 people have long had murderous intentions against me, and it is natural for me to kill them. Ji Yu Fei said calmly, and then left with a wave of his sleeves, not wanting to stay with this woman for long. Brother Ji Yu Fei, wait for me. Seeing this, Xun'er hurriedly followed, but her speed was too slow compared to Ji Yu Fei, and she was soon thrown away. Brother Ji Yu Fei, you are just saying one thing and thinking another. You are still worried about me, but you refuse to admit it. Xun'er was exhausted and stopped to rest. But she still felt that what happened just now was not a coincidence, but that Ji Yu Fei was silently paying attention to her and worried that she would be hurt. I must seize this opportunity. Xun'er looked determined and continued to chase step by step in the direction Ji Yu Fei left. Ancient realm, a hall. 2 black-robed men cast a seal to block the perception of the outside world and laughed out loud. Haha, after this time, the 2 divine bloodlines of the ancient clan will all die in the heavenly tomb. All the ancient clan prodigies of this generation died in the heavenly tomb. After 100 years, the power of our Soul Clan will exceed that of the ancient clan by more. These 2 people are the elders of the Soul Clan who accompanied Hunya and Hun Li to the ancient realm. At this time, only a few hours had passed since the opening of the heavenly tomb. These 2 people knew the plan of the Soul Clan this time and had begun to celebrate in advance. Because the 2 Soul Clan prodigies who entered the heavenly tomb 20 years ago encountered the energy bodies of 2 Soul Clan ancestors on the 3rd floor of the heavenly tomb. The energy bodies transformed by the 2 Soul Clan ancestors still have the strength of Dou Sheng. At that time, the Soul Clan's Tianzhao clearly remembered the location of the territory of the 2 Soul Clan ancestors. As long as Hunya and Hun Li could find there, it would be easy to deal with the people of the ancient clan. Unfortunately, When the two were celebrating happily, they did not expect that only a few hours had passed since the opening of the heavenly tomb. The young people in the clan who they had high hopes for had already turned into a cold corpse. As time passed, a month had passed in the space of the heavenly tomb. In a month, most of the Tianzhou of the ancient races who participated in the heavenly tomb trial had only come to the middle of the first floor. Because they were practicing while walking, and it would take a lot of time to deal with the energy bodies that blocked the way. At this time, Ji Yufei had already arrived at the entrance of the second floor. In front of his sight was a huge light curtain falling from the sky. In the light curtain, with a huge energy pressure, those with a cultivation level lower than 5-star Dou Zun could not enter it at all. This is also the reason why most of the energy bodies on the first floor are below 5 stars. Ji Yufei came here, without stopping, and stepped slowly into the light curtain. The distance of hundreds of feet seemed a bit long, and Ji Yufei walked for a minute before he walked out. After leaving the light curtain, the huge pressure brought by the energy of heaven and earth was finally eliminated. According to the records of the clan's classics, the second floor of this tomb is much smaller than the first floor. If everything goes well, I should be able to reach the entrance of the third floor in less than a week. When he came to the second floor, Ji Yufei clearly felt that the energy concentration here was stronger than the first floor. But he still had no intention of stopping, and continued walking deeper. In this dead and silent world of the heavenly tomb, it is indeed of great benefit to practice. However, you have to endure a boredom that is several times stronger than the outside world. Ji Yufei traveled alone for 4 days. During these 4 days, the levels of energy bodies he encountered were getting higher and higher, and some with 8-star strength appeared. On this day, an area full of energy and pressure appeared in front of Ji Yufei. It seems that there are quite a lot of energy bodies in that area. In this area, there are many energy bodies of 7 or even 8 stars distributed, and their positions seem to be guarding something. It's been a month, and I finally met a conscious thing. A smile appeared on Ji Yufei's face. He knew clearly that these energy bodies in front of him should be guarding a 9-star energy body. Energy bodies with strength reaching 9 stars already possess some spiritual intelligence. They are equivalent to the superiors among energy bodies and can easily control other energy bodies. Now this area can be regarded as its territory. The 9-star energy core can save half a month of practice. Don't waste it. Ji Yufei slowly stepped into the area. The surrounding energy bodies will automatically collapse when they approach his body. After a while, in Ji Yufei's sight, a place lined with strange rocks appeared. On one of the boulders, there was a figure wearing black armor sitting cross-legged. Under the black armor, a pair of eyes were empty and indifferent, but if you look carefully, you can find that this energy body has a more agile aura than what you have encountered before. Chapter 202, 57.5%. He Fangshu. The black-armored figure seemed to have sensed Ji Yufei's entry. He was invincible in this area for a long time, which made him very proud. However, after carefully feeling the breath emanating from Ji Yufei, he forcibly held back the arrogant words that were about to come out of his mouth. Plop. The next moment, the black-armored figure knelt on both knees on the boulder towards Ji Yufei. Hello, Senior. I didn't know that you were coming, and I didn't welcome you. I hope you will forgive me. The black-armored figure kowtowed, and his words were very respectful, fearing that Ji Yufei would kill him. Although he had died once, he could at least survive in another form. But if he was destroyed by Ji Yufei to take the crystal core, then there would be nothing left. Seeing the black-armored figure's actions, Ji Yufei couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that the guy who turned into an energy body would cherish his life so much. Senior, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to serve you as my master and be your slave. The black-armored figure was still begging for mercy. Over the years, he had also encountered some living people who entered this place. They were all juniors, and very few were as powerful as Ji Yufei. Before I came in, the elders of the clan told me to take good care of the others. Maybe leaving this 9-star energy body behind can be of some use. Ji Yufei thought quickly in his heart. According to the description in the original book, this time the heavenly tomb is opened. More than half a year later, an energy storm will blow up in the second layer of the heavenly tomb. In the face of such natural disasters, even if the cultivation reaches the 9-star Dou Zun, it is a life and death situation. If you encounter it, Like Jiyu Qingyong and Jiyu Yao, you may not be able to resist it. These two people are the contemporary Tianzhao of the Jiyu clan. Jiyu Fei also has friendship with them. Knowing that there is danger, he naturally cannot sit idly by. Of course, Jiyu Fei will not waste time waiting for them in this second layer. Senior, please well, then I'll keep you first. Thank you for not killing me. The black armored figure kept bowing his head, and when Jiyu Fei spoke, his face was full of gratitude. Since I've spared your life, there are some things you need to do for me. Whatever you ordered, I will do it even if it means I have to go through fire and water. The black armored figure kowtowed repeatedly. The next moment, a jade token appeared in Jiyu Fei's hand, and he quickly separated a wisp of soul power and injected it into the jade token. Take this jade token, and in the next period of time, if a living person like me appears on the second floor, try to avoid it. Remember, after 5 months, crush this jade token. If you don't do it. Big storm. Yes, what the senior said, I remember everything. The black armored figure listened carefully to Jiyu Fei's words and kowtowed continuously. When he looked up one time, he found that Jiyu Fei had disappeared, leaving only a jade token. 5 months. Speaking of which, I can't remember how long it has been since I last recorded the time. Holding the jade token, the black armored figure suddenly showed a touch of emotion on his face. Soon, 3 days later, Jiyu Fei finally arrived at the entrance to the 3rd floor of the heavenly tomb. Here, similar to the entrance to the 2nd floor, an extremely huge energy light curtain poured down from the sky and finally vertically to the ground. The difference is that the energy light curtain leading to the 3rd floor has been materialized and must be forcibly broken before entering the 3rd floor. Puff! Jiyu Fei approached the extremely thick energy crystal wall, and the strange fire suddenly rose in his palm. Now, Jiyu Fei's strange fire has already merged the 5 kinds of strange fires: the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the Sea Heart Flame, the Fallen Heart Flame, the 3000 Flames Fire, and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The temperature is extremely terrifying. Coupled with his powerful Dou Qi that reached the Dou Sheng, the flame instantly melted a large piece of the crystal wall. At this speed, this 100-foot thick crystal wall can be burned through in a few minutes. The strange fire opened the way in front, and Jiyu Fei easily entered the energy crystal wall. Not long after, a small crackling sound came from the crystal wall, which was different from the sound of melting the crystal wall. Jiyu Fei was not surprised by the strange sound. He knew that the source of the sound was the result of the ancient devouring insects living in the energy crystal wall being burned by his own fire. If it were not for the suppression of the fire, these ancient devouring insects would quickly fill the empty energy walls and finally trap people inside. After continuously urging the fire, Jiyu Fei finally broke through the crystal wall completely after 10 minutes. A gray land with no end in sight appeared in his sight in an instant. This land was extremely vast, and even the end could not be seen at a glance. There was no too dense energy mist here, but when Jiyu Fei stepped on it, he could feel that streams of pure energy were constantly penetrating into his body along the soles of his feet. It's worthy of being the 3rd floor of the heavenly tomb. Practicing here is better than practicing with 7th grade pills every day. Feeling the energy concentration here, Jiyu Fei's face was also surprised. Moreover, most of the energy bodies that can be encountered here are above 8 stars. There were quite a few who had reached the semi-saint level, so Jiyu Fei began to rush towards the depths of the 3rd layer. In the following time, Jiyu Fei began to fight non-stop, plundering energy cores frantically. Boom. On the 2nd floor of the heavenly tomb, in an area full of rocks, a woman in red released extremely hot red flames, burning the 3 energy bodies in front of her into nothingness. Huoji, you have made great progress in the past 6 months. You killed 3 8-star energy bodies in an instant. I guess you are about to complete the first transformation. Huo Zan of the Yan clan appeared beside the woman in red and said with a grin. Yeah, Huoji tapped his chin lightly and didn't say much. Suddenly, Huoji and Huo Zan both sensed that there were 2 breaths in the sky in the distance approaching this side quickly. It's really unlucky. I encountered such a scalp-numbing thing when I entered the heavenly tomb for the first time. You 2 should run quickly. If you are caught up by the big storm behind, even the strong man at the peak of Do Zun will fall here. The 2 people were Jiyu Qingyong and Jiyu Yao of the Jiyu clan. At this time, they found Huoji of the Yan clan and kindly reminded him. Energy storm. Hearing what Ji Qingyong said, Huo Ji and Huo Zan's faces changed drastically. They looked behind Ji Qingyong, and at the end of the sky, a strong energy hurricane roared, and finally formed an extremely terrible chain reaction. Finally, a huge energy storm quickly formed between the heaven and earth. Run! After a moment of stunned silence, Huo Ji and Huo Zan had no time to sigh, and their figures flashed quickly and joined the fleeing team. Chapter 203. On the second floor of the heavenly tomb, on a huge rock, a black armored figure sat cross-legged. During this period of time, the black armored figure, the energy body of the heavenly tomb who had forgotten what time was, once again came into contact with time. The confusion in his eyes dissipated a lot, as if he was thinking about the meaning of existence. Time is up. At a certain moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and a white jade card appeared in his hand. The next moment, the jade card was crushed. A ray of soul power disappeared into space. And just after he crushed the jade card, at the end of the horizon, a gorgeous line connecting the sky and the earth was spreading rapidly. The energy storm of the heavenly tomb. Looking at the terrifying energy storm that permeated the entire world, there was no fear in the eyes of the black armored figure. During this period of time, while counting the time, he also thought about many things. As a person who had passed away for a long time, he felt that there was no point in staying. This heavenly tomb, which had become a place where the weak were eaten by the strong, was not a place suitable for the dead to rest. The original heavenly tomb was indeed a resting place for the deceased, but now, the energy bodies in the heavenly tomb devour each other. It has long lost its original beauty. It should be completely destroyed. The black armored figure stood up, but did not run away. Instead he welcomed the energy storm. At the same time, after the black armored figure crushed the white jade token, Ji Yufei at the edge of the third floor of the heavenly tomb felt something and stopped. Time flies. It seems that I should go back to the second floor. Ji Yufei muttered to himself, then changed direction and walked towards the edge of the third floor of the heavenly tomb, and soon arrived at the crystal wall. Xun'er, I'm so glad you're okay. At the entrance of the third floor of the heavenly tomb, Ji Qingyong and Ji Yao fled here first. After seeing Xun'er come here early, Ji Qingyong was relieved. Where is brother Ji Yufei? Ji Yao glanced around Xun'er, frowned, and asked. Yes, isn't brother Ji Yufei with you? Ji Qingyong also frowned. Ji Yufei is the most outstanding genius of their Ji clan, and he must not get into trouble in the heavenly tomb. I don't know, I guess, brother Ji Yufei should have entered the third level. But the energy light curtain at the entrance to the third level is already Shizihua. I tried to open it, but the speed is too slow. Moreover, there are ancient devouring insects in the crystal wall, and the place I opened was gradually closed by the energy they spit out, so I had to withdraw first. Xun'er pointed to a hole in the crystal wall and explained slowly. Ancient devouring insect. Hearing this, Ji Qingyong and Ji Yao frowned again. As people of the Ji clan, they also knew about this kind of thing. Ancient devouring insects are a small magical beast that lived in ancient times. They are extremely small in size, but their number is endless, and they can devour everything, and then continuously secrete pure energy. This huge energy crystal wall was created by those little guys. What should we do? The energy storm will soon blow here. If we don't enter the third level, we will all die here. Ji Yao and Ji Qingyong were in a dilemma. And then, Huo Ji and Huo Zan also came here. Following that, 8 people from the Thunder Clan, Medicine Clan, Stone Clan, and Spirit Clan arrived one after another. No matter what, even if there are ancient devouring insects inside, there is still a glimmer of hope. If we continue to stay here, we will die. Ji Qingyong made a decision and planned to bombard the energy crystal wall in front of him. As soon as the voice fell, the fighting spirit in Ji Qingyong and Ji Yao's bodies roared like a flood, and finally turned into a series of extremely huge fighting spirits, fiercely bombarding the light curtain in front of them that had solidified into substance. Even if the light curtain was extremely hard, it burst into cracks under such bombardment, and finally with a click, a small pit of half a foot in size and 3 or 4 meters high was revealed. However, at this speed, it would take several days to break through the energy crystal wall that is hundreds of feet wide, not to mention that there are extremely dangerous ancient devouring insects inside. Where is Master Ji Yufei? Why isn't he here? Although Huo Ji had a bad relationship with Xun'er, he took the initiative to talk to Xun'er at this moment. A total of 16 people came in this time, but now only 13 people gathered here. No one cared about the 2 people from the Soul Clan, and many people were concerned about where Ji Yufei had gone. Brother Ji Yufei has already reached the 3rd floor. Xun'er answered with great certainty at this moment, because she believed that with Ji Yufei's strength, if he was still on the 2nd floor, he would have arrived here long ago. As expected of Ji Yufei, he can enter the 3rd floor alone. When Huoji heard that Ji Yufei had reached the 3rd floor, he was relieved. Huo Zan, Do It, Lei Luo, Yao Xingji, Shi Lezi, Ling. If you guys are still watching the show, prepare to die here. The next moment, Huoji also joined the team to open up the crystal wall, and reminded the people of the Lei clan, Yao clan, and Shi clan. The 2 people of the Yao clan, one of whom is Yao Xingji, and the other is a young woman in hot clothes. After seeing Huoji's actions, they also helped to do it. No one wants to die here. The few people continued to advance, and in 10 minutes, they finally advanced to a depth of more than 10 feet. At this time, the energy pressure from outside was getting stronger and stronger. Even faintly, the humming sound of the wind caused by the storm could be heard. No, time is too tight and our speed is so slow. Lei Luo showed impatience on his face, stopped hitting the passage, and sighed. If Brother Lei Dong came to the heavenly tomb this time, he would have smashed through this damn crystal wall long ago. Yes, Brother Lei Dong has now reached the level of a 2-star Do Sheng. Alas, it's a pity that Brother Lei Dong is still in the trial of the Thunder Pool. Another person from the Thunder Clan also stopped. What's the use of saying that? Hurry up and do it, otherwise everyone will die. Seeing this, Huoji looked at the 2 people from the Thunder Clan with disdain. While the 2 people from the Thunder Clan were resting, everyone found that the crystal wall was slowly closing and some white insects were drilling. How could this happen? This time, everyone was even more desperate. What's outrageous is that the ancient devouring insects appeared in large numbers and could even devour their attacks. I seem to sense the breath of strange fire. Suddenly, a red light shone brightly between Huoji's eyebrows, making her look particularly beautiful. What strange fire? Huo Zan stopped and looked at Huoji in surprise. This is the breath of Ji Yufei. Huoji carefully sensed it on the spot, and suddenly looked at the right front of the passage with surprise, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. Everyone's eyes followed. There, the extremely hard passage wall was melted without any resistance, and a dazzling firelight shone on everyone's faces. Everyone's eyes were half closed subconsciously. Behind the firelight, Xun'er, Huoji and others saw a familiar figure. Chapter 204, Ji Yufei, it's Brother Ji Yufei. Brother Ji Yufei. It's really him. This man actually reached the 3rd floor of the heavenly tomb a long time ago, and he easily turned back. Such strength is beyond our reach. So handsome, I wish he was my man. Wow, the savior is finally here. As the flames faded, everyone finally saw the figure behind the flames of hope. This thin figure was so majestic in everyone's heart at this moment. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Ji Yufei looked at everyone, and his faint voice was like a ray of dawn in despair. Brother Ji Yufei, my guess was right, you reached the 3rd floor a long time ago. You turned back this time to save me, right? Xun'er's eyes narrowed into a straight line, and the joy in her heart could not be concealed at all. Hearing her words, Ji Yufei was speechless. This woman was really weird and always centered on herself. He turned around and ignored Xun'er. At this time, everyone followed closely behind Ji Yufei. As Ji Yufei urged the strange fire, they could move forward leisurely. The ancient devouring insect that had caused everyone a headache before was burned into nothingness in an instant when it encountered Ji Yufei's strange fire. Not long after, everyone left the extremely thick crystal wall and came to the 3rd layer. Mr. Ji Yufei, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have been buried in the heavenly tomb this time. After coming out, the hot-dressed woman from the Yao clan quickly approached Ji Yufei. Then she bowed to thank Ji Yufei. Her clothes were already revealing, and when she bowed, the snow-white scenery under her neck was immediately exposed, which was very tempting. Yao Mayor, you are too scheming, who do you think you can seduce like this? Xun'er was standing at a position where she could see this scene. She was a little unhappy and said angrily, Xun'er, what's wrong with me? Did I provoke you? Don't think that you can look down on others just because you have divine blood. Hearing Xun'er's angry scolding, Yao Meier did not show any weakness and retorted. The quarrel between the two people made it seem like a confrontation between the original wife and the mistress. Ji Yufei felt a headache. He moved away from Xun'er and Yao Meier and came to Ji Yu Qingyong and Ji Yu Yao. Ji Yufei had basically explored the periphery of the third layer. There were mostly energy bodies at the 8-star and 9-star levels. Occasionally, some semi-saints could be encountered. As for the deeper level, even some energy bodies with the strength of 1-star Dou Sheng could be seen. Afterwards, Ji Yufei did not act rashly. He chose to play steadily. After all, in the third layer of the heavenly tomb, in addition to the terrifying existence of Shaozan, there were many powerful energy bodies, and they might reach the level of mid-level Dou Sheng. The third layer of the heavenly tomb is so terrifying. Ji Yu Yao looked a little solemn. The more terrifying the place, the more opportunities there are. Ji Yu Qingyong was open-minded. After hearing this, his eyes showed a desire to become stronger. Mr. Ji Yufei, thank you so much this time. Not only did you save us, but you also told us the information about the third floor. Huo Ji listened on the side. After Ji Yufei, Ji Yu Qingyong, and Ji Yu Yao finished talking, he chose to step forward to thank them. At this time, Xun'er and Yao Meier were still arguing. Brother Ji Yufei, originally, I felt that I was going to die in the heavenly tomb this time. Fortunately, you appeared. Your appearance was simply the light that appeared in my despair. How about this, Huo Ji? This woman looks pretty good, but she has a bit of a bad temper. You take Huo Ji in and become relatives with my Yan clan. Huo Zan also came over to thank him. This guy is very active and full of dirty talk. As Huo Zan's voice fell, Ji Yufei, Ji Yu Qingyong, and Ji Yu Yao were stunned for a moment. This guy's words turned too fast. Huo Zan, what are you talking about? Are you asking for a beating? Huo Ji's cheeks turned red, and she immediately made a gesture of hitting Huo Zan. However, this was just an appearance. In her heart, she actually praised Huo Zan very much, and helped her say what she dared not say. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Brother Ji Yufei, please take care of your unmarried woman, she is too cruel. Huo Zan quickly jumped away, but her mouth was still full of dirty talk. When Huo Ji heard this, her pretty cheeks became even redder. When she caught a glimpse of Ji Yufei's somewhat embarrassed look, she couldn't help but feel happy. She secretly said that she would definitely reward Huo Zan later. Lei Luo, stop bragging about your Lei clan's Lei Dong. Brother Ji Yufei is the strongest person of our young generation. Shi Lezi of the Shi clan said to Lei Luo, and then came close to Ji Yufei. The people of the Shi clan have always been honest. In order to thank Ji Yufei for saving their lives, they actually knelt on one knee and bowed. Get up. Seeing Shi Lezi's action, Ji Yufei was stunned again, and then raised his hand to help him up. Lei Luo was not convinced by Shi Lezi's words just now. In his heart, Lei Dong was the unreachable peak. Even if Ji Yufei had merged several kinds of strange fire, he would definitely not be able to beat Lei Dong, whose fighting spirit had transformed into black magic thunder. Although he was not convinced by that statement, Ji Yufei's life-saving grace was real, and Lei Luo was not the kind of person who could not distinguish right from wrong. Everyone, I wish you good luck. Ji Yufei stayed here for a short while, then started to go to the depths of the third level again. This time, he still walked alone. Because of the huge gap in strength, other people from the ancient clan couldn't keep up with his pace. Brother Ji Yufei, wait for me. Seeing Ji Yufei leaving, Xun'er finally stopped arguing with Yao Meier and chased after him. However, Ji Yufei's speed was much faster than before he arrived, and he quickly disappeared from Xun'er's sight. Xun'er, the third floor is full of dangers, you'd better not go alone willfully. Ji Yu Qingyong said seriously from behind. Brother Qingyong, nothing will happen to me. Brother Ji Yufei will protect me. Xun'er couldn't listen at all at this time, left a word and continued to chase Ji Yufei in the direction where he disappeared, making Ji Yu Qingyong shake his head. She's so silly. The ancient demon was also angry at this time. No matter what, Xun'er was of the divine blood of the ancient clan. If something happened to Xun'er, it would be a huge loss to the ancient clan. Guys, the third floor of the Sky Tomb is dangerous, so why don't we two tribes go together so that we can take care of each other? At this time, Huo Zan came to the two of them and extended an invitation to Ji Yu Qingyong. That's good, there is strength in numbers. Even if we encounter an energy body at the semi-saint level, we will be able to fight. Ji Yu Qingyong nodded and agreed happily. Chapter 205. Above the vast gray-brown land, a faint energy mist floats slowly with the breeze. This hazy world gives people an extremely mysterious feeling. In this lonely world, it seems that even time has lost its concept. Somewhere in this land, Ji Yu Fei is sitting cross-legged. In his hands, he holds two energy cores, both from the semi-saint energy body. At a certain moment, the wind around suddenly became fierce, and three energy bodies with powerful auras suddenly appeared here. You actually joined forces, I underestimated you. Ji Yu Fei noticed the three approaching, slowly opened his eyes, and stopped practicing. During this period, he practiced in the heavenly tomb and seized more than a dozen semi-saint energy cores, and even got 3 energy cores of a 1-star Dou Sheng. With the accumulation of these energies, he successfully broke through to the early stage of a 2-star Dou Sheng 1.5 years after entering the heavenly tomb. Such progress is not small. Because of Ji Yu Fei's plundering, he became famous among the energy body masters on the 3rd floor of the heavenly tomb. Generally speaking, those powerful energy bodies would stay in their own territories. But this time, 3 Dou Sheng energy bodies joined forces to find Ji Yu Fei. 1 early 2-star Dou Sheng, 2 1-star Dou Sheng, not bad, not bad. At this moment, facing the joint attack of these 3 energy bodies, Ji Yu Fei was actually very excited. If he devoured the crystal cores of these 3 energy bodies, Ji Yu Fei's strength could be further improved, perhaps to the middle 2-star Dou Sheng. We haven't tasted the flesh and blood of a living person for a long time, especially a powerful living person like you. The leading energy body opened his mouth grimly, and as soon as the voice fell, the 3 launched a thunderous attack on Ji Yu Fei. Come on! Ji Yu Fei's strange fire appeared in his hand, and he greeted their attack without panic. The strength of energy bodies is originally lower than that of people with flesh and blood of the same level. If the 2 1-star Dou Sheng hadn't had the help of the 2-star Dou Sheng energy body, they would have been killed by Ji Yu Fei in a few encounters. Yellow Spring Palm. The situation here was complicated, but Ji Yu Fei didn't waste time and used the Yellow Spring Palm directly. A huge palm print fell from the sky. With one palm, one of the energy bodies at the level of a 1-star Dou Sheng couldn't withstand the attack and turned into an energy core suspended in the air. Seeing this, the other 2 also lost their fighting spirit instantly and wanted to leave here. Boom! Ji Yu Fei took advantage of the victory and killed the second 1-star Dou Sheng energy body. And continued to chase the one that escaped. None of the 3 Dou Sheng energy bodies could escape, and all turned into energy cores. In the next 3 months, Ji Yu Fei's strength climbed to the middle stage of the 2 stars, and the energy bodies he hunted began to show the strength of 3-star Dou Sheng. In that battle, many bigwigs in the 3rd level of the heavenly tomb felt it. Under Ji Yu Fei's crazy behavior, even some Dou Sheng energy bodies began to hide and run away when they saw a living person. More of them are hidden under the earth. That day, Ji Yu Fei chased an energy body and came to a wasteland. There was not even a stone here, and it was pitch black. Boom! Ji Yu Fei stood in the sky and hit out with a palm, intending to kill the one who escaped. But he suddenly felt a huge pressure coming here. My friend, forgive others when you can. A voice filled with an ancient flavor suddenly sounded slowly in this space. When the voice sounded, a huge palm print hit by Ji Yu Fei dissipated silently. What is this? Sensing this strange situation, Ji Yu Fei couldn't help but speed up his heartbeat. There were some ripples in the void in front of him, and then a figure in light blue clothes emerged silently. Greetings, Lord Xiaozan. The appearance of the figure made the energy body who escaped from Ji Yu Fei's pursuit very excited. In the sky, the figure raised his head, revealing a face that was not extremely handsome, but always gave people a special taste. He had black hair and a pair of dark eyes, like black holes, deep and filled with a strange wisdom. Xiaozan, Junior greets Senior Xiaozan. Listening to the words of the soul body, Ji Yu Fei's face gradually became solemn, and then he bowed to the man in the sky with great respect. It was Master Xiaozan who took action. That living person is extremely arrogant. I hope Master Xiaozan can teach him a lesson this time. As Xiaozan appeared, some powerful energy bodies in other places sensed it, and their faces showed a touch of excitement. Junior, You are very good. Xiao Zhan's eyes were on Ji Yufei, and praise could be heard in his faint voice. For so many years, you are the most outstanding young man who came to the third floor of the Heavenly Tomb. But you should also know that the Heavenly Tomb is full of deceased people, and this is their resting place. You did this. Too much. When Xiao Zhan finished the last two words, Ji Yufei's heart was pounding. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan did not show any signs of attacking him, but changed his tone. He sighed. Originally, this world was used as a resting place for everyone, but because of the birth of something, the deceased in it were all planted with the devouring factor. If it weren't for my shock for so many years, Ji Yufei certainly knew what Xiao Zhan was referring to. The thing that planted the devouring factor in the deceased was the soul of the Heavenly Tomb born from the Heavenly Tomb. If Xiao Zhan had not suppressed it, these powerful energy bodies in the Heavenly Tomb would not have been so peaceful with their respective areas divided. The senior is right. This time, I did go too far in hunting. Ji Yufei bowed again. He did not contradict Xiao Zhan. The energy cores in your body are enough for you to cultivate until the Heavenly Tomb expels you. You can stop in the next period of time. After leaving this sentence, Xiao Zhan's figure gradually dissipated. Ji Yufei saw Xiao Zhan leave, and then he found that he had broken out in a cold sweat on his back. Farewell, Lord Xiao Zhan. The energy body that survived the disaster knelt down again in the direction where Xiao Zhan disappeared. He understood that since Xiao Zhan had spoken, Ji Yufei would never dare to attack him again. Ji Yufei did not stay here. He directly found a secluded place nearby to retreat. With the many energy cores he obtained this time, he was sure to cultivate to the peak of the second star. At this time, in another place on the third floor of the Heavenly Tomb, Xun'er was encountering a semi-saint energy body. Originally, Xun'er felt that she was in danger this time, but when she showed the seven-color family pattern, the semi-saint energy body trembled all over. The same seven-color family pattern as that of the evil star. Ah! In a terrified cry, the semi-saint energy body, which was obviously much stronger than Xun'er, fled without a fight, leaving Xun'er extremely confused. Chapter 206. What's going on? Looking at the half-saint energy body that was escaping from her like crazy, Xun'er, who had originally planned to fight to the death, was full of doubts. Just now, when I hadn't activated the clan mark, he was still ferocious and wanted to swallow me, but when I showed the clan mark, he felt so scared. Could it be because? Xun'er gently stroked the seven-color clan mark on her forehead with her jade hand, and gradually became enlightened in her eyes. In this celestial tomb, only Ji Yufei had the seven-color clan mark of the ancient clan like her. It seems that the other party is afraid of Ji Yufei, who also has the seven-color clan mark. That's why he was so frightened when he saw his seven-color clan mark. It seems that brother Ji Yufei has saved me again invisibly. Thinking of this, Xun'er's mouth curved, revealing a sweet and happy smile. However, after this encounter with the half-saint energy body, she gradually calmed down. Knowing that if she continued to go deeper, she would probably encounter a stronger energy body, and maybe a real Dousheng level would appear. So, she began to turn back and practice with those 9-star energy bodies. Bang! Pung! 3 days later, Xun'er came to a place with strange rocks and sensed a wave of fighting, which seemed to have a familiar breath. It seems to be Brother Qingyong and his group. It seems that they are in trouble. Following the wave of fighting, Xun'er quickly flashed and followed. On the top of a black mountain, stood a figure holding a ghost-headed broadsword. This person was dressed in a dark red robe, with a cold face and several scars on his face, which gave people a kind of tyrannical and fierce aura. Not everyone among the living is so strong. Haha, I don't know how many years I haven't tasted the flesh and blood of a living person. The red figure stared at Ji Yu Qingyong, Ji Yu Yao, Huo Ji, and Huo Zan below with a bloodthirsty look. Everyone be careful. Ji Yu Qingyong looked at the guy who claimed to be the blood sword saint with fear in his eyes. In this trip, they still underestimated the gap between Dou Zun and Semi-Saint. Even if the four of them joined forces, they still had a hard time facing a Semi-Saint energy body. Falling Seal. A brilliant energy light seal quickly took shape in Ji Yu Qingyong's hand, and then fiercely shot it towards the blood sword saint. A trifle. Seeing the energy light seal coming, the blood sword saint smiled disdainfully, and the ghost-headed sword in his hand slashed twice across the void. 2 huge blade beams tore the space, and one blade tore the energy light seal apart. The remaining blade energy rushed directly towards Ji Qingyong, but he dodged it at the last moment. This person is very fast, let's not split up and attack together. Huo Ji's cultivation level is comparable to Ji Qingyong, and Ji Yao and Huo Zan are not weak either. At this moment, the four people gathered their strength and launched a dense bombardment against the Blood Sword Saint. Blood Blade Slash. Facing the siege of Ji Qingyong and the other four, the Blood Blade Saint launched a fierce counterattack. As soon as his feet stepped on the ground, his body suddenly spun, like a blood-red tornado, and the surrounding space was instantly shattered into a black hole. Bang bang, the sharp sword energy shot out from the whirlwind like lightning, directly shocking Ji Qingyong and the other four to fly backwards, and their bodies fell heavily on the surrounding boulders. The terrifying force turned even the boulders into powder in an instant. Damn, this guy is too strong, I'm afraid he is equivalent to a high-level half-saint. Ji Qingyong suppressed the blood rushing up his throat and said hoarsely. We can only run, we can't run away, but we will be defeated one by him. Huo Ji proposed to fight to the death. Haha, the four of you can enter this place, you must be geniuses outside, and swallowing geniuses must taste very good. The Blood Blade Saint showed a bloodthirsty smile. Hey, another one. Suddenly, the Blood Sword Saint looked up at the sky behind him, his eyes more excited. It's Xun'er. Xun'er, leave quickly, this place is not something you can handle. Ji Qingyong also noticed it. He didn't want Xun'er to follow them into danger, so he immediately urged Xun'er to leave. However, Xun'er didn't listen at all at this time. How could she just sit back and watch her own people in danger? One more person means one more strength. Xun'er, you shouldn't have come. Ji Yao also urged Xun'er to leave at this time. Just now, the moment when Xun'er insisted on coming despite the danger, it seemed to have aroused the love in Ji Yao's heart. No need to talk nonsense, today, none of you can escape from the palm of this saint's hand. The Blood Sword Saint laughed and raised the ghost-headed sword with a strong bloody smell again. You are not a true Dou Sheng yet, Xun'er retorted, and then her Dou Qi burst out, and golden flames swirled around her. At the same time, the seven-color family pattern on her forehead was activated again, greatly increasing her strength. What is this? When Xun'er showed the seven-color family pattern, the big knife raised by the Blood Sword Saint suddenly stopped. The hand holding the knife was obviously shaking. Isn't that evil star nearby? Ah, like the semi-saint energy body that Xun'er encountered before, the Blood Knife Saint screamed in horror, then quickly turned around and ran away. Strange, why did he run away suddenly? Huo Ji's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. The same goes for the other people. They could clearly feel that the Blood Knife Saint seemed to have seen something terrifying. Of course, they didn't think that it was Xun'er who scared away the Blood Sword Saint. Okay, it's okay, that guy must have been frightened to the point of losing his mind. Xun'er turned around, gently touched the colorful ethnic lines between her eyebrows, showed a smile, and spoke to a few people very briskly. My dear, Miss Xun'er is indeed a divine bloodline of the ancient clan. She scared away a powerful semi-saint before she even made a move. Huo Zan stood up and complimented Xun'er. No matter what, it was Xun'er's appearance that saved several of them this time. After hearing Huo Zan's words, Xun'er couldn't help but reveal a proud smile on her face, and deliberately glanced at Huo Ji aside. I really want to thank Miss Xun'er this time. Huo Ji and Xun'er didn't deal with each other. They had been tit for tat in the ancient world a few years ago. At this moment, she also knew that Xun'er was showing off to her. However, for the sake of saving his life, Huo Ji expressed his sincere thanks at this moment. Xun'er, haven't you followed brother Ji Yufei? Ji Qingyong asked Ji Yufei again. No, brother Ji Yufei should have reached the deepest level of the third level. Most of the energy bodies there are very powerful. I can't keep up. I hope Ji Yufei will be safe and sound. We can only stop at this edge area, otherwise we won't always be so lucky if we encounter such a powerful energy body just now. Ji Qingyong took a look at the colorful tribal patterns between Xun'er's eyebrows, and seemed to have guessed something. At this moment, he used the word, good luck, in his words. Chapter 207, System, Improve Your Cultivation. Deep in the third level of the Sky Tomb, Ji Yufei has digested most of the acquired energy cores. Now, he is already in the late stage of the 2-star dosage, and at this moment, he plans to work hard to raise his cultivation to the 3-star level. Open black lens bracket ding. The host consumes 400,000 emotional points and provides an opportunity for enlightenment. Close black lens bracket. The long-term accumulation of emotional value finally played its role again at this moment. With the blessing of Epiphany, Ji Yufei entered a mysterious state. In the third floor of the heavenly tomb, the rich energy of heaven and earth surged toward Ji Yufei's body crazily. The energy of heaven and earth here is already extremely powerful. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth is gathering within a radius of dozens of miles, or even hundreds of miles away. There were actually signs of crystallization on the surface of Ji Yufei's body. Fortunately, his absorption speed was also very fast, and the crystal was only a thin layer. Near Ji Yufei, there were several powerful energy bodies that sensed this change. The evil star has become stronger again. He is making a breakthrough. Should we take this opportunity to kill him? If you want to die, go do it yourself, don't drag us into the water. Every time the sky tomb is opened, these living people will not be able to enter for too long. In a few days, the evil star will leave. After learning that Ji Yufei was making a breakthrough, no one dared to take the risk. This gathering of energy from heaven and earth lasted for 2 full days, and Ji Yufei, who was at the center of the energy storm, finally opened his eyes. The energy storm above his head shrank rapidly and turned into a solid mass, which was swallowed by Ji Yufei in one gulp. In the early days of Samsung, this trip was worthwhile. Feeling the strong fighting spirit in his body at this moment, Ji Yufei had a satisfied smile on his face. In this era, among the younger generation, he is already the absolute number one. Even some strong men from the older generation were severely suppressed by him. The next moment, Ji Yufei had a thought in his mind and opened the properties panel to check it out. Open black lens bracket host, Ji Yufei close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 27 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation, early stage of 3-star fighting saint close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification, level 103 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physique, level 94 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul, heavenly perfection close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket exercise method, Dian Heart Sutra elementary level of heaven level, mutated exercise method, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fighting skills, flame devouring cage, sun finger, heavenly star step, emperor seal ju, 5 wheels of fire technique, great heavenly creation palm, underworld finger, underworld palm, underworld wrath, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket alchemy, early stage of 9th grade close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fusion of strange fires, sea heart flame, green lotus earth heart fire, fallen heart flame, 3000 flame, bone spirit cold fire, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket emotion value accumulation, 606,230 close black lens bracket. The Great Flame Heart Sutra at the primary level of the heaven level can no longer fuse with any more strange fires. It seems it's time to upgrade my skills. With a thought in his mind, Ji Yufei began to invest a lot of emotional value into upgrading his technique. Open black lens bracket consumption of 200,000 emotional points, the exercise Great Flame Heart Sutra is upgraded to the intermediate level of heaven level close black lens bracket. As the system prompt sounded, the fighting energy in Ji Yufei's body began to flow automatically. The operation route of the technique is many different from before. The efficiency of absorbing and converting energy has been nearly doubled. The skills that have been upgraded to the intermediate level of heaven level have completely got rid of the limit on the number of fused alien fires and can be fused infinitely. As Ji Yufei felt it carefully, suddenly, the surrounding space began to fluctuate violently. An irresistible suction force came from the surrounding space, as if it was forcibly sucking him into the space. Looks like the time has come. Feeling this strong suction, Ji Yufei also knew that 3 years had passed and the sky tomb would forcefully squeeze out all the living people inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a large hole opened in the surrounding space. The suction force surged, swallowing his body in one swift motion. Among the lush mountains, figures were suspended in the sky, staring closely at the twisted space. Elder Nane, today should be the time to arrive in 3 years, right? Elder Nane nodded lightly, looking at the twisted space. At this moment, he was not as worried as the other elders of the ancient races who were waiting. Although Ji Nane has experienced the dangers within the Sky Tomb and is extremely clear about it. But this time, with Ji Fei entering, Ji Nane was not worried about any problems. I don't know how much progress these little guys will make this time. Look at their respective fortunes. HMPH, later, you people of the ancient tribe, please don't cry. Laugh. When the figures in the air were talking to each other with their own thoughts, a black space suddenly opened in the space. ThunderClan's people are coming out. It seems they have nothing to lose. Seeing the two figures who appeared first, the figures around them also nodded slowly. And looking at the auras of the two of them, they were obviously much more powerful than when they entered the Sky Tomb half a year ago. It seemed that they had gained a lot in the Sky Tomb. People from the Medicine Clan, Spirit Clan, and Stone Clan also came out, as well as the Flame Clan. After the two people from the Thunder Clan, people emerged from the space one after another. Most of these people's auras were much stronger than when they entered the Sky Tomb half a year ago. Laugh. Under the gazes of those eyes, another space crack appeared. Immediately, under the gazes of countless eyes, two figures flew out from it. As soon as these two people appeared, they suddenly fell directly to the ground. What is surprising is that these two figures have completely lost their life. It's Hunya and Hunli from the Hun clan. Both of them were actually buried in the Sky Tomb. Seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed slightly and they said solemnly. The people of the ancient tribe looked at each other in disbelief, feeling vaguely gloating about their misfortune. Their two clans were at odds with each other, and now seeing these two guys unfortunately buried in the Sky Tomb, it was inevitable that they would have this kind of thought in their hearts. Hun Cliff, Hun Li. Contrary to the ancient clan, the two elders of the Soul Clan who were waiting here looked ashen as death. Originally, they expected to let Hunya Hunli and the two secretly get rid of the two divine bloodlines of the ancient clan, but the result was the opposite. These two people, Huo Zan and other people who had entered the Sky Tomb together also looked at the bodies of the two soul cliffs with astonished expressions, and immediately became thoughtful. Hunya and Hun Li are both 9-star fighters. After entering, they were not seen at the entrance to the third floor. This can only mean that they were dead before that. The only one who can do this is Ji Fei. These two guys are not good people to begin with. If they die, they will die. After Huo Zan was surprised, he didn't care. They all have inherited Ji Fei's kindness, so naturally they won't talk nonsense at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Ji Qingyang, Ji Yao, and Xun'er also walked out of the crack. Huh, are those Hunya and Hun Li? Ji Qingyang's eyes suddenly fell on the two figures floating motionless in the sky. He was stunned and said in shock. Xun'er already knew about this, but she didn't tell anyone along the way. After all, this kind of thing will worsen the relationship between the two clans and give the Soul Clan an excuse to attack. Ji Fei was the last one to come out of the crack. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his original nature, making it difficult for people to see through his strength. Haha, boy Ji Fei, you can really bring surprises to people. It actually increased the strength by 2 stars. As Ji Fei walked out of the crack, several sounds of surprise were immediately heard in the sky outside the mountain range. Chapter 208, 59.3%. Even though the Sky Tomb space is full of energy and has a wonderful time difference. But it is quite unbelievable for a Dou Sheng level expert to continuously advance to the 2-star level within 3 years. At least, among the many people who have entered the Sky Tomb, this is the first time I have seen someone make such terrifying progress inside. At this moment, except for the elders of the ancient clan who were hiding around them and noticed the changes in Ji Fei, no one present knew about it. Mom, Daddy is out. Daddy, I'm here. Below, the two little guys, held by the little medical fairy and Xun'er, were very happily waving to Ji Fei in the sky. Ji Fei also noticed the two little guys below, with soft smiles on their lips. He was planning to walk down. However, it was blocked by a figure. Ji Fei, let me ask you, did you kill Hunya and Hun Li? An elder of the Soul Clan, a strong man at the semi-saint level came to Ji and asked. His eyes were blood red, he was panting like an ox, and he seemed to have the idea of killing Ji Fei immediately. This question attracted the attention of everyone present. In their opinion, if the two Soul Clan members were really killed by Ji Fei, I am afraid that things would be a little troublesome today. This person from the Soul Clan is so brave. If it weren't for the ancient world, I would have smashed his head. Seeing someone stopping Ji Yufei, Ziyan's face suddenly turned cold. Yes, Aunt Ziyan, that person doesn't seem to be a good person. Taking up Daddy's time, Xiao Shanel and Wuxuang immediately agreed with Ziyan's words. I killed him, so what? Ji Yufei frowned when he heard the shout, and his light voice surprised everyone. They didn't expect that Ji Yufei would not hide the fact that he killed 2 people from the Soul Clan. This will lead to a serious deterioration in the relationship between the 2 races, and may even trigger a war between the 2 races. You all have also heard that he personally admitted that he killed 2 people from my clan. The Soul Clan elder's face turned red and he spoke to the many people from the ancient races present. He wanted to use everyone's emotions to put pressure on the ancient clan, so that Hunya and the others could not die in vain. Why didn't Ji Yufei reply in the negative? As long as he insists that he didn't kill the 2 Soul Clan members, who can find out that he did it? When Ji Yu Qingyong saw this scene, his face was very confused and he didn't understand what Ji Yufei meant. Perhaps, brother Ji Yufei doesn't bother to hide anything at all. Aren't they just 2 people from the Soul Clan? Kill him if you want. Besides, it was those 2 who attacked me first. Xun'er replied in a low voice from the side. These words made Ji Yu Qingyong furious, and he shouted in his heart that Ji Yufei had done a good job in killing those 2 people this time. This is the territory of the ancient clan. This is how the ancient clan treats their guests. Do you still dare to come to the ancient world in the future? They kill people when they say they will. It's totally unreasonable. The elders of the Soul Clan are still inciting everyone. I want to discredit the image of the ancient tribe through this matter. Don't fart here. It's obvious that the 2 people from the Yinghan tribe want to ambush me in the Sky Tomb and attack me. Brother Ji Yufei will kill them both when he sees it. At this moment, Xun'er finally couldn't bear it anymore and cursed at the Soul Clan elder. Is there such a thing? Ji Yunane, who was still thinking about calming down the incident, couldn't help but feel anger on his face when he heard Xun'er's words. If this was really the case, then the 2 Soul Clan members would deserve to die. Nonsense. Everyone knows that Ji Yufei of the ancient clan is a semi-saint. With him here, how could Hunya and Hun Li do such stupid things? The elders of the Soul Clan immediately began to quibble. After all, their plan was just to find the Soul Clan ancestors on the 3rd floor to kill Ji Yufei. Below, after hearing Xun'er's words, the little medical fairy and Kair were not jealous or even had any major emotional changes. In their opinion, it was not strange that Xun'er was in danger and Ji Yufei, her ex-husband, saw it and came to the rescue. As for Ji Yufei's safety, they are not worried at all. With so many strong men from the ancient clan here, the people from the Soul Clan can't do any tricks. With all that said, how do you, the Soul Clan, want to handle this matter? Just as the Soul Clan elder was defending, Ji Yufei had a sneer on his face. Killing for life, ah. Before the Soul Clan elder finished speaking, Ji Yufei reached out and strangled his neck. That power made the Soul Clan elder extremely horrified. He, a fighting saint, was actually unable to resist at all. 2 ants, kill them. You still want me to pay with my life? Ji Yufei's face was full of disdain. Ji Yufei, release the Soul Box elder quickly. Do you, the ancient clan, want to go to war with my Soul Clan? Seeing this scene, on the other side, the elders of the ancient clan who were collecting the remains of Hunya and Hun Li immediately shouted to stop Ji Yufei. Seeing this scene, some people from the ancient tribe also frowned. Ji Yufei's approach seemed a bit extreme. Although the relationship between the ancient clan and the Soul Clan has never been very good, this will drastically worsen the relationship between the 2 clans. Whether we start a war or not is up to you. Besides, even if we have to fight, will my ancient clan still be afraid of your Soul Clan? Ji Yufei replied coldly, and then crushed the Soul Clan elder's neck. A dignified semi-saint was actually killed like a chicken in front of Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei's strength once again shocked everyone present. A half-saint was killed so easily. Ji Yufei's strength is at least that of a 1-star Dou saint. The 1-star Dou sage doesn't have this strength, it's very likely that he has reached the 2-star Dou sage. Such a monster, I really don't know how he cultivated it. At this moment, the last person of the Soul Clan looked at the Soul Clan elder who was pinched to death by Ji Yufei. His heart was filled with anger and fear at the same time. There is no guarantee that Ji Yufei, a madman, will kill him next moment. Ji Yufei, why are you so reckless today? Ji Yunane was quite surprised when he saw this scene, but that was all. As Ji Yufei said, if this really leads to a war between the two clans, the Ji Yu clan will not be afraid. For these thousands of years, the ancient race has always regarded itself as the strongest ancient race. Ji Yufei let go of his hand, and the body of the Soul Clan elder fell towards the ground. His eyes glanced at the remaining Soul Clan elder. He did not continue to take action. Keep him so that he can properly report back to the Soul Clan, and it is best to add fuel to the fire. Ji Yufei's current purpose is to make things bigger. In this case, the Soul Clan will definitely have concerns when doing things. There is no telling that the Soul Clan's grand plan, which has been brewing for thousands of years, will be postponed. And as long as nothing happens to the Spirit Clan, Stone Clan, etc., the Soul Clan's strength will not completely crush the ancient clan like in the original work. Chapter 209. Ji Yu Tribe, you are very good, very good. The remaining elder of the Soul Clan said a few words of great resentment. Silently he took away the bodies of Hun Ya, Hun Li, and the 3 soul boxes and left. It seems that this time, the people from the Soul Clan will definitely not give up. This matter could have been big or small. Unfortunately, after this incident, the matter has become bigger. It is not easy to resolve it. The other people from the ancient races began to discuss one by one, speculating whether a war would break out between the Soul race and the ancient race. Master Ji Yufei must have some purpose for doing this. Huo Ji was curious. Ji Yufei obviously had a better way to deal with it, but he deliberately acted so forcefully and provoked conflicts between the two clans. This matter is his alone. Or does it mean the entire ancient clan? Ji Yufei didn't pay attention to the sounds around him. He cupped his hands towards Ji Yunane and then landed next to the little medical fairy. Daddy, Daddy. The 2 children immediately ran to Ji Yufei and held each other's hand. They had not seen each other for half a year. They missed their father. Walk home. Ji Yufei took the 2 children and walked towards the mountain peak with the little medical fairy, Kair, Ziyan, Qinglin and others, without paying any attention to what happened just now. Shanel, Wushuang, I'm going back to the spirit world later. I'll see you when I have time. On the way back, the little girl Lingxi from the Ling tribe came over to say goodbye to the 2 little guys. This time, she stayed in the ancient world for half a year and established a deep friendship with Xianla and Wushuang. Sister Lingxi, you have to leave. Can you stay a little longer? Xianla, Wushuang was a little reluctant to part with it. Both of them realized that if they separated this time, the next time they met might be a few years, or even 10 or 20 years later. Xie, let's go. On the other side, the beautiful woman from the spirit tribe came over and urged Lingxi to leave. Guys, why don't you let Lingxi stay in the ancient clan for a few years? I can accept her as a registered disciple. Ji Yufei suddenly spoke at this time. Is this appropriate? After hearing Ji Yufei's words, the beautiful woman's face lit up with joy. The strength Ji Yufei showed just now almost reached the level of a 2-star fighting saint. She has unlimited potential in the future and is likely to reach the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, Ji Yufei is also a high-level alchemist, so if you become his registered disciple, the resources that can be obtained are much better than Lingxi staying in the spirit world. Great, Daddy is so kind. The 2 little guys were very happy. They pulled Lingxi, trying to get her to agree. Lingxi was also very happy, but she still looked at the beautiful woman. Zaire, since Mr. Ji Yufei has spoken, you can stay in the ancient world for a few years. When you want to come back, we will pick you up. The beautiful woman smiled and nodded. Lingxi meets the master. The next moment, Lingxi bowed to Ji Yufei very respectfully. Good. Ji Yufei smiled, and then took out a bottle of elixir as a greeting gift to his disciple. Next, the group returned to the mountain peak where Ji Yufei was. We haven't seen each other for more than half a year, and we all have a lot to say. At the same time, deep in the ancient world, several elders of the ancient clan gathered in a hall. Elder Nane, this guy Ji Yufei has really cut the face of the Soul Clan. It is estimated that soon, someone from the Soul Clan will come and ask us for an explanation. Several elders were discussing what happened just now, but no one blamed Ji Yufei in their words. With the talent Ji Yufei is showing now, ordinary elders are not qualified to judge whether he is right or wrong. As long as Ji Yufei didn't do anything like betraying the clan, no one would punish Ji Yufei. It's too late to offer him up as a treasure. Come on, come on. Ji Yufei has already killed the people of the Soul Clan. We have to let people come over and say a few words. Ji Yunane laughed and said nonchalantly. You can't say that. Suddenly, an old man in a green robe entered the hall. This man was Ji Yudao, the head of the three immortals of the ancient clan. What does the ancient elder mean? Ji Yunane asked with some confusion. The Soul Clan wanted to attack Xun'er in the Sky Tomb this time, but Ji Yufei just killed 3 people. It was too easy for them. After hearing Ji Yudao's words, Ji Yunane realized that he had misunderstood just now. Elder Gudao, before, the descendant of the Shao family made a request before leaving. Let us, the ancient clan, help find his father. We sent people to investigate and found out that this matter is related to the Soul Clan. Ji Yunane mentioned another thing. It seems that the Soul Clan also covets that piece of ancient jade, but that thing is useless without any piece of it. Even if we get the Shao clan's piece, it's of little use. Gudao sighed. Obviously, he didn't realize that the Soul Clan not only coveted the Shao clan's piece of ancient jade, but also coveted all the ancient jade. Since you promised the descendants of the Shao clan, people from the Soul Clan will come to ask for an explanation soon, so please mention this incident by the way. Brother Ji Yufei, you promised me before that you would come back to Dragon Island with me. 3 days later, on the mountain peak where Ji Yufei was, Ziyan brought up the matter again. Don't worry, I remember. Ji Yufei smiled and agreed to Ziyan. This time, he didn't plan to drag it out. With his current strength, he could already give Ziyan a lot of help. However, simply controlling the attack of the 3 Dragon Kings should not be a big problem. If everything goes well, the North Dragon King will not have the opportunity to contact the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Next, Ji Yufei and Ziyan quietly left the ancient world as before. After leaving the ancient world, Ziyan directly established a space channel leading to Dragon Island. The two traveled for a while, and finally a ray of light appeared in front of them. The vision in front of him was no longer the monotonous silver, and the lush green and mountains filled his eyes again. The land that appeared in front of Ji Yufei, of course, it would be more appropriate to describe the thing in front of him as an island. The area of this island is extremely vast. Above the sky of the island, there is a circle of light silver bowl-shaped light cover hanging down, wrapping the entire island, and the outside is pitch black. The arrival of Ziyan and Ji Yufei was obviously sensed by the Dragon Clan masters on the island. Several figures flew out from the island. The closer they got, the stronger the pressure of the Emperor emanating from Ziyan became. I'm back. Ziyan spread the wings of the phoenix behind her and flew directly over the island. Chapter 210, Wings of the Sky Phoenix, the Body of an Ancient Dragon. Looking at the pair of purple and gold wings behind Ziyan, the faces of the Dragon Clan experts were extremely excited, and they knelt down in the sky. There was a piety from the heart in the respectful voices. Welcome to the Dragon Emperor. Welcome to the Dragon Emperor. Even Zuli, the third elder of Donghua Island, did not call Ziyan by name at this moment, but respectfully called Lord Dragon King. Everyone get up. Ziyan raised her hand. At this moment, she carried an aura of nobility that seemed to be comparable to that of heaven and earth. Under this kind of atmosphere, no one dared to think of her as the naughty little girl she was before. Instead, he completely recognized him as the current Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan and the new Dragon King. Now, our Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan is falling apart, and the 3 Dragon Islands are divided into one party. Starting from today, I will conquer the other 3 islands to unify the Dragon Clan as soon as possible. Restore the Dragon Clan's former glory. When she came back this time, Ziyan had no ink marks and directly began to organize the forces of Donghua Island to prepare to start a counter-rebellion. In the original work, after Ziyan broke through the Dou Sheng, she showed her strength, but she had not fully absorbed it and needed a long period of seclusion to cultivate. This gave the North Dragon King, West Dragon King, and South Dragon King the opportunity to unite. This time, Ji Yufei, who was well prepared, would naturally not let this happen. We must fight quickly to catch the 3 Dragon Kings off guard. On Donghua Island, within an hour, the the people of the Dragon Clan of Donglong Island assembled their troops for the expedition. In this case, it would be useless for the spies planted by the three Dragon Kings to report the news. By the time their information arrived, the Donglong Island army led by Ziyan had already reached the border. Let's go to Bailong Island first. Ziyan waved her hand to open a space crack, and the mighty dragon army poured in. Ji Yufei also followed Ziyan. At the end of the space passage, there is also an island suspended in void space. The scale is larger than that of Donglong Island. The overall strength of the dragon people on Bailong Island is stronger than that on Donglong Island. The Dragon King is here in person. Why don't you come out and worship the Dragon King? Countless Donglong Island warriors were suspended outside Bailong Island, issuing majestic shouts one after another. Dragon King. On Bailong Island, many powerful Dragon Clan members were filled with confusion when they heard those two words. The next moment, Ziyan came to the front of the Donglong Island tribe, and that huge aura radiated across the entire Bailong Island. It's really the Dragon King. Under that kind of natural blood pressure, more than 90% of the dragons on Bailong Island immediately couldn't bear the blood pressure and fell to their knees. How dare Xiao pretend to be the Dragon King? In this case, a figure quickly rushed out of Bailong Island and confronted Ziyan. This is a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe. His identity is the Dragon King of the Bailong Island lineage of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, the North Dragon King. It's actually of royal blood. Didn't the spies say that those with royal blood are only at the 7th level of strength? How could they break through to Dou Sheng in a few years? The Northern Dragon King felt the aura on Ziyan's body that was a little stronger than his own, and couldn't help but show surprise on his face. Zhu Bei, you incited the tribe to rebel, which led to the division and decline of the Dragon Clan. Today, if you can admit your mistake, I will give you a lenient sentence. I will only take away the trace of royal blood from your body and punish you and imprison you for 1,000 years. Can you obey the law? Ziyan's cold words sounded. Imprisoned for 1,000 years. Hearing Ziyan's words, the Northern Dragon King looked ferocious. He had been in a high position for a long time. How could he give up so easily and be imprisoned forever? Haha, as long as I kill you, the Dragon King, I will still be the Dragon King from now on. The Northern Dragon King directly refused to surrender. If you dare to disobey the Emperor's order, you are seeking death. Ziyan held her hand, and a dark golden spear appeared in her hand. On the head of the spear, vast fighting energy surged towards the North Dragon King. Pung! The Northern Dragon King's arm turned into a dragon claw, and collided with the spear, making a metallic collision sound. The terrifying force on the spear directly cracked many of the scales on the Northern Dragon King's claws. After the first test, Bailong King already knew the gap between himself and Ziyan. Whether it was cultivation or physical strength, he was no match for Ziyan. What's more, now 90% of the people on Bailong Island dare not move because of Ziyan's royal blood aura. Thus, he was left alone. For this plan, we can only fight against this young Dragon King by dragging Zhu Nan and Zhu Shi down together. The Northern Dragon King thought quickly and had already thought of a plan. Niece Ziyan, after all, I am also your elder. Can you allow me to think about today's matter? Bailong King asked. The Emperor has already given you a chance. Ziyan was unmoved. She knew that the Northern Dragon King was stalling for time to find an opportunity to escape. The next moment, she held a spear in her hand and launched another fierce offensive. The Northern Dragon King did not dare to continue fighting. When a purple light filled the air, he transformed into a 1,000-foot-long purple dragon. When our three Dragon Kings gather together, let's meet you, the Dragon King, for a while. After the Northern Dragon King transformed into his true form. With his strong body, he carried Ziyan's offensive and fled towards the endless void space outside Dragon Island. Want to run? Moo. On the other side, Ji Yufei was well prepared. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and a huge soul phantom quickly appeared outside his body. Then, a soul sound wave that shook the world roared in this void. The sound wave arrived in an instant and hit the huge body of the North Dragon King fiercely. The North Dragon King's body was indeed powerful and terrifying, but Ji Yufei's soul, which was in the great perfection of the heavenly realm, was their nemesis. Bang! The huge body was hit by the soul sound wave head-on, and the speed of the North Dragon King was also slowed down. The dragon scales on his body, which were like fine iron, were directly torn apart. His soul also felt severe pain under the impact of this sound wave. Asshole! After being hit by the soul sound wave, the North Dragon King's eyes turned blood red. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of my dragon clan? The North Dragon King raised his claws and slapped Ji Yufei. The one who wants you to die. Facing the dragon claw, Ji Yufei did not move at all and raised his fist to meet it. Crack! After a collision, a huge energy storm was generated on the spot, and black holes were created in the void space. However, the scene of Ji Yufei being knocked away as expected by many Dragon Clan masters did not happen. Instead, there was a burst of broken bones and the screams of the Northern Dragon King. The Northern Dragon King never expected a weak human race can actually compete with the physical strength of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, which is at the peak of the magic beast. Rebels should be killed. With Ji Yufei here to intercept, Ziyan quickly followed, and the long spear pierced into the dragon head of the Northern Dragon King fiercely, and a ball of flesh and blood exploded. Chapter 211, Yin. Ziyan hit the North Dragon King's huge dragon head with all her strength, and the flesh and blood exploded. The severe pain made the North Dragon King couldn't help but let out a pitiful dragon roar. His huge dragon tail surged forward violently, but it twitched randomly. Faced with the tragic situation of the Northern Dragon King, Ji Yufei and Ziyan showed no mercy. Underworld Palm, Prisoner Dragon Seal. The extremely violent attack still landed on the huge body of the Northern Dragon King. A moment later, blood flowed out like a stream from the huge dragon body of the Northern Dragon King. The dragon's scales, which were the size of a human, almost burst into pieces, and deep wounds covered his body like ravines. Vaguely, you can still see the white bones exposed in the wound, which is extremely terrifying. I beg the Dragon King to spare my life. I am willing to submit to the law and be imprisoned for thousands of years. I just ask the Dragon King not to kill me, although the Northern Dragon King was close to madness at this moment. But he knew it, even if they fight with blood and essence, they still can't defeat Ziyan and Ji Yufei today. Preserving life is the top priority. Late, Ziyan's eyes showed murderous intent, and she turned a deaf ear to the Northern Dragon King's plea for mercy. The next moment, Ziyan also recovered her true body and transformed into a purple gold dragon. That huge body was slightly better than that of the Northern Dragon King. Immediately, she slapped the Northern Dragon King hard on his back with a claw. After an explosion, the entire body of the Northern Dragon King seemed to collapse instantly. The Dragon King is mighty. The Dragon King is mighty. In the distance, the Dragon Clan members of Donghua Island who were watching the battle here were all very excited. With the Dragon King having such combat power, it was a sure thing to integrate the Dragon Clan. On Bailong Island, those Dragon Clan experts who were originally loyal to the Bailong King were also impressed by Ziyan's powerful strength. One by one they all knelt down. Pung. On the other side, the Northern Dragon King, whose back was broken, had no power to fight back at this moment. Hit by Ziyan's attacks again, his eyes slowly closed and he died completely. Tell Zushi, Zunin, if you don't surrender, you will end up like Zubei. After defeating the Northern Dragon King, all the dragon people on the Northern Dragon Island surrendered to the Dragon King. At this time, Ziyan did not lead the troops to continue to Xilong Island and Nanlong Island. They just slowly arranged for the tribesmen to move Bailong Island to Donglong Island for merger. Ziyan, can you lend me the body of the Northern Dragon King? With the merger of the Dong and Bailong Island tribes, Ji Yufei made a request. Originally, when a member of the Dragon Clan dies, he or she is buried in the dragon's lair. However, this Northern Dragon King is a rebellious member of the tribe and is not worthy of being buried in the dragon's lair. Ziyan explained. The meaning of these words was obviously that he agreed to Ji Yufei's request. Thank you, but why don't you ask me what I am going to do with the body of the Northern Dragon King? Brother Ji Yufei, no matter what you do, I will fully support you. Ziyan's attitude touched Ji Yufei very much. How could this girl be so sentimental? Let me make it clear, I plan to use the body of the Northern Dragon King to make elixirs. Don't worry, this is the first time and the last time. Ji Yufei explained. Using dragon corpses to make elixirs was a taboo for the dragons, so Ji Yufei felt he needed to explain it clearly. Well, I believe you. When she heard that Ji Yufei was going to use the Northern Dragon King to make elixirs, Ziyan frowned slightly at first. However, when she heard Ji Yufei's last words, she nodded without hesitation to express her understanding. Because in Ziyan's view, the Northern Dragon King was so rebellious that he was no longer worthy of being a member of the Dragon Clan. He also believed that Ji Yufei would never use the corpses of Dragon Clan members to make elixirs again in the future. Okay, next, prepare to wait for Nanlong King to surrender on his own initiative. Ji Yufei took away the body of Bailong King and went to the void space outside Donglong Island. Without the North Dragon King, the West Dragon King, and the South Dragon King would not be able to make any troubles. Ji Yufei believed that Ziyan could handle these things by herself. Moreover, as a foreigner, he should not interfere too much in dragon affairs. The ancient flying disc sits in the void of space. In front of him was the huge body of the Northern Dragon King. The next moment, flames filled the sky and began to wrap around the body of the Northern Dragon King. Haha, Northern Dragon King, stop hiding. Suddenly, Ji Yufei smiled at the body of the Northern Dragon King in front of him. With his perfect strength in the heaven realm, he had long sensed that part of the Northern Dragon King's soul was hidden in the crystal core. Damn human boy, if it weren't for you, how would I have ended up like this? The soul of the Northern Dragon King let out a vicious curse, but it soon turned into a scream. The powerful alien fire penetrated directly into the crystal core and completely destroyed the soul of the Northern Dragon King. Refining, Ji Yufei turned the alien fire into a cauldron and wrapped it around the body of the Northern Dragon King, adding other precious medicinal materials during the process. The body of the Northern Dragon King continued to shrink under the tempering of the strange fire, turning into some pure energy liquid. A magical beast of this level belongs to the Dragon Clan, so it can be said that its whole body is full of treasures. It just so happens that Ji Yufei masters such a 9th grade elixir recipe. You can make good use of this body. During the continuous tempering, the dragon shape can no longer be seen in the medicine cauldron composed of strange fire. Some are just a ball of extremely pure energy, with a crystal core floating in it. Ji Yufei knew that he had no way to refine the 9th grade Xuanden at present, so he made a bold attempt. Under his control, the crystal core of the Northern Dragon King gradually split into two. The other energy inside was also split into two, each wrapping half of the crystal core. As time passed, 2 prototypes of pills gradually appeared in the fire cauldron. A group of black clouds also floated out of the void space, and there was a heart-pounding pressure emanating from the black clouds. The Black Devil Thunder has appeared, it should be stable. Looking at the calamity cloud appearing above his head, Ji Yufei's face showed a hint of excitement. Soon, the thunder calamity fell. It went towards the 2 golden pills in the fire cauldron with a pressure that destroyed the world. Because this time, Ji Yufei was refining 2 9th grade treasure pills at the same time, and the power of the thunder calamity was 3 times that of the last time. But for Ji Yufei, he did not feel any pressure. Back then, he could withstand the Black Devil Thunder calamity with his semi-saint cultivation. Now that he has reached the 3-star Do Sheng, he can handle it effortlessly. Boom boom, in the void, several black magic thunders with a destructive aura fell, all of which were intercepted by Ji Yufei. When the thunderclouds dispersed, the 2 golden pills in the fire cauldron escaped separately. Collect. Ji Yufei's mind moved, and the fire cauldron turned into 2 fire dragons. Quickly swallowed the 2 golden pills that escaped. Then they returned to Ji Yufei's palm. The medicinal power of these 2 dragon essence pills. It is much stronger than the 9th grade treasure pill that Ji Yufei had refined before. Chapter 212. This is a somewhat dark space, with black mist filling the sky, and the cold power permeating every part of this space. In the very depths of this space, there is a dark palace, and at this moment, there are more than a dozen black shadows gathering in this palace. These black shadows have very powerful auras. The worst ones have reached the semi-saint level. Damn it, the ancient clan is bullying people too much. The people sent by our clan died in the sky tomb. It's just a lack of strength. Those who didn't enter the sky tomb, the ancient clan dared to kill them in front of all the ancient races. Do you really think our soul clan is easy to bully? I think the ancient clan thinks that their ancient clan is number 1 in the world and wants to start a war. Let's fight. This time, we will let them know how powerful our soul clan is. In the main hall, a group of powerful Soul Clan men were all angry about Ji Yufei's previous killing of the Soul Clan representative, and all of them wanted to start a war. Everyone, please be patient. At this moment, a young man walked over and everyone in the hall stopped. This person's face is about 30, and his face is slightly younger, but there is no expression on his face, neither joy nor sadness. It makes people feel as if this person's facial features and expressions have become rigid. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is this person's eyes. His eyes were black, and they were an extremely pure black. There was no white at all in his eyes, and what was left was just a mass of ink-like blackness. Looking from a distance, it looked like two black beads were forcibly embedded in the eye sockets. The young patriarch is here. In the main hall, even some of the older generation of powerful Soul Clan men were very respectful to this young man. The young man's identity is that of the Soul Clan's contemporary genius, Hun Feng, and the young leader of the Soul Clan. Can't you see that the ancient clan seems to have done this on purpose? Hun Feng said calmly. His words immediately calmed down many of the powerful Soul Clan men present. What does the young patriarch mean? Recently, the ancient clan has paid much closer attention to our Soul Clan, as if they were investigating something. Moreover, the previous human palace in the Soul Palace seems to be related to the ancient clan. Hun Feng explained. It is also because of this that the clan decided to postpone the plan to annex other ancient races for a few years. Could we just tolerate this tone? If we don't do anything, why don't other ancient races think that our Soul race is a coward? The strong man from the Soul tribe spoke unwillingly. Of course we can't just let the death of Elder Soul Box go. Hun Feng said coldly with a cold look in his eyes, we must make the ancient tribe pay a heavy price. What does the young patriarch mean? The murderer is Ji Yufei, who is known as the #1 genius in thousands of years. The ancient clan will definitely not hand it over. Hun Feng said slowly. We can send a few elders with fighting saint strength to the eastern region to kill some ancient clansmen. People, teach them a lesson. But the eastern region is the stronghold of the ancient clan. If we go there, what will happen if the strong ancient clan takes action? Strong men above the 4-star fighting saint are restricted by that bullshit clan agreement and cannot take action easily. As long as the ancient clan violates the rules first, don't blame us for not obeying them. After deciding on the strategy, 3 of the Soul Clan members left the Soul World. Among them, the strongest one has reached the late stage of the 4-star Dou Saint, just barely restricted by the ancient racial covenant. Empty space. It took so long to refine the elixir this time. Ziyan should have unified the Dragon Clan. Ji Yufei put away the 2 9th grade treasure pills, and his body shape was like a meteor, rushing toward the end of nothingness as fast as lightning. When Ji Yufei returned to Long Island again, the almost completely new island made him feel as if his eyes were shining brightly. On the vast island, thousands of peaks rise from the ground, and amid the clouds and mist, occasionally a huge Taishu ancient dragon flies past. The low dragon roar resounded endlessly on Dragon Island. Today's Dragon Island is formed by the union of 4 dragon islands. It is not only huge in area. Moreover, the number of tribesmen among them is the first time in these thousands of years that they have gathered together in such numbers. After all, those tribesmen in the past were scattered among the 4 islands, and it was extremely difficult for them all to appear in one place. Ji Yufei's figure was suspended in the sky, and his soul perception was swept away at will. According to his perception, the number of strong men who had reached the Dou Sheng level on the Dragon Island turned out to be more than 10 people. The defenses above Dragon Island are much tighter than before. Groups of ancient dragon guards with dragon wings vibrating behind them crisscrossed and patrolled by. More than a dozen Long Island guards discovered Ji Yufei and quickly rushed towards him. However, when they discovered the identity of the visitor, the vigilance on their faces suddenly turned into respect. After bowing to Ji Yufei from a distance, they retreated and left. Seeing this scene, Ji Yufei smiled, moved his body, and swept into the Dragon Island. Brother Ji Yufei, you are finally back. The sudden appearance of the figure made Ziyan slightly startled. When she came back to her senses, she said in surprise. Dragon Island has changed so much in such a short period of time. You, the Dragon King, do have some abilities. Ji Yufei looked at Ziyan and smiled. He did not talk about the previous elixir refining, although usually, Ziyan would ask for it after he refining the elixir, but this time, the main material of the elixir was made from the body of the dragon tribe. Ziyan naturally won't take it. Tisk, you've been gone for so long, I can't help but go find you. Ziyan curled her lips. In front of Ji Yufei, she didn't have the slightest Dragon King majesty, and her tone of voice was the same as when she was a little girl. The difference was that she had changed from being funny and cute to being full of playful beauty now. Ziyan, now that you are the Dragon King, you must maintain the majesty of the Dragon King. Ji Yufei continued to joke. He knew that Ziyan must have been very hard during this period. What's the use of that majesty? Ziyan waved her hand. It seems that she was not so happy to be the Dragon King. Why, are you unhappy? What's your trouble? Tell me. Ji Yufei took out a handful of sugar beans. Although I am the Dragon King, I feel too tired to manage the entire dragon clan alone. It would be great if there was a dragon queen to help me. Ziyan took the sugar beans handed over by Ji Yufei, then stuffed one into her mouth, muttering. Although it seemed like she said this unintentionally, her eyes had been secretly glancing at the expression on Ji Yufei's face. Find a dragon queen, your idea is too. Ji Yufei was amused by Ziyan's words. How can a man sit in the queen position? I am the Dragon King, so my man is of course the Dragon Queen. Ziyan retorted. Chapter 213. Ziyan, if you don't want to worry about so many things and don't want to be the Dragon King, there is actually a way, but... Just what? Ji Yufei stopped mid-sentence. Ziyan suddenly became anxious. She grabbed Ji Yufei's arm with both hands and shook it hard. Tell me, what is the solution? Don't try to get along with me. Ziyan, do you really want to know? Ji Yufei smiled, looked at Ziyan's bright eyes, and said seriously. Brother Ji Yufei, if I am not the Dragon King, no one in the clan will be able to convince the public. Hearing this, Ziyan's tone was slightly lower. She knew that without the royal bloodline, the Dragon clan would still be divided in the future. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is, she must persist in being the Dragon Emperor. Perhaps there is someone who can convince the crowd better than you. Is he more suitable to lead the ancient Dragon clan? Ji Yufei smiled. Who is it? Ziyan knew that Ji Yufei would not joke about this kind of thing, and her expression became serious. Your father. What? My father? Hearing this, Ziyan was stunned. Her impression of her father was almost zero. Ziyan has been living in the forest since she can remember, living the life of a beast every day. Until one day, she accidentally ate the transformation grass and was taken to Canaan College by Su Qian, the great elder of the inner courtyard. Over the years, she actually had resentment in her heart. She always wanted to know why her parents abandoned her. Regarding her father's affairs, Ziyan had only heard from the clan elders. He knew that his father was the previous Dragon Emperor, but he disappeared many years ago. And from then on, the Taishu ancient dragon clan began to decline and continued to suffer from internal strife. Brother Ji Yufei, are you saying that my father is still alive? Ziyan's eyes turned red and she asked. He is indeed alive. Do you want to see him? Ji Yufei nodded. Ziyan paused for a moment, and finally spoke softly. Well, since you want to see me, I'll take you there. After saying that, Ji Yufei directly took Ziyan's hand and walked towards the outside of Long Island. A few days later, when Ji Yufei and Ziyan appeared again, they had arrived in the Black Corner domain. Isn't this the Black Corner domain? Why are you here? Looking at this familiar place, Ziyan turned around and looked at Ji Yufei suspiciously. Don't you want to see the Great Elder? Ji Yufei smiled. Think about it, I haven't seen the Great Elder for a long time. Ziyan nodded blankly, wondering what Ji Yufei's gourd was selling. Let's go to the inner courtyard first. Ji Yufei waved his sleeves, and the power of space enveloped the two of them. After a moment, they appeared in a study deep in the inner courtyard. In the study, Su Qian, the chief elder of the inner courtyard, noticed the two extra people in the room and became very vigilant. Master Ji Yufei. Su Qian didn't recognize Ziyan for a moment, but luckily she still remembered Ji Yufei. Great Elder, I am Ziyan, you don't recognize me. The faint sadness on Ziyan's face disappeared, revealing a bright smile. Ziyan, it's really you. Su Qian's face was full of surprise. In the following chat, Ziyan told her some of the things she had experienced over the years. This made Su Qian very happy. He had previously hoped that Ziyan could find her own people and solve the mystery of her life experience. How long do you plan to stay at Canaan College this time? Su Qian asked politely. I'm here for one more important thing. Ziyan spoke and looked at Ji Yufei aside. Haha, Elder Su Qian, I will come and talk to you in detail after I finish taking Ziyan to do something. Ji Yufei chuckled. Immediately, he used the power of space again, wrapping their bodies and disappearing. After a while, the two of them entered the bottom of the Tianfanqi training tower. The seals here were useless to them. At the bottom of the tower, a small fire of fallen heart flame appeared very active. However, after seeing Ji Yufei appear, he seemed to be a little scared and trembling. Today's Tianfanqi refining tower is more effective than before. After all, the mature form of fallen heart flame never obeyed the orders of people in the inner courtyard. And the current fallen heart flame, because of its long-term cultivation, will not resist their command at all. Is my father in here? Ziyan's face became even more confused. She had stayed in the Tianfanqi training tower for a long time before. If her father had always been at the bottom of the tower, it would have been a twist of fate. Moreover, the bottom of the tower is full of hot magma. Can a place like this be used to treat people? It's right down here, follow me. Ji Yufei held Ziyan's little hand again, and strange fire surged out to protect the two of them. Ziyan enjoyed the feeling of Ji Yufei holding her little hand during this period. If only it could always be like this. Soon, the two entered the hot magma sea below. The surrounding magma will automatically evaporate when it comes within half a foot of the two people's bodies. This hot magma is obviously not qualified to cause any hindrance to Ji Yufei. With continuous dive, the flame lizard clan that Ji Yufei met before appeared again in front of them. The last time he came here, Ji Yufei was still afraid, but now, Ji Yufei's cultivation has climbed to the level of 3-star fighting saint, and he has nothing to fear. These things are so strange. Have they always lived under this magma? Why don't you go outside? Ziyan was a little curious when she saw this creature she had never seen before. They have their own responsibilities. What responsibilities? To protect the things below. Ji Yufei explained with a smile. After speaking, he suddenly stomped his foot lightly, and suddenly, a vast soul wave surged from his brow. In an instant, the surrounding magma exploded, and the strange figures hidden in the magma burst into shrill screams. Shish! With the appearance of these screams, the surrounding magma suddenly fluctuated violently. Then, Ji Yufei saw that dense red figures came from all directions and finally surrounded the two of them. Outside the encirclement, 2 lizardmen with milky white bodies appeared. They seemed to be much older than other lizardmen. And, they have reached the level of semi-saints. Human, this is the cemetery of gods, not a place you can come to. Retreat quickly, otherwise you will wake up the guardian and you will be buried here forever. One of the 2 white lizardmen actually spoke human language. Although it was a bit awkward, the intermittent voice still reached the ears of Ji Yufei and Ziyan. The cemetery of gods, what is that? And what guardian? Ziyan was confused. However, thinking about the purpose of Ji Yufei bringing her here this time, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that her father was the guardian? Chapter 214. Humans, leave quickly, otherwise, you will die. Seeing that Ji Yufei and Ziyan had not left, the 2 flame lizard men, who were all white, stared at them closely with cold pupils, and their jerky tones came out again. As the words of the 2 people fell, the eyes of the lizard men around them suddenly showed a ferocious look, and the scales on their bodies seemed to have become a lot darker. I'm sorry, I have to go to the bottom of the magma today. Buzz. As the soul fluctuation spread, the magma suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Under the pressure of Ji Yufei's huge soul, all the surrounding flame lizard people were knocked back, including the 2 half-saints. Puff. The 2 white flame lizards spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at Ji Yufei in shock. The flame lizard men also retreated far away with horrified expressions on their faces, looking at the demon-like figure from a distance. That kind of terrifying soul pressure makes their souls tremble constantly. Let's go. Ji Yufei did not kill him. After repelling the flame lizard men, he continued to dive deeper into the magma with Ziyan. Trespassing to God's cemetery, you will be punished by God. Behind the 2 of them, the 2 flame lizard men who were all white said in a hoarse voice. Stupid humans are seeking death. The 2 flame lizard men, who were all white, looked at each other and did not continue to stop him. They also knew that Ji Yufei had shown mercy just now and could not stop him even if he wanted to. Deep in magma, Ji Yufei and Ziyan kept diving. Their speed was extremely fast, but the magma seemed to have no end. The road ahead is always hazy and blurred by the waves of magma. Brother Ji Yufei, my father, is he really staying deep in this magma? Ziyan frowned slightly. The depth of this magma sea far exceeded her expectations. Such a large-scale effort is simply beyond the reach of human power. Moreover, at this time, the color of the surrounding magma has gradually evolved from red to red and black at some point. The temperature also climbed to terrifying levels. Ziyan could clearly feel that Ji Yufei's speed was decreasing. Even his strange fire could not quickly eliminate the magma blocking the front. Ziyan is worried. If it goes any further, even with the strength of the two of them, there may be danger. Believe me, Ji Yufei gave Ziyan a smile. As a time traveler, he naturally has absolute certainty. Puff. At a certain moment, Ji Yufei, who was diving at high speed, suddenly stopped. Due to inertia, Ziyan, who followed closely behind, pressed her body tightly against Ji Yufei's back. Ji Yufei only felt that his back was hit by a soft ball, as if countless electric currents filled his whole body, making him feel numb and numb. What's wrong? Ziyan's face was rosy. After a while, she shyly got off Ji Yufei and whispered. About to arrive, Ji Yufei's soul sensed that this place had reached the end of the magma. It seems that I feel an extremely strong space power in front of me. Ziyan also nodded heavily. Although there is still lava in front of me. However, she could feel that there should be another space in front of her. To be able to build a space under such deep magma, how big must the creator's handwork be? The next moment, both of them tentatively took out their right feet, and the right foot that stretched in disappeared in front of their eyes, like a space in a staggered space. Really, seeing this scene, Ji Yufei and Ziyan boldly walked in. Originally, the sound of magma flowing in Chiji's ears disappeared instantly at this moment. What appeared in front of the two of them was an endless space that was somewhat dark and silent. This space had been silent for who knows how many years. The entire space was filled with an ancient flavor of vicissitudes. Brother Ji Yufei, have you been here before? Scanning this space full of ancient atmosphere, even Ziyan, the Dragon Emperor, leaned against Ji Yufei a little weakly. As long as she stayed with Ji Yufei, she felt particularly safe. I've never been here, but I've heard of it. Ji Yufei smiled and didn't explain too much. Many things were too outrageous to say. While Ziyan was thinking, Ji Yufei pulled Ziyan and flew towards the depths of this space. In that extremely distant place, there was a group of light emerging faintly. After getting closer, I realized that it was a stone gate, a huge stone gate tens of thousands of feet long. This stone gate stands quietly in this vast space, as if it has existed forever. Standing in front of the majestic and vast stone gate, Ji Yufei felt a sense of awe in his heart. On the top of this huge stone gate, there are 4 ancient characters, Ancient Emperor's Cave. Brother Ji Yufei, could this be the legendary cave left by Tuosh Ancient Emperor, the last powerful Dou Emperor in Dou Qi Continent? Ziyan said in great surprise. Those 4 ancient fonts don't look too gorgeous. However, in the ordinary, there is an endless majesty that reigns over the heaven and earth. Ji Yufei nodded. At this time, he did not pay too much attention to the Ancient Emperor's gate, but summoned the strange fire to light up this dark space. Ziyan also had some strange feelings at this time. She looked down, and her pupils shrank subconsciously. Because, in that dark and ancient space, there was a huge monster, a creature that was too huge to describe. This huge and mysterious creature was purple gold in color, and its body was covered with cold scales. A strong feeling like steel arose spontaneously. At a certain moment, in the dark void, a pair of huge eyes that had been closed for a long time suddenly opened. This pair of eyes was light red, and the pupils overlapped in the eyes. This pair of eyes alone was hundreds of times larger than Ji Yufei's entire body. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure directly enveloped Ji Yufei and the others. Then, a sound that made the space tremble resounded. Consume Raiders, hold ancient jade. Hearing that voice, Ji Yufei explained without hesitation, Senior, your daughter is here, don't you recognize her? Daughter. As Ji Yufei finished speaking, a trace of confusion flashed across the eyes of the huge creature. The next moment, its attention was focused on Ziyan, who was beside Ji Yufei. In Ziyan's body, he sensed a blood-related breath. Child. In his huge pupils, the original ferocity gradually turned into a touch of tenderness. The huge pressure around him also dissipated. Chapter 215. Child, I am your father. You have the same bloodline as mine, from the same sect and origin. The behemoth's huge mouth slowly opened, and excited words spewed out of his mouth. Hearing this, Ziyan bit her red lips with silver teeth, looked at Ji Yufei beside her, and held Ji Yufei's hand tightly in her little hand, feeling very panicked. Looking at Ziyan's actions, there was actually a trace of panic in the pupils of the giant creature. It's fine. Ji Yufei felt Ziyan's nervousness and gave her a reassuring smile. Didn't you already make your decision before coming here? Whether he is your father or not, you will know if you feel it for yourself. Ji Yufei encouraged Ziyan. After hearing Ji Yufei's words, Ziyan finally stopped hesitating. She held Ji Yufei's hand and walked slowly forward a few steps. When she came closer, she stretched out her other hand and gently touched the thick, cold metal scales of the giant creature in front of her. At the moment of contact, bright golden light suddenly surged out of both bodies at the same time. Finally, at the intersection, the two golden lights merged together perfectly. Faintly, an extremely terrifying pressure spread. Looking blankly at the perfect intersection of golden light, Ziyan's eyes trembled violently. You are really the father. But, you are obviously still alive. Why have you made me an orphan for so many years? Ziyan stood stubbornly in front of the behemoth. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with disappointment and tears rolling down her face. What she had been looking forward to most in her heart was seeing her family. At this moment, after seeing it for real, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved in her heart. For so many years, she has always thought that she was an orphan, but she never thought that her father was still alive and well. Why did he abandon her back then? My bad. I shouldn't covet the ancient emperor's cave. It's all because of that bastard ancient emperor Tuosh. He designed it for me and caused me to be trapped for so long. Seeing the crystal tears flowing from the corners of Ziyan's eyes, the giant creature was obviously a little panicked, and its huge body was trembling a little because of the excitement. Trapped. Hearing the words of the behemoth, Ziyan raised her head and took a look. It clearly didn't have any chains on its body. Ziyan, your father didn't lie to you. He really can't get out of this place. Ji Yufei seemed to have guessed what Ziyan was thinking, and quickly helped to explain. Really? Ziyan nodded silently. She believed Ji Yufei's words unconditionally. Open black lens bracket. Zukun has suspicion, jealousy, worry, emotional value, close black lens bracket. Boy, who are you? Why do you know that the emperor is trapped here? Listening to the conversation between Ziyan and Ji Yufei, Behemoth seemed a little jealous and at the same time a little suspicious, because Ji Yufei knew too much. Junior Ji Yufei is Ziyan's friend. As for why he knew you were here, old Dragon Emperor, it's a long story. Ji Yufei replied neither humble nor arrogantly. Through the emotional value feedback just now, Ji Yufei also knew what the old Dragon Emperor was thinking. Ji Yufei didn't think anything was wrong. After all, he was a father. It was normal to worry that his daughter would be deceived. It's a long story, why don't you tell me? The old Dragon King continued to ask. Brother Ji Yufei has already said it. It's a long story, why do you keep asking? Besides, you are not qualified to question Brother Ji Yufei. Have you fulfilled your responsibilities as a father over the years? Ziyan immediately became unhappy after hearing the old Dragon Emperor's tone of voice as he questioned Ji Yufei. He looked very angry at the moment. As she spoke, tears continued to well up from the corners of her eyes. Child, don't cry, don't cry. It was all my father's fault before. It was my father who failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. From now on, whatever you ask my father to do, my father will obey you. If you don't believe it, can I swear it now? Seeing Ziyan like this, the old Dragon Emperor blamed himself very much and hurriedly comforted Ziyan. However, his reassurance did not work. Ziyan is still very sad. Tears flowed down. Ji Yufei, please help me persuade her. There was no other way. At this time, the old Dragon Emperor had no choice but to pin his hopes on Ji Yufei. He could see that Ziyan relied heavily on Ji Yufei, trusting her almost unreservedly. This kind of relationship is definitely not as simple as ordinary friends. No one can say that Ji Yufei will become his son-in-law in the future. Facing the old Dragon King's request for help, Ji Yufei nodded slightly, then turned his eyes to Ziyan. He gently wiped away the tears on Ziyan's face and said softly, "Ziyan, it's not that your father doesn't care about you. He has been trapped in such a dark place for so many years, unable to get out, and unable to eat. Less suffering. Your father should be in more pain and miss you more." Ji Yufei's words can be said to have touched the hearts of the father and daughter. At this moment, the scene fell silent. When Ziyan looked at the old Dragon King, her eyes showed a kind of distress. "Father, I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to leave this hellish place," Ziyan said with firm eyes. Her previous tone was just out of emotion, and she wasn't really blaming Zukun. She also knew that Zukun felt very sorry for all this, and that he had been trapped here for endless years, alone and lonely. "Child," seeing Ziyan calling him father. The old Dragon King had a touch of kindness in his eyes. "Leave this place." However, facing the second half of Ziyan's words, he suddenly became silent again. He seemed very helpless. "Child, I was framed by Tuosh Ancient Emperor because I coveted the Ancient Emperor's treasure. You should also know the strength of a duty strongman. If no one comes with a complete ancient jade, I will never be able to leave here." After a moment, Zukun explained helplessly. "Complete ancient jade?" Ziyan's eyes were solemn. She also knew some secrets of the continent. The ancient emperor jade has now been divided into 8 parts and is in the hands of various ancient races. How easy is it to gather again? Senior, that ancient jade appeared on the continent 1,000 years ago and was obtained by the Shao people. But soon, people from other ancient races learned about it and surrounded the Shao people. They would not allow the Shao people to take the treasure alone. Under pressure, the Shao people divided the ancient emperor jade into 8 parts, and each ancient race kept one piece, hoping to gather the ancient jade again. Ji Yufei explained some situations to the old dragon emperor. 8 ancient races each hold one piece. Hearing this, the old dragon emperor also understood that there was little hope of gathering again. If he could go out, he might have a chance to grab the ancient jade, but he couldn't get out of this place without the ancient jade, and there was no solution. Chapter 216. No matter how difficult it is, I will find a way to collect the ancient jade and let father come out. Ziyan spoke very stubbornly at this moment. She finally met her father. "I know my father is still alive. How could he just watch his father suffer in this dark place?" "Ziyan, I also believe that there will be such a day." Looking at the stubborn Ziyan, Ji Yufei held her little hand and comforted her softly. Well, the old Dragon King let out a long sigh at this moment. In today's Dou Qi Continent, the imperial path is cut off. If one can become an emperor, the seal left by the ancient emperor Tuosh will naturally be broken. And if there is no Dou Di strength, it is basically impossible to overpower the 8 ancient clans and seize the ancient jade. Even the Taishu ancient dragon clan in its heyday couldn't do it. Ziyan, how is the current situation of the Taishu ancient dragon clan? Zhu Kun suddenly asked another question that he was more concerned about. If Ziyan wants to seize the ancient jade, the strength of the Taishu ancient dragon clan will determine a lot. Back then, after you disappeared, father, our clan fell apart. Civil war continued among the clans. Zubei, Zushi, and Zunan formed a self-proclaimed 3 dragon kings. Only Donglong Island continues to support the royal family, while the other 3 islands have been engaged in civil war. The strength of the Taishu ancient dragon clan has also continued to decline during the years of civil war. After hearing Zhu Kun's question, Ziyan slowly told the story of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. "What? Those guys, how dare you do this?" Zhu Kun felt very sad after hearing some of the things Ziyan said. He didn't expect that someone in the clan would do such a thing after he disappeared. "What about now?" the old Dragon King continued to ask. "Now, the rebellion in the clan has been suppressed by me. The people of the 4 islands have also gathered together again. I have become the new Dragon King." Ziyan replied, Okay, you are worthy of being my Zhu Kun's daughter." Hearing that Ziyan became the Dragon Emperor, suppressed all rebellions, and reorganized the Dragon Clan, the old Dragon Emperor was filled with joy and pride. "Father, to tell you the truth, 10 years ago, I was only at level 5. Ever since I met brother Ji Yufei, I have been taking all kinds of cherished elixirs non-stop. Also, Brother Ji Yufei later found me the dragon and phoenix origin fruit, which only appeared a few times in the legend. He helped me refine the dragon and phoenix origin fruit, allowing me to break through to the 4-star fighting saint. If it weren't for Brother Ji Yufei's help, I would never have been able to deal with the rebellion in the clan so easily. Ziyan briefly talked about Ji Yufei's help to her over the years. In 10 years, he has grown from the 5th level to the 9th level. Zhu Kun was a little surprised in his eyes. When he heard about the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, there was a hint of realization in his eyes. Back then, when Zhu Kun was still young, he also witnessed the rise of a top powerhouse from the ancient dragon clan who swallowed the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. At that time, the ancient Sky Phoenix also had a top powerhouse with the bloodline of the ancient dragon and phoenix. But later, those two top beings both died in a great battle. Little friend Ji Yufei, thank you for taking care of Ziyan all these years. Zhu Kun thanked Ji Yufei. At this time, he did not worry about why Ji Yufei knew that he was here. Everyone has their own secret. As long as his original intention is okay. Zhu Kun can also see that Ziyan is now very dependent on Ji Yufei, and this dependence has long gone beyond the boundaries of friends. Moreover, Ji Yufei and Ziyan have been very close since they came here, and all kinds of physical contact are extremely natural. Zhu Kun understood that he probably had no hope of getting out in this life. Being able to see his daughter find a good home is what he hopes for. Senior, you are serious, Ziyan and I are friends, these are nothing. Ji Yufei replied humbly. Through the emotional value feedback just now, he knew that Zhu Kun had approved of him. Haha, you little boy, when are you going to marry Ziyan? When the time comes, you must let me, the old guy, witness it myself. Zhu Kun said with a smile. Marry. Ji Yufei was stunned when he heard Zhu Kun's words. On the side, Ziyan's little face was also flushed. Father, what are you talking about? Haha, I'm even shy now. You two have been holding hands and behaving intimately since you came in. Are these ordinary friends? It's only a matter of time before you get married. Zhu Kun's voice was full of ridicule. No, father, Brother Ji Yufei, he already has a wife. Ziyan explained shyly. Hearing Ziyan's words, Zhu Kun seemed to be a little emotional and his smile froze. He did not expect that Ji Yufei was already married. But he didn't get angry. Through Ziyan's performance, Zhu Kun knew that his daughter must like Ji Yufei. In Ziyan's heart, perhaps Ji Yufei's position was higher than that of his old father. Senior, Ziyan and I. Boy, since you have tempted my daughter, you must take responsibility. No matter what happens, you can't make Ziyan sad in the future, otherwise. The old dragon emperor interrupted Ji Yufei's words and educated Ji Yufei in an arrogant manner. A huge coercion enveloped Ji Yufei. Even with Ji Yufei's current 3-star Dou Sheng strength, he has no ability to resist under such pressure. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Ziyan was very concerned and protected Ji Yufei tightly, staring at the old dragon king. Being stared at by Ziyan, Zhu Kun instantly withdrew the pressure. Ji Yufei, maybe I was a little reckless just now. But you should also understand that there is no father who doesn't want his children to be happy. Zhu Kun lowered his tone, as if he was apologizing. Junior understands. Ji Yufei was not angry. He could understand Zhu Kun's behavior. Moreover, Zhu Kun's words also made Ji Yufei begin to formalize his heart. For Ziyan, do you really just regard her as an ordinary friend? If one day, Ziyan has to marry another man, can you accept it? Chapter 217. No, if there really comes a day, I can't accept it. Moreover, Ziyan's thoughts about me have not lasted for a day or two. When she asked Xianxia to call her aunt, I already understood her feelings for me. Ji Yufei fell into memories. He and Ziyan have experienced a lot along the way. They help each other, and even Ziyan's body has been seen by him. As a man, how can he let the woman open her mouth first to pierce this layer of window paper? Ji Yufei's eyes became very firm. The next moment, Ji Yufei turned to look at Ziyan, naturally held her white little hand, and said seriously, Ziyan, are you willing to be my woman? After Ji Yufei finished speaking, Ziyan was stunned. It seemed that he didn't react all of a sudden. How many times had she wanted to muster up the courage to say this to Ji Yufei? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ji Yufei was the first to speak out. In an instant, a huge surprise began to surge in Ziyan's heart. I do. Ziyan nodded excitedly. The joy on his face couldn't be hidden at all. Then, she excitedly threw herself into Ji Yufei's arms and leaned her head on Ji Yufei's chest. Ji Yufei also opened his arms and hugged Ziyan tightly. Cough, cough. Zhu Kun looked at this scene and felt happy that his daughter could be happy. However, there is also a sense of helplessness that the cabbage grown at home has been stolen. Hearing Zhu Kun's cough, Ziyan got off Ji Yufei in embarrassment. Senior, Ji Yufei, will never let Ziyan down in this life. Ji Yufei said to Zhu Kun very solemnly. You still call me senior? Zhu Kun said a little unhappy. Father-in-law. Ji Yufei pursed his lips and smiled, then changed his words. Haha, I will be able to see my daughter again in my lifetime and see my daughter find a good husband. Even if I die in this hellish place, I will have no regrets. Zhu Kun let out a sigh. Ziyan felt very uncomfortable when she heard this, but at present, she couldn't solve it. Ziyan, father-in-law, don't worry, this ancient emperor's cave will be opened soon. Ji Yufei stroked Ziyan's cheek. He said this not just to comfort the father and daughter, but with confidence. With his current strength and progress, it will not be difficult to collect the ancient jade in the end, or directly break through to the realm of fighting emperor. Ji Yufei, your talent is very good, even the best among the geniuses I have known over the years. However, now that the imperial path is cut off, no matter how powerful you are, you can only break through to the 9-star fighting saint, and in this world, the number of 9-star fighting saints is not too small. If you want to fight 2 people of the same level alone, you have no chance of winning. Back then, the ancient Shao clan chief, the Burning Flame Valley, and even the demon saint of Wangquan were all the top powerhouses in the mainland. Zhu Kun said this because he wanted to persuade the 2 young people not to be too attached to this matter. Father-in-law, the 3 people you mentioned just now have all returned to the ruins. Now in the Dou Qi Continent, there are only 2 people at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint. They are Ji Yuan, the leader of our ancient clan, and Soul Celestial Emperor, the leader of the Soul clan. Quote. Ji Yufei explained. As for the remaining tribes, the 8-star fighting saints are now very rare. Many ancient races have continued to lose their bloodline power. The strongest among the tribes even only have the strength of the 7-star fighting saint. Are some ancient races today so weak? Hearing what Ji Yufei said, Zhu Kun felt a little surprised and sighed. The Soul clan and the ancient clan that your boy belongs to were not top-notch back then. I didn't expect that they have changed so much now. Generally speaking, the Soul clan is stronger, because among the Soul clan, there is a void-devouring flame whose cultivation is comparable to the 9-star fighting saint. Ji Yufei shook his head. 2 9-star fighting saints, it seems that this Soul clan is the strongest in the world today. However, I am confident that we will reach that level within 10 years. Ji Yufei's voice was full of confidence, and even Zhu Kun was a little shocked. Within 10 years, from the 3-star Dou Sage to the 9-star Dou Sage, no one has ever achieved this speed. Since you have such confidence, then go ahead and do it boldly. Perhaps, you can break the deadlock in this Dou Qi continent that has not had a Dou emperor for 10,000 years. Zhu Kun nodded approvingly. In the following time, Zhu Kun learned more about what happened on the mainland from Ji Yufei and Ziyan. Ziyan also received some royal bloodline inheritance from her father. Brother Ji Yufei, I need to be in seclusion for a while, why don't you go back to the ancient world first? Ziyan looked at Ji Yufei reluctantly. Although she wanted Ji Yufei to stay here, she knew that she couldn't be so selfish. Ji Yufei has other relatives who also need companionship and cannot just care about themselves. Retreat. Well, this retreat may allow me to improve my cultivation greatly. After that, I will go to the ancient world to find you. Ziyan said with a smile. Okay, take this space jade slip. Ji Yufei nodded silently, then took out a space jade slip he had refined and handed it to Ziyan. Moreover, before leaving, Ji Yufei refined more than 100 bottles of sugar pills at once. There are so many, brother Ji Yufei, you are so kind. Seeing so many sugar pills, Ziyan was very happy and couldn't help but put her red lip mark on Ji Yufei's face. Could this kid have coaxed Ziyan into his arms with these few sugar pills? Zhu Kun smiled as he watched Ji Yufei and Ziyan get along harmoniously. I'm leaving, father-in-law. I'll personally take care of Ziyan's wedding when you come out. Ji Yufei said goodbye to Ziyan and Zhu Kun, and left the silent ancient emperor space alone. In the East region, all the sects and forces here regard the ancient clan as the emperor. However, in recent times, the East region has been somewhat uneasy, and many sects have been slaughtered for no reason, leaving no one alive. Even some of the ancient clan's strong men who came to check on them disappeared quietly. This incident attracted the attention of some of the ancient clan's elders. Not long after Ji Yufei returned to the ancient realm, he also heard about this. Ji Yufei, you mean, these things were done by the Soul Clan? On the mountain where Ji Yufei was, Ji Yushang, Ji Yunane and other old generation masters were drinking tea with Ji Yufei in the pavilion on the top of the mountain, exploring the current situation together. It should be. The Soul Clan lost face in our ancient world last time, and this should be their revenge. Ji Yufei nodded. One of the sects that had an incident this time had a sect master with the peak strength of Dou Zun sitting in charge, and there was no sign of resistance. The person who took action must have reached the level of Dou Sheng. With this kind of hand, the Soul Clan is very suspected. How dare they come to the East region to cause trouble? I will make them never come back. Ji Yushang spoke angrily. He wished he could pull out those Soul Clan members and tear them into pieces right now. Chapter 218. Grandpa Ji Yushang. Since the people of the Soul Clan dared to come to the East region, they must have made some preparations. Ji Yufei calmly analyzed. It is estimated that among the people who came, there are 4-star Dou Shengs, and according to the clan agreement, our Ji clan cannot directly dispatch strong people above the 4-star Dou Sheng to suppress them, otherwise it will be criticized. Ji Yufei, do you have a good idea? Ji Yushang looked at Ji Yufei and asked. With Ji Yufei's current cultivation, he can already participate in the decision-making of the Ji clan's major events. If the clan leader takes action to find this matter, it can be easily settled. However, if a few jumping clowns of the Soul Clan cause our clan leader to take action, I am afraid it will be laughed at by the world. Ji Yunane spoke on the side. It gave Ji Yufei a headache. He was not targeting this matter. Because, for so many years, the people of the Ji clan have always been very arrogant, which is a disadvantage. If it is not corrected, the Ji clan will sooner or later suffer a great loss because of its arrogance. We really shouldn't bother the clan leader and Elder Nane with such a small matter. We can just solve it ourselves. Ji Yushang also agreed. Ji Yufei knew that such a matter would not change their minds with just 1 or 2 words. The reason why the Soul Clan acted this time was because they knew the temperament of the people of the ancient clan too well. Since the 2 elders think that the clan leader and grandfather should not be bothered to take action, let the 3 of us settle this matter. Ji Yufei said seriously, the sooner the better, the later. Let's set off now. Ji Yufei believed that with his heavenly realm soul, as long as those people of the Soul Clan showed some clues, he could quickly catch them out. Husband, you must be careful. Knowing that Ji Yufei was going to fight outside the ancient realm, Xiao Yixian and Kair were very concerned. After all, the Soul Clan was not weaker than the ancient clan. Well, don't worry, in this eastern region, it's not the turn of the Soul Clan to be presumptuous. Ji Yufei explained a few words, and then left the ancient realm with Ji Yushang and Ji Yunane. Eastern region, southern region. There is a mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles, and there is an ancient sect in it. Recently, news came out that this sect was destroyed. It caused panic in the surrounding area. Haha, it's really fun to come out this time. During this period, at least 10 sects have been destroyed in our hands. This is far from enough. Not many people from the ancient clan have died. Our goal is not these insignificant sects. In a valley on the edge of the mountain range, several black-robed people gathered here and laughed loudly. They destroyed that big sect, but did not leave. They were really brave. How brave you are to come to the eastern region to cause trouble. You guys, stay. At this time, an old voice sounded above the valley. Ji Yunane, Ji Yushang, how did the 2 of them find us so quickly? Looking at the 2 old men who appeared in the sky, several black-robed people in the valley looked solemn. They came here to ambush those people from the ancient clan who came to investigate. Unexpectedly, just at the beginning, the ancient clan sent out 2 4-star Dou Sheng. Haha, I thought that you ancient clan would send some young people to train. I didn't expect you to be so timid. After a brief panic, one of the black-robed men returned to normal and challenged. Stop talking nonsense. Since you guys are here, stay forever. Jiyu Nane and Jiyu Shang didn't waste any words and directly launched a thundering attack. Hun Kan, Hun Ke, you two go first, I'll be there soon. Elder Hun Du, don't hold on for too long, this is the territory of the ancient clan after all. The strongest Soul Clan member directly met Jiyu Shang and Jiyu Nane, intending to hold them back, while the other 2 Soul Clan Dou Shengs took this opportunity to escape from the valley. However, the 2 had just escaped a distance when they were hit by a soul sound wave that was so fast that it was indescribable. Their bodies instantly lost consciousness and fell from the sky. Are there any more people? Are you Jiyu clan going to violate the clan covenant made by the 8 clans 1,000 years ago? Looking at the situation over there, Hun Du couldn't help but panic. The person who attacked secretly was able to knock down a 1-star Dou Sheng and a 2-star Dou Sheng in an instant. His strength must be quite good. Unfortunately, when Ji Yufei appeared, he realized that the person who attacked was only a 3-star Dou Sheng, and he was still a junior. Will a 3-star Dou Sheng make you Hun clan feel that we have violated the clan covenant? Ji Yufei quickly finished off the 2 people who fell and smashed their bodies. Next, 3 people surrounded one person. HMPH, Ji Yufei, you are too arrogant. You will definitely pay the price for killing people from my Hun clan in this way in the future. After Hun Du finished speaking, he immediately tore open a crack and planned to escape into the void space. Eastern region is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Jiyu Nane and Jiyu Shang both hit a fierce palm print together. Ji Yufei also used the same trick, using the heavenly grade high-level soul sound wave, coupled with his heavenly realm great perfection soul, which instantly caused the soul of Hun Du to vibrate. Just when the soul of Hun Du was injured, Jiyu Nane and the other 2 attacked. Puff. As a 4-star Dou Sheng, Hun Du was hit by the 2 and was immediately severely injured. Coupled with the pain in his soul, his combat power was greatly reduced at this moment. Ji Yufei, I didn't expect your soul attack to be so superb. Jiyu Nane and Jiyu Shang were both surprised, and then they violently attacked Hun Du. Pung, pung. After more than 10 rounds, Hun Du's entire body was about to fall apart. If you want me to die, you have to pay the price. Back off, this guy is going to blow himself up. Ji Yufei's soul was sharp and he noticed the abnormal fighting spirit in Hun Du's body. Both Gushong and Gunanhai retreated at the same time. Losing a 4-star fighting saint will probably make even the Soul Clan feel heartbroken. After the violent explosion, the anger on Ji Yu Shang's face finally dissipated. Grandpa Ji Yu Shang, if you want the Soul Clan to suffer, just killing a 4-star fighting saint is not enough. Ji Yufei shook his head. Ji Yufei, what else do you have in mind? Ji Yu Shang asked curiously. Didn't the Soul Clan build a Soul Palace in Zhongzhou? Soul Palace? That kind of small force can affect the mountains. If it weren't for soul destruction and life, the Soul Palace would be nothing. Ji Yu Shang and Ji Yu Nane didn't care much. This is a common problem among the ancient people. Pride, disdain to seize resources outside the ancient clan. They don't understand the principle of adding up a little makes a lot. As for the Hun clan, over the years, they have relied on Hun Mie Sheng, the most powerful entrepreneur, to work as workers, but they have gained huge benefits from this. Grandpa Ji Yu Shang, Elder Nane, do you really think that the Soul Palace is of no use? If it is useless, why would the Soul Destroy Life have been running the Soul Palace for hundreds of years? With the talent of destroying life with the soul, I am afraid it will be very simple to break through the 5-star fighting saint. But he is willing to sacrifice a lot of practice time and worry about these mundane things. Chapter 219, 62.4%. Ji Yufei, I heard a few years ago that the Human Hall, one of the 3 main halls of the Soul Hall, was massacred by a mysterious force. Could it be that you did it? Hearing Ji Yufei's emphasis on the Soul Hall, Ji Yu Shang couldn't help but think of something and asked. Hearing this, Ji Yu Nane also looked at Ji Yufei. Grandpa Ji Yu Shang, nothing can be hidden from you. Ji Yufei nodded with a smile. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing now, and besides, these 2 are both respected elders in the clan. Especially Ji Yu Shang, When he was a child, he liked Ji Yufei very much and watched Ji Yufei grow up. Then I know what you mean, you want to attack the Soul Hall again. Ji Yushang said with a smile. When destroying the human hall of the Soul Hall, Ji Yufei was only a half-saint, but he had that kind of courage. He was still dealing with forces related to the Soul Clan. This made Ji Yushang very happy. At this time, despite Ji Yufei's words, Ji Yushang and Ji Yunane still didn't take the power of the Soul Palace seriously. They just thought that destroying the Soul Palace would make the Soul Clan suffer again. Yes, Grandpa Ji Yushang, Elder Nane, I plan to go to Zhongzhou and destroy the Earth Palace, one of the 3 main halls of the Soul Palace. Ji Yufei said his plan. Even Ji Yufei didn't know the location of the main halls in the Heaven Palace of the Soul Palace. Otherwise, he would rather go to the Heaven Palace. Okay, since you have this idea, I'll play with you. Ji Yushang agreed to help without hesitation. Then I'll go there too. Ji Yunane also responded. Both of them are 4-star Do Sheng, and even if they take action, they will not violate the clan agreement. The location of the Earth Palace, one of the 3 Tiangong halls of the Soul Palace, is extremely hidden and unknown to ordinary people. However, as long as the people of the Soul Palace have contacts with people in Zhongzhou, it will not be absolutely secret. With the power of the Jiyu clan, it is not difficult to find out the location of the Earth Palace. There is a mountain range in the south of the central region. The terrain here is dangerous and rarely visited. In the depths of the mountain range, there is an extremely large black palace. Like the human palace destroyed by Ji Yufei before, there are countless thick iron chains outside this palace, and dense black fog is attached to the iron chains. Bang! At a certain moment, a terrifying palm print suddenly fell from the sky, and the palm print went straight to the black palace. Who dares to come to the Soul Palace to make trouble? Above the black palace, the space twisted for a while, and a black shadow appeared immediately. The black shadow's palm flashed quickly, and the sky full of black fog overflowed from its palm, colliding with the palm print that fell from the sky. However, it seemed difficult for him to deal with the palm print with his strength. After the black fog dissipated, he was repelled to the top of the black palace by the aftermath of the palm print. Seeing this scene, the strong men of the Soul Palace in the hall were all horrified. Unexpectedly, even that person was no match for these invading enemies. Thinking of the massacre of the human palace a few years ago, everyone was worried. A member of the ancient clan, the black fog that was repelled raised his head in surprise, revealing an extremely pale face. That face did not look very old, but rather like a teenager. But the tone of his speech was unusually gloomy, making people understand that his real age must not be as it appeared on the surface. Haha, you still have some knowledge. Ji Yushang, Ji Yunane, and Ji Yufei came here and looked at this person with a playful look. You are the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall. I heard that you have been looking for me in the past few years. Ji Yufei looked at the black-robed man and said meaningfully. Looking for you. You are the one who massacred the human palace a few years ago. Hearing Ji Yufei's words, the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall quickly reacted. After the human palace was massacred that year, he, the Deputy Hall Master, was severely punished by the clan. If it weren't for Hun Misheng's final plea, I'm afraid he would have to give up half of his life. Therefore, after Ji Yufei revealed his identity, the Deputy Master of the Soul Hall was filled with hatred. Because of you, I was punished by the clan. Today, I will crush you to ashes. The eyes of the Deputy Master of the Soul Hall suddenly turned cold, and his big hand grabbed Ji Yufei fiercely. The overwhelming black fog shot out from between his 5 fingers, turning into 5 huge chains, rushing towards Ji Yufei. HMPH, do you think we 2 old guys don't exist? Ji Yushang snorted and directly destroyed the 5 chains. On the other side of Ji Yunane, his figure kept flashing, and in the blink of an eye he approached the Deputy Master of the Soul Hall. With a palm strike, the Deputy Master of the Soul Hall was immediately repelled hundreds of meters, and a huge crack was blasted on the top of the giant hall. Damn it! The Soul Hall's Deputy Hall Master had a fierce look in his eyes, but it was just a bluff. He was a 3-star Do Sheng, and facing the siege of Ji Yufei and the other 2, he might die in a few more rounds. The next moment, the Soul Hall's Deputy Hall Master suddenly retreated, and at the same time, a silver jade slip emerged in his hand and crushed it. Suddenly, a strong space fluctuation spread rapidly. However, what frightened him was that after the space scroll was crushed, no space channel appeared. The diffuse space energy, after floating for a while, slowly dissipated. Do you think we didn't have any preparation before we took action? Ji Yushang looked at the Soul Hall's deputy hall master, whose face was gradually getting ugly, and said with a smile. The deputy master of the Soul Palace's face trembled slightly, and his heart finally sank completely. The Soul Clan has killed countless innocent people in Zhongzhou over the years. Today, I will let you taste the feeling of being slaughtered. Ji Yufei looked at the deputy master of the Soul Palace and said. Next, during the siege of 3 people, the deputy master of the Soul Palace met the King of Hell without surviving 3 moves. As for the other miscellaneous fish, they were wiped out by Ji Yufei and the others. After killing all the people in the Soul Palace, Ji Yushang and Ji Yunane also saw the large number of souls captured by the Soul Palace. What exactly does the Soul Palace want to do? Doubts arose in the hearts of Ji Yushang and the 2 of them. 2 seniors, look at what's underneath. After Ji Yufei released the souls trapped by the chains, he destroyed the giant black palace. Under the ruins of the huge palace, there was a group of soul light that was twice as large as the one encountered in the last human palace. It turns out that it is to draw out the soul origin. It is just a branch hall, but it has such a huge soul origin. Over the years, the accumulation of the Soul Palace is probably 10 times or even dozens of times that of this place. Ji Yunane and Ji Yushang finally realized the seriousness of the problem. So many soul origins are enough for a person's soul to easily reach the great perfection of heaven. Even, reaching the legendary Emperor Realm Soul. Chapter 220. 62.7%. Now, don't the 2 seniors still think that the Soul Palace is just an inconspicuous force? Ji Yufei said with a serious expression. No, not to mention what the purpose of the Soul Palace is, just this method of killing countless innocent creatures should be completely destroyed. Such an evil force is not allowed to exist in the world. Ancient Bear shook his head. He couldn't stand this kind of indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Then what to do with these soul origins? Although these things were transformed by evil means, they have already been formed, so there is no reason to throw them away and waste them. Ji Yufei, you are an alchemist. Absorbing these soul essences will be of great benefit to improving soul power. Next, Ji Yushang and Ji Yunane decided to let Ji Yufei deal with the soul light group. Ji Yufei didn't refuse either. He really needs to use these things to enhance his soul power. However, if you want to be promoted to the Emperor Realm Soul, relying on these soul origins alone is not enough. You can only add up to a small amount. After taking away the soul source, Ji Yufei and others did not stay, but returned directly to the ancient world. Through this incident, many people among the senior officials of the ancient clan began to really pay attention to Qihan Palace, a powerful force in Zhongzhou. Damn. Shortly after Ji Yufei and the others left the ruins of the underground palace, a black figure descended here. This man was dressed in a black robe, and his face was not outstanding at all. He looked ordinary, just like an ordinary person. His hands that slipped out of the sleeves of his robe were also slightly rough. However, such an ordinary figure has a great reputation in Zhongzhou. This person's identity is none other than the master of the Soul Palace, Soul Destruction. The entire Soul Palace has developed and grown to its current level under his single-handed control. However, in the past few years, the Human Palace and the Earth Palace among the 3 palaces of Tiangong have been destroyed one after another. Such losses are immeasurable for the Soul Palace, and the strong ones will lose most of them. Moreover, all the soul origin accumulated over the past 100 years has been taken away, which will seriously affect the development of the Soul Clan's plan. The murderer, the ancient clan. Hun Mie Sheng looked down over the ruins. Suddenly, he saw large characters made up of several ravines in the ruins, and he clenched his fists. The ancient clan is going too far to bully others. Hun Misheng, who had always been calm, could not control his anger at this moment. However, the opponent is an ancient tribe, and this kind of thing is not something he can solve. Ancient world. Since Ji Yufei came back, he immediately started to digest the origin of the soul. He does not need to worry about external affairs. No matter how angry the Soul Clan is, it is impossible to attack the ancient world, and the elders will deal with it. After absorbing this ball of soul light, Ji Yufei's soul power doubled than before. However, the soul realm still remains in the heavenly realm of Zochan. Calculating the time, the space trade fair above Zhongzhou should start soon. Ji Yufei silently counted the time in his heart. Space fair is a quite unfamiliar word in Zhongzhou. Looking at the entire continent, only the top forces and powerful people can know some information about the space trade fair. The organizer of this so-called space trade fair is not a single powerful person or sect, but 3 sects whose reputations are not very famous on weekdays have joined forces to maintain order. These 3 sects are Dixing sect, Kongshuanmen and Zhanbaoshan. In terms of reputation, these 3 sects are probably not as famous as Sifang Pavilion. But when it comes to their strength, even forces like the Tianming sect don't dare to underestimate them. Above Zhongzhou, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The so-called 1 palace, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys and 4 square pavilions cannot be summarized at all. Many sects have never been exposed to the eyes of ordinary powerful people just because of their sect style. In recent years, the Space Trade Fair, jointly sponsored by the 3 sects, has become more and more powerful, and many powerful people from the hidden world are sometimes attracted to it. Because even heaven-level fighting skills are not extremely rare here. Of course, under normal circumstances, there are still very few people from ancient races participating. Especially the proud ancient tribe. I don't even care about the space trade fair. But this time, Ji Yufei wanted to go there in person, because at the auction, there was likely to be a remnant picture of the pure lotus demon fire, as well as the 9-color rough stone that Xun'er needed. The reason why it is possible is that Ji Yufei himself does not know whether the butterfly effect will occur when he has been wandering outside these years. Will this change some of the things that happened in the original work? Xun'er, are you interested in accompanying me to an auction? Ji Yufei found the little medical fairy and the others. The little medical fairy hasn't answered yet, but the 2 little guys Xianxia and Wu Shuang are very interested and want to go out and see something. Don't even think about it, you 2 little guys. Ji Yufei refused without hesitation. He should be receiving special attention from the Soul Clan now, and it would be very risky to go out. It's not safe to go there with your kids. Go out and take a look. I really haven't gone out much in the past few years. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded. Since she last returned to the small valley of the northwest continent for a period of time, she has not been out of the ancient world and has been taking care of her children. Now that the child is older and has playmates, she can finally go out with Ji Yufei to relax. Soon, Ji Yufei left the ancient world with the little medical fairy and Xun'er. As for the 2 children, Qing Lin and Ling Shi took care of them. The venue for the space fair is located in a barren desert in the north and south regions of Zhongzhou. On ordinary days, the wind and sand are raging, making this place completely uninhabited. Ordinary people would never imagine that this place, where even wild beasts don't want to step foot, is actually the place where the highest level trade fair in Zhongzhou is held. Call out. Outside the desert, the sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded in the clear sky. Is this here? The little medical fairy looked up at the desert where the yellow sand was raging in front of her, and said with some surprise. It should be. Ji Yufei smiled and nodded. He could sense many strong men approaching around him. Next, Ji Yufei flew through the void towards the depths of the desert. The roaring yellow sand storm along the way will automatically disappear when it approaches 100 meters away from his body, and behind him, Xun'er and the little medical fairy are also following closely. The sandstorm, which is extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, does not offer the slightest resistance to them. After a while, the 3 of them arrived deep in the desert and climbed an extremely steep sand mountain. In front of the site, in the depression of the towering sand mountain, a black hole in space with a size of 100 feet was slowly rotating, and waves of suction slowly spread out from it. Go in. Ji Yufei held Xun'er's 2 small hands and rushed into the black hole without any hesitation. Chapter 221. After entering the black hole in space, Ji Yufei could clearly feel that someone was exploring him. But he didn't care. This power had no malicious intent, it was just for exploration. After all, when an auction is held, the staff must also pay attention to the safety and order of the venue. After a moment, the world in front of the 3 people had transformed into a small town. This is Space Town, the venue for the Space Trade Fair. Although this place is not as vast as our ancient world, it is quite sufficient as a trading location. Ji Yufei held the hands of the two women, looked at the crowded street, and said with a smile. Xun'er and the little medical fairy nodded. Being able to carve out a space specifically as a trading location is quite a feat. Although the space is not large, it is not something that can be opened by just anyone. Feel free to take a look, the things here should be pretty good. Ji Yufei led the two girls for a stroll. On both sides of these streets, there are some bluestone platforms. On the stone platform, there are some scrolls, jade bottles, weapon magic cores and other things floating. Heavenly Demon Kick, an advanced Earth-level fighting skill. Taiyan Ju, an advanced Earth-level technique. Transformation Pill, a 7th grade high-level pill. 10,000 Years Blood Spirit Ginseng. Along the way, Xun'er and the little medical fairy had smiles on their pretty faces. They are happy, not because the items here are extremely precious, but because they are simply relaxed. That kind of life of fighting and killing is not what they want. This kind of buying and selling is the life that women want to live. The street was not long, only a few hundred meters long. When they found that they had reached the end, they looked back with some lingering interest. Suddenly, Xun'er's steps stopped, and Ji Yufei's steps also stopped. She looked along where Xun'er was looking. It turned out to be a colorful stone. This stone was about half the size of a fist. There were 7 extremely clear lines on its surface, and it had a faint, special energy spread out from it. 9 colored rough stones. It seems that the old guy selling things at this stall has not been affected by me. I hope that the remaining demon fire pictures will still appear in the space auction in the future. Ji Yufei looked happy. Great, this is a colorful rough stone. Sister Xun'er just needs it. The little medical fairy stretched out her hand and poked Ji Yufei's waist, signaling Ji Yufei to buy it quickly. The so-called 7-color rough stone she was talking about was a special mutated spiritual stone, and it had a lot to do with the 7-color sky-swallowing python. It is said that only in the place where the colorful sky-swallowing python fell, there will be some chance of such colorful rough stones appearing. The colorful raw stone that absorbs the blood of the sky-swallowing python will produce an extremely unique energy, and this energy is a real tonic for the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Behind the stone platform, an old man with a skinny face was sitting cross-legged weakly. Old sir, how can I exchange the colorful rough stones? Ji Yufei stepped forward and asked with a faint smile. 2 8th grade elixirs with 3 color elixirs or above. After hearing Ji Yufei's words, the skinny old man raised his eyes slightly and said slowly. Make a deal. Although the colorful rough stones cannot be sold at such a high price, Ji Yufei will not bargain for 2 8th grade elixirs. Moreover, this is something Xun'er likes very much, and I believe Xun'er has noticed the clues. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yufei threw a jade bottle over, grabbed the colorful rough stone at the same time, turned around and walked away from the stall. The skinny old man was stunned for a moment, then grabbed the jade bottle in front of him and examined the elixir inside. It's his grandma's fault. Could it be that I got the wrong product this time? But it's obviously a colorful rough stone. What about that kid? The skinny old man murmured in confusion, but apparently no one came to answer his doubts. Give. After walking a few steps, Ji Yufei handed the colorful rough stone in his hand to Xun'er. Sister Xun'er, my husband is so kind to you. This colorful rough stone is obviously not worth 2 8th grade elixirs, but my husband just bought it for you without blinking an eye. The little medical fairy said with a smile. She didn't show any jealousy, she was just happy. Xun'er took the colorful rough stone, and a happy smile appeared on her cold cheeks. However, my husband did not buy the loss. Ordinary people only know that in the place where the 7-colored sky-swallowing python's body fell, there is a chance that the 7-colored rough stone will be born, but they don't know that if more than 107-color sky-swallowing python's body fell in one place at the same time, then there is a chance 8-color or even 9-color rough stones are born. However, it is almost impossible for hundreds of 7-color sky-swallowing pythons to die in the same place. Therefore, ordinary people almost only know about the 7-color rough stones, but they do not know about the 7-color rough stones, and there are 8 colors and 9 colors. As for the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, the true pinnacle is not called this name, but the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. However, among the group of sky-swallowing pythons, only the ancestor of the sky-swallowing python with the strongest bloodline seems to have reached this level. Having passed this state, this is the memory flowing in the bloodline inheritance of the sky-swallowing python. Ordinary people, even you, have no idea. Hearing Kair's words, Ji Yufei was not surprised at all, but the little medical fairy looked a little surprised, obviously he had never heard of it. No wonder, only Sister Kair can recognize this kind of thing. The little medical fairy said curiously, then the rough stone we bought, is it 8 colors or the highest grade 9 colors? Hearing this, Kair's nails scratched her jade fingers, and a drop of blood fell on the original stone. I saw that after the 7th colorful pattern on the smooth surface of the stone, another colorful pattern slowly wriggled out. It's just the 8-colored rough stone. What a pity. Seeing this, the little medical fairy felt a little regretful. If this was the 9-color rough stone, Kair would have really made a lot of money this time. Don't worry, wait a little longer, maybe it will change. Ji Yufei smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Kair and the little medical fairy's eyes became a little more expectant, and they stared at the original stone closely. Kair even gently rubbed the surface of the original stone with her fingers. The next moment, after the 8th colorful pattern, another extremely thin and small pattern appeared silently. 9 colors, 9 colors of raw stones. Seeing the tiny lines that had just appeared, Kair couldn't help but feel excited. Husband, luckily you didn't buy it just now because you thought the price was too expensive. Kair was so excited that she left a red lip mark on Ji Yufei's face. Leprechaun. Ji Yufei felt the remaining softness and comfort on his cheeks and placed his hands on Kair's slim waist. Okay, there is nothing to visit in this space town. Next, let's go to a higher level trade fair. Chapter 222. Soon, Ji Yufei, Kair, and the little medical fairy stopped at the end of a street. This should obviously be the end of Space Town, and the surrounding area seems empty, no longer as noisy as before. And here, an ancient attic stands here, a kind of vicissitudes, and the ancient flavor permeates from the attic. Outside this ancient attic, there are 2 old men standing here. They are like statues, their bodies motionless. The cultivation of these 2 people has reached the level of 6-star Dozun, and strong men of this level are only used to look at the gate. It can be seen that the standards of the space fair here are very high. Come on, let's go in. Ji Yufei took Kair and the little medical fairy directly to the door and flicked his finger. A ray of red light swept out from between his finger sleeves and shot towards the 2 old men, before being firmly caught by the latter and turned into a red jade post. Please. After receiving the red light, the faces of the 2 expressionless old men also fluctuated slightly, and their cloudy eyes looked at Ji Yufei and his party. Then, one of them bent slightly, waved his sleeves, and 3 black rays of light swept towards Ji Yufei and the others, and then floated in front of them, revealing a jet-black cloak. Most of the people who entered have concealed their identities. After all, their wealth is not revealed. This thing can defend against detection by others. Ji Yufei explained with a smile, and immediately put on his cloak. Seeing this, Kair and the little medical fairy also put it on. Next, the 3 of them stepped into this ancient pavilion together. You 3, please follow me. An old man in gray clothes walked quickly from one side and whispered to the 3 of them. Ji Yufei didn't say anything and followed calmly. After a few minutes, he stopped in front of a bronze door. The old man also paused here, bowed his hands to Ji Yufei, and quietly retreated without saying any more nonsense. Let's go in. As Ji Yufei spoke, he reached out and slowly pushed open the ancient bronze door. Inside, there is an ancient palace about the size of half a square. There are many stone chairs in the ancient palace. There are already many people sitting on these chairs at the moment. The entry of Ji Yufei and the other 2 people also attracted some glances, but they immediately moved away. Ji Yufei didn't respond at all to these glances. He directly led the 2 women into a row of relatively remote seats and sat down. There are many people here, so we should take precautions, otherwise it will be inconvenient to talk. The 3 of them sat down, and Ji Yufei used the power of space to surround them. Boom! After waiting for a short while, a melodious and clear bell suddenly rang in this quiet ancient palace. In the center of the hall, an old man with white hair and beard slowly appeared in the twisted space. The old man is the owner of Baojian Mountain. The old man of Baoshan has regarded countless treasures in his life. He is also the host of this auction. Haha, it's another space fair, everyone, stay safe. The old man Baoshan glanced around the hall. However, no one present responded to his voice of greeting, which seemed a little embarrassing. Ahem, Since everyone has almost arrived, there is no need to say any more nonsense. This space fair starts now. Old Baoshan coughed dryly. Almost everyone became serious at this time, looking forward to the auction items. Let's start the auction of the first item of this space fair. Old man Baoshan touched the void with his palm in front of him, and a pair of forest white bone wings appeared. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder coming from inside the ancient wings. The demon phoenix wings have appeared, and I hope that the remaining pictures will also appear. Ji Yufei had expectations in his heart. Demon phoenix wings, the wings of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. If you refine them into flying fighting skills, no one at the same level will be able to catch up with you in speed. It is really necessary to kill people and escape. Things to prepare. Old man Baoshan said with a smile. He was not afraid of offending the Sky Demon Phoenix clan if he said anything. The owner of this Demon Phoenix wing wants to exchange for an 8th grade elixir that has experienced 4-color elixirs. So, if you are interested, please make an offer. After old man Baoshan finished speaking, the hall fell into silence again. Ji Yufei was communicating with Xun'er, the little medical fairy, but he had no interest in it at all. I want it. There was silence for a few minutes before a figure wrapped in a cloak spoke, casually throwing out a jade bottle. Is there anyone who bids higher than this one? There was silence all around, and no sound was made, and old Baoshan was not surprised. The original owner of this demon phoenix wing is only around the 6-star Dozun. It is good to be able to exchange for an 8th grade elixir with 4-color elixirs. If there are more, no one will compete. After all, it is not worth it. Seeing that no one spoke, old man Baoshan smiled, flicked his fingers, and the demon phoenix wings in front of him flew directly towards the first bidder. This transaction is very simple. Both parties deliver the goods at the same time, but the things they bring out are all very expensive. Haha, our second auction item today. After completing the first transaction, old man Baoshan smiled, and something flashed in front of him again, which was a pale golden scroll. Vajra Glazed Body, a low-level heavenly rank fighting skill. This fighting skill was created by the Glazed Saint 1,000 years ago. If it is cultivated to the peak, the body is like a diamond. It is a powerful fighting skill that combines attack and defense. When this fighting skill appeared, Ji Yufei also became a little interested. Although he has no shortage of heavenly rank, this kind of physical fighting skill is still worth learning. In the future, if Ji Yufei wants to create his own physical fighting skill, he can also learn from it. It seems that my husband wants to buy this fighting skill. Xun'er noticed Ji Yufei's eyes and smiled. Well, with my physical strength, there is no problem practicing this fighting skill. Ji Yufei nodded with a smile. The owner of this fighting skill wants to exchange for a low-level heavenly rank water system skill. In the center of the hall, the old man Baoshan introduced the price with a smile. In the hall, there are quite a few people who are quite interested in this fighting skill. So someone soon made a bid. In less than 2 minutes, 4 scrolls were thrown into the hands of the old man Baoshan. It was obvious that 4 people were interested in the Vajra glass body at the same time. Ji Yufei thought of something, so he did not participate in the auction. Doesn't my husband have a water-based technique? Xun'er said with some regret. No problem. Ji Yufei waved his hand, without regret. Soon, the transaction of the Vajra glass body was completed, and the other 3 people snorted unhappily, obviously a little unhappy. In the following auctions, the items that appeared were more and more dazzling. From fighting skills to techniques, from elixirs to natural treasures, from weapons to medicine cauldrons, etc. However, although these auction items are quite rare for ordinary people, Ji Yufei did not buy them. Until a volume of poison scripture called Tianyu Poison Classic appeared, Ji Yufei did not hesitate to use 2 5-color pill Thunder 8th grade pills to help Xianxia buy it. The so-called Heavenly Poison Code was created by a Dou Sheng master named Tianyu Poison Saint thousands of years ago. This Dou Sheng master loved to use poisons, so he also left behind a volume of methods for refining many kinds of strange poisons. Some of these poisons are so strong that even Dou Zun masters would be miserable if they were touched. For Xianxia, this poison code is very useful. It not only allows her to prepare poisons for her own practice, but also for fighting against enemies. Chapter 223. 63.5%. The transaction was successfully completed with items that were extremely rare in the outside world. The atmosphere in the main hall was also a lot more heated by these things. Now, let's start the auction of the last second item of this fair. Old man Baoshan smiled, gently held his palm in front of him, and a yellowed ancient leather paper appeared in his hand. Very good, very good. This thing has appeared here without any accident. The 4 remaining demon fire pictures have finally been put together. The moment this piece of ancient leather paper appeared, Ji Yufei nodded secretly in his heart. Ji Yufei was already very familiar with this residual picture and had been waiting for it for many years. Ji Yufei was still worried before because his activities in Zhongzhou over the years would bring about some butterfly effects, but now it seems that he is obviously overly worried. The continent is so huge, and the place he has visited is only a small part. Haha, after our research, we came to the final conclusion that this residual picture is related to the legendary Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Old man Baoshan introduced the remaining pictures. Attracted the attention of everyone present. Pure Lotus Demon Fire, this is the 3rd strange fire on the list of strange fires. Most of the people here are well aware of the power of this strange fire that only exists in legends, how terrifying it is. That is a kind of power that destroys heaven and earth. In the main hall, fiery eyes were staring at the fragmented picture. Although this residual picture is not the real Pure Lotus Demon Fire. But if you get it, it is a chance to know some information related to the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. And if you can follow the clues, if you are lucky enough to get the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, the benefits will be endless. Haha, the owner of this broken picture wants to exchange it for some pills. Old man Baoshan smiled slightly, then scanned the audience and said, "Now, I announce that the bidding has begun, please come." In the main hall, there were obviously many people interested in this residual picture. At that moment, an old and hoarse voice sounded. 3 6-color elixirs of the 8th grade. 4 8th grade elixirs with 6-color elixirs. 5. In the main hall, in less than 2 minutes, the sound of bidding suddenly made the atmosphere heated up. Ji Yufei has no bids for the time being. The bidding prices rose rapidly under the shouts of unwillingness to give in. 5 7-color elixirs of the 8th grade. After a moment, a cold shout with a slightly fiery tone suddenly sounded. This price has made many people start to shrink back, and they are no longer qualified to continue. An 8th grade elixir of 8-color elixir. At this time, Ji Yufei made a tentative bid. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a low uproar in the hall. 3. However, the other party's price increase was even stronger. It tripled all of a sudden. The bidder was a thin figure wearing a cloak. Under the cloak, stern eyes shot towards Ji Yufei like sharp arrows. It seems that he wants to rely on his strong strength to force Ji Yufei not to increase the price. Ji Yufei waved his sleeves casually, and the pressure was easily resolved. 8. Ji Yufei bid again. Haha, this friend bids for 8 8-color elixirs. Does anyone else want to bid? Old Baoshan said with a smile. Obviously, this kind of bid has reached a level that many people in the hall look up to, and everyone thinks that it cannot be higher. If you can offer a higher price than this for an 8th grade elixir of 9-color elixir, then this residual map will be yours. The thin man in black robe said coldly. This guy is really crazy. Seeing that the man in black robe actually took out elixirs of the level of 9-color Pill Thunder, everyone present took a deep breath and shook their heads secretly in their hearts. That guy is going to fight with my husband to death, and he actually offered such a high price. Kair's face was a little cold. At this moment, she wanted to grab the residual picture directly. Haha, take it if you want. Ji Yufei smiled and did not continue to increase the price. He already had a plan in mind. The 8th grade elixir of the 9-color Danlei was good enough for the people around him to eat. Why waste it at such an auction? Anyway, the man in black robe was already dead in Ji Yufei's heart. Hey, the skinny man in black robe laughed strangely in a low voice when he saw Ji Yufei no longer raising the price. Then, he turned his eyes to the old man Baoshan in the center of the hall. With a wave of his hand, a snow-white little rabbit appeared in his hand. As soon as this rabbit appeared, a strong fragrance of red pepper spread here. Stroking the little rabbit with his palm, the skinny man in black robe also felt a little painful. But in the end, he chose to exchange. My friend, the transaction is completed, and the remaining picture of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire is yours. Baoshan old man completed the transaction quickly. Haha, The last item in our space trade fair is not an item, but a piece of information. Although this information may spread across Zhongzhou soon, we should still have first-hand news here. Old man Baoshan said this because Ji Yufei had lost interest in this auction. Because what old man Baoshan is going to say next is not a secret to Ji Yufei. The ancient Bodhi tree that is said to be able to make people become saints on the spot has appeared again after a lapse of 10,000 years. Ancient Bodhi tree. The words of the old man Baoshan were undoubtedly like a bomb, and instantly caused an uproar in the entire hall. The ancient Bodhi tree, if you want to rank the natural treasures on the Dou Qi Continent, it must be among the top 3. The ancient Bodhi tree, in some ancient books, is also known as the wisdom reincarnation tree. This tree grows once every 1,000 years, and it matures only when it has 100 rounds. Such a long time is enough for time to corrode anything. But the ancient Bodhi tree is outside of time, it can almost be regarded as one of the most ancient species on the continent. According to the records of some ancient books, there seems to be only one ancient Bodhi tree growing in this world. It has wisdom. Every time it appears, it will hide deep in the earth's core, and no one can find it. However, when the next time comes again, it will appear in the world again. The ancient Bodhi tree, become a saint on the spot. This is not an empty statement. The ancient Bodhi tree contains the Bodhi heart. Those who obtain it can turn their hearts into Bodhi and become saints with just a wave of their hands. This almost godlike effect is enough to make everyone crazy. If anyone can obtain this Bodhi heart, it means that he has a pass to become a Dou Sheng and enter the top level of this world. Moreover, even if the Bodhi heart is excluded, even the Bodhi seeds that are slightly inferior to it can greatly increase the chance of success in becoming a Dou Sheng. Although it is not as terrifying as the Bodhi heart, it also has an irresistible temptation for some Dou Zun peak people. Combining all these, the attraction of the ancient Bodhi tree to those top powerhouses has almost reached a crazy level. It is conceivable that if this news is spread, it will cause a great commotion in Zhongzhou. Chapter 224. 63.8%. Old Man Baoshan, where is the place where the ancient Bodhi tree was born? The shock in the hall lasted for a while, and finally someone asked first. After the voice fell, all the eyes in the audience gathered on Old Man Baoshan. Haha, don't worry, since I have said it, I will not hide my shortcomings. Old Man Baoshan smiled and said, everyone is familiar with the place where the ancient Bodhi tree was born. That is, the ancient domain of Mangwang located in the northeastern border of Zhongzhou. Ancient domain of Mangwang. Hearing this, exclamations immediately rang out in the hall. The ancient domain of Mangwang is almost the oldest place on the Dou Qi Continent today. At the same time, it is also a forbidden place for all humans. There, the weather is bad, poisonous miasma is everywhere, and there are many ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts there are bloodthirsty and violent. Although they are not very smart, their strength is extremely terrifying. Even if they are strong men at the peak of Dou Zun, they may not dare to say that they can come out alive smoothly after entering. However, no one expected that the place where the ancient Bodhi tree was born would be in this wild ancient domain. My husband, no wonder the host of the auction released this information. With their strength, entering the wild ancient domain alone would be a death sentence. They want to attract more people to enter so that they can fish in troubled waters. Xun'er understood this matter very clearly. Yeah. It's very close to the east domain. If you want to go there, it's not a big deal. Ji Yufei nodded in agreement. For the ancient Bodhi tree, Ji Yufei was determined to get it this time. Although the ancient Bodhi tree was not particularly helpful to a strong man of his level. However, Ji Yufei could take the treasures from it to make his relatives grow quickly. According to the arrogance of the ancient races, most of them would only send the younger generation to experience. Ji Yufei would not be so arrogant. Getting the things in hand was the most practical. In the hall, the atmosphere was quiet for a while, and people stood up one after another and then left the hall. Let's go too. Ji Yufei led Xianxia and Xun'er away. Husband, wait, are you going to get the remaining map of the demon fire? Leaving the space town, Xun'er smiled and spoke softly. She had already figured out Ji Yufei's thoughts. The reason why she didn't raise the price before was that she was thinking about snatching it after the auction. And the Vajra glass body. I have observed that the people who bought those two things are the same group. Xianxia also smiled. Haha, you two have guessed me, and you can't hide anything. Ji Yufei smiled bitterly and nodded. If I were an ordinary person, I wouldn't do such a thing of killing and robbing, but those guys just now can't be considered human anymore. What do you mean by this, husband? Xun'er and Xianxia were a little confused. Those people are from a lewd sect called Yunyu sect. This sect cultivates meat tripods to improve its strength. And this so-called meat tripod is to select talented girls, give them the practice method, practice hard for more than 10 years, and then use the unique intercourse method of Yunyu sect to absorb the fighting spirit in their bodies. The women whose fighting spirit is absorbed will die of old age within 10 days. Ji Yufei explained, it is really a shameless sect. Hearing what Ji Yufei said, Xun'er and Xianxia's cheeks were also slightly cold. For such people, we kill and rob, which can be regarded as eliminating harm for the world. At this moment, Xun'er and Xianxia both surged with murderous intent. Here it comes, looking along Ji Yufei's line of sight. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder, and then 3 black rays suddenly rushed from the horizon. When the 3 were about to enter the mountain where Ji Yufei and the other 2 were, they suddenly felt something and stopped instantly. It's you. Why, you failed to win the bid just now, so you want to kill people and rob goods here. You dare to rob our 3 scorpion demons, I have to say, you are very brave. The 3 people felt Ji Yufei's breath, and were stunned at first, and then said in a yin and yang tone. Obviously, they have not realized the danger. You are wrong. This time, I am not killing people and robbing goods, but eliminating the 3 evils for the world. As Ji Yufei finished speaking, a huge pressure erupted invisibly, and in the sky, the 3 scorpion demons were squeezed into meat paste by a huge pressure. They didn't see how Ji Yufei made a move until they died. After they died, Ji Yufei naturally took away the 3 of them. In addition to the remaining map of the demon fire, there was also the previous volume of the Vajra glazed body fighting skill. Let's go. Ji Yufei didn't care about killing a few Dou Zun peaks at all, and quickly left with the 2 women. Soon, Ji Yufei and the other 2 appeared in a secluded mountain range somewhere in Zhongzhou. Because he was worried that the strange phenomena brought by piecing together the remaining map of the demon fire would be known by his clansmen, Ji Yufei chose to finish it before returning. This was not because he was worried about his clansmen, but because he was guarding against the spies planted by the Soul Clan. If the Soul Clan knew that he had obtained all the remaining maps of the demon fire, then it would be much more difficult to obtain the pure lotus demon fire. In the cave, Ji Yufei took out all the remaining maps and slowly pieced them together according to the traces of the lines. When the last ancient map was placed in place, a landscape pattern did appear on the complete ancient map, but this so-called pattern was also quite ordinary, without any specific target or route. It looked like a landscape painting drawn casually. The remaining map of the demon fire is not that simple, there must be other mysteries. Xun'er and Xianxia stared at the landscape painting, but they were not discouraged. Well, the secret in it needs to be calcined with strange fire to reveal it. As soon as the voice fell, a ball of strange fire suddenly rose in Ji Yufei's palm, and directly swept the ancient map in. This ancient map can't be burned. Xun'er was very surprised. She knew the power of Ji Yufei's strange fire. Unexpectedly, the ancient map that seemed to be torn apart by a tear was actually motionless, and there was no sign of turning into ashes. What is this remaining map made of? Xianxia was also very curious. You know, Ji Yufei's strange fire is a fusion of 5 kinds of strange fire, and its power can burn mountains and boil seas. As the flames became more and more fierce, the lines on the ancient map slowly became brighter, as if they were about to break out of the map. At a certain moment, the ancient map suddenly trembled. Those lines flew directly from the ancient map. Finally, they turned into ancient characters, floating in the air in front of everyone. 2 moons appeared at the same time. 9 stars became 1. The tide of heaven and earth. The demon fire descended. Chapter 225. Husband, what do these words mean? Looking at these lines of ancient text, Xun'er and the little medical fairy frowned almost at the same time. 2 moons appearing together and 9 stars forming one body are a special kind of landscape of heaven and earth. This kind of landscape can only be seen once in 1,000 years, and the tides of heaven and earth are a strange phenomenon caused by this kind of landscape of heaven and earth. The last sentence means that on the day when the tide of heaven and earth appears, the pure lotus demon fire will also come to this world. Ji Yufei explained with a smile. It only happens once in 1,000 years. The little Dr. Fairy looked disappointed. This time was a little too long. The last time this kind of heaven and earth phenomenon occurred was 997 years ago, which means that in 3 years, the demon fire will come to the world. Ji Yufei explained with a smile. As for why this is the case, it is because the seal placed by the pure lotus demon saint will be severely weakened by the tide of heaven and earth. Only at this time will pure lotus demon fire choose to break through the seal. By then, many people in the world will be able to clearly sense the arrival of the demon fire. And this incomplete picture is the backup plan left behind by the pure lotus demon saint. So that's it. The little medical fairy and Xun'er nodded. At this moment, Ji Yufei touched Ji Yu with his palm. At this moment, the demon lotus pattern on the ancient map suddenly squirmed and turned into a beam of electricity like a living thing, which shot directly into Ji Yufei's eyebrows. The sudden change also caused Xun'er and the little Dr. Fairy's expressions to change drastically. Husband. The pretty faces of Xun'er and little medical fairy both turned pale due to fright. This ancient picture is so weird that no one knows whether it is good or bad. Don't worry, it's okay. Ji Yufei gave the two women a reassuring smile. His soul power sensed the white light group entrenched between his eyebrows. Regarding this white light group, Ji Yufei was not worried at all that it would hurt him. What on earth was that just now? This is what was left behind by the pure lotus demon saint back then, the one who was closest to Dou Emperor. Ji Yufei explained. Jinglian demon saint, although there are some evil things in the records, he is also an upright person, and he should not do anything too shameless. Ah, Xun'er's face showed worry again. Because Ji Yufei's reason is a bit too far-fetched, and if he said it, he would not say it. Just have a lucky mentality. However, Xun'er saw that Ji Yufei was so sure that nothing would happen, so she didn't continue to ask. Because Ji Yufei never does anything he is not sure about. Okay, let's go back to the ancient world first. Ji Yufei ignored what was in his eyebrows and returned to the ancient world with the two girls. Half a month later, ancient world, in a large hall. Several elders of the ancient clan were sitting in high positions. Below, a group of young powerful men from the ancient tribe gathered here, most of them were high-level fighting masters. Among them, Ji Yuqingyang and Xun'er are both at the peak of Dou Zun and are reaching the semi-saint level. The ancient Bodhi tree is about to appear in the world. This time, it is up to you, the younger generation, to go there as a kind of experience. An ancient clan elder said with a smile. Even if it was an opportunity like the ancient Bodhi tree, they didn't attach much importance to it. After all, treasures like Bodhicitta are rumored to only have the effect of making people instantly holy. For these ancient fighting saints, it seems that Bodhicitta no longer has much appeal. Of course, there is also a part of the reason why Bodhicitta cannot be obtained every time. In addition, this kind of thing has been around for a long time and is just a rumor. No one can confirm it. Don't worry, we will definitely complete this battle over the ancient Bodhi tree. Ji Yuqingyang and others all spoke together. They just need to stay in the ancient world this time. I'll go there myself. At this moment, Ji Yufei appeared in the hall. His words made everyone doubtful. Master Ji Yufei, what do you mean? An ancient clan elder asked politely. This time, I will go get the ancient Bodhi tree if I have any chance. They don't have to go. Ji Yufei said again. Nowadays, the ancient clan and the soul clan are engaged in various confrontations. If we continue to let the younger generation of geniuses from the ancient clan practice, they may be ambushed by strong men from the soul clan's fighting saint realm. Because people from the soul clan will find ways to avenge the past few times. Well, since you have this idea, Master Ji Yufei, then it's decided. As Ji Yufei finished speaking, several ancient clan elders in the hall agreed. Nowadays, Ji Yufei's voice can rank among the top 5 in the ancient world. Brother Ji Yufei, this is a rare opportunity for training. Please let me go with you. Xun'er looked at Ji Yufei closely with a hint of hope in his eyes. During her last trip to the heavenly tomb, she experienced Ji Yufei's concern for her. This time in the wilderness ancient territory, she also wanted to create opportunities for solitude. I'll take you there and make you a burden. Ji Yufei refused Xun'er's request without hesitation. Miss Xun'er, you are of divine blood. The Soul Clan has wanted to do something wrong to you before. This time, it's better not to go. The elder of the ancient clan also spoke at this time. Ji Yuqingyang, Ji Yuyao and others did not refute Ji Yufei's words, because they felt that Ji Yufei must have his own reasons for doing so. Why can't I go? Xun'er was very disappointed at this time. She found that today, she and Ji Yufei had such a huge difference in the right to speak in the ancient clan. Ji Yufei's words could make the elders decide not to let the other young people go to the wild ancient domain. After Ji Yufei finished speaking, he left the ancient world alone. This time, he did not bring anyone with him because he was worried about the ambush of the Soul Clan. In the outside world, Zhongzhou has been in a state of unrest in the past half-month. Countless forces have sent advance personnel to approach the wild ancient domain. However, the real main force has not really set off yet. Because they are waiting for the moment to confirm that the intelligence is true. When Ji Yufei left the ancient world, a ray of morning light broke through the earth's shackles and cast the sun on the continent. In the northeastern sky of Zhongzhou, an extremely special clear air, like a wave, suddenly swept from the sky. On the continent, everyone who inhaled this clear air had almost the same image in their minds. It was an ancient towering tree. A breath of wisdom emanated from the ancient tree. This was the ancient Bodhi tree. At this moment, Zhongzhou was finally in an uproar. Brother Ji Yufei, if you don't let me go, I will go anyway. An hour after Ji Yufei left the ancient world, Xun'er secretly left the ancient world and headed towards the northeast of Zhongzhou. Chapter 226. 64.4%. The Mengwang ancient territory is located outside the northeast of Zhongzhou. It doesn't take long for Ji Yufei to get there from the ancient territory. During this period of time on the road, Ji Yufei also saw an overwhelming flow of people in the same direction as him. Obviously, the goal of these people was to rush to the ancient wilderness. The attraction of the ancient Bodhi tree made these guys forget the horror of the ancient wilderness. Mengwang town is the human city closest to the Mengwang ancient domain, but there are not many people living here usually. Moreover, because of the evil reputation of the wilderness ancient territory, few people come here. Therefore, this town is deserted almost all year round. But it's different now. The emergence of the ancient Bodhi tree attracted countless people, and this deserted town suddenly became extremely popular. Everyone in the world is prosperous. Looking at the huge crowd gathered here, Ji Yufei sighed softly. Most of these people entered the wilderness ancient territory and became nothing more than cannon fodder. Otherwise, the space exchange would not deliberately announce such news. At this moment, in front of Ji Yufei's sight was a primeval forest filled with ancient atmosphere. Giant trees that are hundreds of feet tall stand here like giants. The shade of the trees blocks out the sun, making it difficult for even the sunlight from the sky to pour in. Looking around, the depths of the forest were filled with a heart-stopping darkness. Occasionally, ferocious roars of beasts came from it, making people's hearts tremble. After the words fell, Ji Yufei didn't stop at all. He wrapped himself with the power of space. Rushed straight into the ancient forest. Outside the forest, the air was filled with poisonous insects that were so small that they were invisible to the naked eye, but they posed no threat to Ji Yufei. There were many corpses lying on the forest floor, many of them dead from poison. Looking at this, Ji Yufei didn't feel the slightest bit of compassion. Since these people chose to come here, it meant that they were ready to die. Because he was carrying the Bodhi seed, Ji Yufei could roughly sense the direction of the ancient Bodhi tree. An hour later, he arrived at the central area of the Mengwang ancient territory. The ferocious beasts here are different from the outside world. Although they are powerful, they have low intelligence, which also leads to the fact that even some 7th level and even 8th level ferocious beasts have not transformed. Pung, pung. As Ji Yufei entered the middle of the ancient wilderness, ferocious beasts that were not afraid of death were constantly rushing towards him with their bloody mouths open. However, when these ferocious beasts get close to Ji Yufei's 100-foot range, they will be shaken by a force so that their flesh and blood will break into pieces and die. A few hours later, Ji Yufei came to a place called Guyu Terrace. Ancient Domain Terrace. It is said that in ancient times, this place was once an ancient battlefield, and many powerful men once fell here. Therefore, there was a strange pressure here just now. And it is precisely this kind of coercion that has made this place the only place in the ancient wilderness where ferocious beasts dare not set foot. In addition, this ancient domain platform is located at the junction between the middle and deep parts of the Mengwang ancient domain. From here, you can directly enter the depths of the ancient territory, so this place has been chosen by many forces as the safest foothold in the wild ancient territory. At this moment, there are already many figures standing in this huge square. Who is this person? He actually entered this place alone. In the corner of the square, a girl wearing a colorful dress and exuding a noble temperament looked at Ji Yufei and spoke in surprise. This girl, named Xun'er, comes from the heavenly demon Phoenix clan. Because she possesses the attributes of wind and thunder, she has been studying in Fengli Pavilion in the past few years. She is considered a genius among the heavenly demon Phoenix clan. When a person enters the ancient wilderness, he is just another cannon fodder. Next to the woman, a man with colored eyes said disdainfully. Zhu Feng, be careful what you say. Just as the man with colorful pupils finished speaking, a man in black clothes beside him gave a very fearful reminder. I didn't expect that Ji Yufei would actually come to the ancient wilderness territory in person. This will cause trouble. The man in black looked at Ji Yufei with fear in his eyes. Hunyu, do you know that person? The man with colorful eyes asked doubtfully. Ji Yufei from the ancient tribe is known as the most talented person in our generation. Who doesn't know that? Hunyu spoke slowly, with both fear and jealousy in her words. Is he Ji Yufei? Hearing this, Zhu Feng and Xun'er's expressions changed drastically, and they had obviously heard of Ji Yufei's name. In the sky, Ji Yufei also noticed the people below looking at him. However, facing the gaze of a group of ants, Ji Yufei didn't care at all. You can see the ancient Bodhi tree after passing through the beast swarm area ahead. Ji Yufei did not stop and continued to move forward. What? He actually attacked the beast tide alone. Zhu Feng's expression changed drastically. He and Hunyu had brought people to the ancient domain platform a long time ago, but they did not enter. Instead, they want to wait for more cannon fodder to come over and open the way for them and create opportunities. No, Ji Yufei is a powerful fighting saint. With him here this time, the opportunity of the ancient Bodhi tree will definitely be taken away by him. Soul Jade's expression changed, and then he gritted his teeth and took out a space jade slip and crushed it into pieces. After the space jade slip was crushed, a space crack slowly emerged behind the soul jade. Among them, a powerful aura secretly came out. The elders of the Soul clan are actually going to intervene in this matter. Looking at Hunyu's actions, Zhu Feng's eyes changed slightly. She didn't expect that Ji Yufei's actions could make a genius like Hunyu so afraid. Such a strong man, even the elders of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan have to treat him with caution. Ji Yufei sighed. After crossing a lush mountain, a black plain with no end in sight appeared in his sight. On the endless plain, black clouds were everywhere, and on the ground, huge beasts filled the eyeballs, densely packed like a blood-red ocean. Filled with violent roars and roars, like thunder, in this world, resounding endlessly. Looking for death. As Ji Yufei stepped into the sky here, countless beasts rushed towards him. Ji Yufei raised his hand and slapped it, and a vacuum zone suddenly appeared in front of him, and countless beasts were shocked to death in groups. The roars of the beasts at the moment of death echoed endlessly in the world. With Ji Yufei's Dou Sheng strength, even if there were more beasts blocking his way, they would only become cannon fodder. Soon, Ji Yufei passed through the area covered by the beast tide. He looked forward and saw that, about a few thousand feet away, an ancient tree with a huge shade was standing alone on this vast plain. A clear air rippled over the ancient tree, sometimes changing into various shapes, appearing mysterious and unpredictable. Is this the legendary ancient Bodhi tree? Chapter 227. Are you here to fight the saint? Ji Yufei did not look back, but he clearly understood that among the Soul clan, there were warriors at the fighting saint level chasing him. Ancient Bodhi tree. At this moment, a group of figures behind them could not help but let out a series of exclamations. The leader was an old man in black robes, whose cultivation level reached the level of a 3-star fighting saint. And Hunyu, Zhu Feng and the others, under the cover of this Soul clan fighting saint, successfully broke through the beast tide area. The ancient Bodhi tree was something in legends that even Hunyu and the others, as members of the ancient race, had never seen before. Only in some ancient books can I occasionally see descriptions. What a big tree! Even though it is extremely far away from the ancient Bodhi tree, Soul Jade can still feel the hugeness of the ancient Bodhi tree. The shade of the tree spreads over the sky and the earth, like an ancient holy object standing in the time of heaven and earth, filled with antiquity and vicissitudes of life. Ji Yufei, treasures like the ancient Bodhi tree are not something that your ancient clan can touch. Ji Yufei paused for a moment, and the people behind him had already caught up. At this moment, the Soul Clan fighting saint looked at Ji Yufei with a sinister look, and a murderous intention was released without any concealment. However, Ji Yufei's reputation was so great that he did not dare to act rashly for the time being. Since you Soul Clan want to get the treasure, then go get it. Ji Yufei said calmly facing the Soul Clan group. What does he mean? Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Hanyu and the old man in black robes all had doubts on their faces. They looked at the ancient Bodhi tree. At this moment, Hanyu and others were watching the ancient Bodhi tree up close, which was undoubtedly another shocking sight. Its huge trunk of several thousand feet is like an Optimus Prime connecting heaven and earth. There is an ancient atmosphere densely spread on the trunk of the ancient tree. The shade of the ancient Bodhi tree is so huge that when spread, it can cover less than half of a city. Waves of extremely rich fresh air spread out from the ancient Bodhi tree, rippling in the sky, causing various magical phenomena to change from time to time in the sky. The sunlight in the sky is pouring down at this moment, shining on the ancient trees, giving a faint feeling of exquisiteness and clarity. A powerful vitality that is enough to shock everyone spreads. A natural treasure like the ancient Bodhi tree is enough to rank among the top 3 in Dou Qi Continent. If you say it's not dangerous, I'm afraid it's really impossible. Plus, if this ancient tree has really survived for countless years, it should have given birth to its own wisdom. There was hesitation in Hun Yu's eyes. He guessed that Ji Yufei must know something and wanted to trick them by doing this. In his opinion, if this ancient Bodhi tree gave birth to spiritual wisdom and cultivated it, it will undoubtedly be one of the most terrifying creatures on Dou Qi Continent. The people here are probably not enough to make a meal for them. Since you don't dare to ask for these treasures, then they all belong to me. Seeing that the Soul Clan didn't move, Ji Yufei smiled disdainfully. Then he walked straight towards the ancient tree. Follow up. The people from the Soul Clan followed Ji Yufei. Soon, Hanyu and the others noticed that there was a bright light about 100 feet away from the huge ancient Bodhi tree. This ball of brilliance is like a huge energy heart, faintly bursting out with a powerful beating sound. Bodhikata, eyes focused on the brilliance hidden in the huge tree. Everyone's heart was beating hard at this moment. Quick, rush forward, don't let Ji Yufei take away the Bodhikata. Seeing this scene, everyone ignored their previous worries and rushed forward. At this moment, the ancient Bodhi tree that originally stood quietly on this grassland suddenly made a subtle clattering sound. Immediately, everyone saw dense branches intertwined and hanging down from the shade. When these branches touched the ground, they slowly split open, and 5 figures slowly stepped out of them with expressionless faces. However, these 5 figures have no life in their bodies and are obviously puppets. Just 5 half-saints. Such an obstruction is completely vulnerable to this saint. The fighting saint of the Soul Clan looked disdainful. With one random attack, all 5 half-saint puppets were blasted to pieces. However, even so, as they got closer to the ancient Bodhi tree, everyone became extremely nervous. They don't know if this ancient Bodhi tree will have any tricks, and it is this unknown that makes people worried. Ji Yufei's footsteps never slowed down, and he came straight to the bottom of the tree trunk. Laugh. At this moment, a bright light suddenly erupted from the tree that was 100 feet high, covering everyone in it. Immediately afterwards, the light beam shrank rapidly, and with a hiss, it retracted into the tree like lightning. Ji Yufei, including the people from the Soul Clan and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan, all disappeared. A vast white light filled the field of vision. Ji Yufei's figure stood in this world of white light, with no one around him. At this moment, the world around him began to change rapidly. Soon, he found a woman in a bridal outfit standing in front of him. Xun'er. Looking at the familiar face of the woman in red, Ji Yufei couldn't help but frown. Xun'er in front of him had the same makeup as when they got married. Brother Ji Yufei, we have already been married, let's go to the bridal chamber. Brother Ji Yufei, haven't you been looking forward to this day for a long time? Xun'er slowly took off her clothes. The beautiful skin like white jade, coupled with her extraordinary face, can indeed make most men excited. In the surrounding space, the scenes of Ji Yufei pursuing Xun'er are still constantly appearing. These scenes seem to be happening in front of them, and people can't see the flaws. Bodhi tree, if you think this is my weakness, you are wrong. Ji Yufei's eyes are cold. Even if Xun'er is naked at this time, her jade body is on him, doing all kinds of ambiguous and seductive actions, he has no reaction at all. The next moment, a Bodhi seed appeared in Ji Yufei's hand. As the Bodhi seed appeared, a clear air was generated around it, and the beautiful scene disappeared at this moment. This piece of heaven and earth suddenly twisted violently, and finally, like a broken mirror, it burst open with a bang. When this piece of heaven and earth burst open, Ji Yufei's eyes suddenly blurred, and he found himself in a space full of green. In this space, an ancient tree about 10 feet tall stood there as if it had existed forever. Chapter 228. This tree is all green, as if it were made of the finest jade. It is exactly the same as the ancient Bodhi tree that is thousands of feet tall in the outside world, except that it looks smaller by countless times. Under Ji Yufei's gaze, the green ancient Bodhi tree trembled slightly, and light groups flew out from its body. The light group changes, and various images are transmitted from it. It was Hunyu, Zhufeng, Feng Xun'er and others who had entered the ancient Bodhi tree together before. Obviously, they are all trapped in their own illusions and cannot break out. At this moment, Hunyu was experiencing the feeling of crushing Hun Feng, another divine bloodline member of the Soul Clan, under his feet, and finally becoming the leader of the Soul Clan. And the 9 phoenixes are similar to the Soul Jade. In the illusion, he successfully inherited the position of the leader of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan, and also became one of the few peak 9-star fighting saints in this world. It was really satisfying. This illusion is really powerful. Fortunately, I have a Bodhi seed on my body. Ji Yufei sighed inwardly. Crash. At this time, the ancient Bodhi tree shook again, and a light group emerged. Within the light group, there was an ancient Bodhi tree that was 10,000 feet high. In midair, a figure dressed in black stood in the air. An aura like that of the Supreme Lord of Heaven and Earth slowly spread out from the human body. Emperor Dou. At this moment, Ji Yufei's eyes were fixed on the figure in black. Apart from the powerful Dou Emperor who only exists in legends, who else in the world can possess this feeling? In the light group, the black figure suddenly began to attack the ancient Bodhi tree. Facing his attack, the ancient Bodhi tree also emitted a terrifying energy. In this terrible confrontation, even the world collapsed. At this moment, Ji Yufei's eyes also showed a look of shock. Within the light group, the images danced faster and finally stopped at the last scene. The black figure was suddenly hit hard by a destructive wind that swept from outside the light group. Hiss. Looking at the black figure that exploded into nothingness, Ji Yufei's heart suddenly beat hard. Obviously, the previous sudden attack should have been made by a Dou Di warrior whose strength was not weaker than that of the black-clothed Dou Di. But with the cooperation of the ancient Bodhi tree and another mysterious Dou Emperor, the black-clothed Dou Emperor was just shaken into nothingness. Is this the power of Emperor Dou? The corners of Ji Yufei's eyes twitched. He saw 2 such powerful men who almost only existed in legends today. Although this is just an image, the unique supreme aura still makes people's souls tremble. In the light group, after the black-clothed Dou Emperor fell, a trace of black air suddenly emerged in the void. As soon as these air currents appeared, they quickly rushed into the ancient Bodhi tree. With the entry of these airflows, the fresh air that filled the ancient Bodhi tree was faintly filled with a hint of coldness. This ancient Bodhi tree has existed since ancient times. However, after countless years of precipitation, this ancient Bodhi tree has not evolved complete spiritual wisdom. Because the more innately powerful a creature is, the more difficult it is for it to transform into a spirit and evolve spiritual intelligence. Just like in the original work, the 9-Zon Golden Thunder in the Void Thunder Pond was comparable to the 7-star fighting saint, and it almost killed him when he was going through the spirit transformation tribulation. The moment the black-clothed Dou Emperor died, some of his negative emotions gathered together and invaded the ancient Bodhi tree. And these so-called negative emotions have gradually eroded the ancient Bodhi tree over countless years. Only then did the uncomplicated spiritual wisdom of the ancient Bodhi tree begin to gravitate toward darkness and coldness. In other words, the ancient Bodhi tree was affected by the negative emotions of the powerful emperor fighter. And that kind of illusion was formed automatically because of this evil emotion. Over the past countless years, no one knows how many powerful people have lost themselves in the illusion. The ancient Bodhi tree now possesses 2 kinds of wisdom, one of which originally belonged to it, which can be called the kind wisdom. The other part was caused by the negative emotional influence of the black-clothed Dou Qi. This kind of intelligence was biased towards evil. You want me to help you dispel that evil spirit, right? Ji Yufei looked at the green ancient tree in front of him and said calmly. Obviously, the ancient Bodhi tree should have sensed that it was carrying strange fire. Wow! In response to Ji Yufei's words, the ancient tree suddenly swayed, as if it was nodding. Wow! As soon as Ji Yufei finished speaking, another ball of light emerged from the ancient tree. In the light group, a group of flames appeared, and then a Bodhi seed appeared. The flames refined the Bodhi seeds, and a stream of pure air appeared, finally entering the ancient tree. I can help you, Ji Yufei responded with a smile. The next moment, green light points flew out from the body of the ancient Bodhi tree, and finally floated in front of Ji Yufei. These light spots are all Bodhi seeds. Although Bodhicitta is not as scary as Bodhicitta, it can be refined into elixirs and improve the success rate of becoming a semi-saint. It's luxurious enough, so many Bodhi seeds are just used to drive away evil thoughts. I'm afraid countless people on the mainland will say that it is a waste of natural resources. Looking at so many Bodhi seeds, Ji Yufei smiled, and then, with a thought, the strange fire rose up and wrapped a Bodhi seed. This refining lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the Bodhi seed gradually turned into a ball of crystal clear liquid. The liquid evaporated slowly and turned into a wisp of fresh air with a little emerald green. As this wisp of fresh air poured in, the ancient Bodhi tree trembled suddenly, and a very thin black air seeped out. In the following time, almost every hour, a Bodhi seed would be refined by Ji Yufei. Wawa! The ancient Bodhi tree also emitted extremely excited emotional fluctuations at this time. As the last trace of black air dissipated, the ancient Bodhi tree, which was like emerald jade, suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately, the green light of the ancient tree flourished. The already rich vitality here became even richer. Is it completely cleared? Ji Yufei looked at the ancient Bodhi tree. The latter at this moment is undoubtedly more verdant than before. It gives people a strange feeling of peace, holiness and wisdom. Buzz. After the ancient tree recovered, it shook its branches at Ji Yufei, just like the etiquette of kowtow among humans. I have helped you so much, how do you want to thank me specifically? When the ancient Bodhi tree kowtowed, Ji Yufei suddenly asked, not hiding his purpose. Buzz. After Ji Yufei's voice fell, the ancient Bodhi tree understood what he meant and shook its branches again. Then, countless branches began to wrap Ji Yufei, and a beating strange green heart appeared in front of Ji Yufei. Chapter 229. In the following time, Ji Yufei began to sit cross-legged on the Bodhi seat and practiced quietly. The branches of the ancient Bodhi tree tightly wrapped Ji Yufei's body. Then, the ancient Bodhi tree shook its branches, and a strange wave spread out. The space here suddenly tore open one space after another, and among them, a series of embarrassed figures were spit out. These people were Han Yu and others who had entered the ancient tree with Ji Yufei before. Because the negative emotions of Dou Qi in the body of the ancient Bodhi tree have been cleared. Therefore, it is kind by nature and will naturally not take the initiative to hurt anyone again. What's the situation? Where is this? I just became. How can I appear in this place? At this moment, everyone's face changed, and many people's faces were still faintly frightened. Obviously, they all understood that everything they had experienced before was an illusion. What a terrible ancient Bodhi tree! The Dou Sheng strongman who came from the Soul clan this time could not remain calm at this moment. If it weren't for this incident, I'm afraid he would have stayed in that illusion for his whole life and turned into a walking corpse. Like the 5 semi-saint puppets that appeared under the ancient Bodhi tree before. Han Yu also looked ugly. Before, he had already sat in the position of the leader of the Soul clan in the illusion space. Now that he knew that all this was just an illusion, he was inevitably disappointed. Ancient Bodhi tree, and Ji Yufei. After adjusting his mentality, Han Yu carefully observed this space. Suddenly, he was surprised. He found the small ancient tree standing in the space, which was like emerald. Moreover, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the ancient tree, as if it was isolated from everything. Seeing this scene, Han Yu and others' faces changed. According to some ancient books, there are 3 treasures in the ancient Bodhi tree. One is the Bodhi mind, the second is the Bodhi seed, and the third is the enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. The first 2 are not difficult to explain, they are all things contained in the ancient Bodhi tree itself. But this third one is relatively more illusory. The ancient Bodhi tree is also known as the Wisdom Reincarnation tree. According to legend, it has the miraculous effect of allowing people to practice reincarnation for hundreds of lifetimes. Those who have experienced this kind of reincarnation experience have the potential to step into the duty. Although this is just a legend. However, there are still countless strong people who are crazy about this illusory legend. He actually got this legendary great opportunity by meditating under the Bodhi tree. Exclamations came out one after another. These people, including several people from the Tianyaohuang clan, have naturally heard of the Bodhi 3 treasures. Damn it, how could it be, how could he take the lead? Han Yu's face was gloomy, and at this moment he couldn't help but feel jealous. This great benefit was actually given to the genius of the ancient clan, the mortal enemy of the Soul clan. Elder, what should we do? Han Yu asked the Soul clan elder with the strength of a 3-star Dusheng beside him gloomily. We can't get this opportunity, and we can't let our clan's biggest enemy get it. The Soul clan elder's face was also cold. Ji Yufei is the pride of the ancient clan, and he may become even more powerful after this. The Soul clan elder snorted coldly, and then released a ball of black mist from his palm. The black mist quickly turned into several black chains, and fiercely slapped Ji Yufei, who was sitting cross-legged in the tree. Obviously, he wanted to force Ji Yufei to wake up from that state. Bang! The fierce attack of the Soul clan Dou Sheng fell on the ancient Bodhi tree, and a subtle muffled sound was heard. Before the smug smile on his face appeared, he suddenly felt an extremely terrible force, which surged out from the attack. Puff! Under such a terrible force rebound, a trace of horror suddenly appeared in the eyes of the Soul clan elder, and before he could retreat, the black chain was broken into pieces. Then, a terrible force rushed into the body of the Soul clan Dou Sheng along the chain, and all the Dou Qi defenses were destroyed at this moment. At that moment, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood, drawing a bloody arc in the air. Seeing the Soul clan Dou Sheng, who was completely defeated in almost an instant. Everyone present was stunned. Unexpectedly, the Bodhi ancient tree actually had such a huge power that it was directly immune to the attacks of Dou Sheng powerhouses. Damn it! The Soul clan Dou Sheng stood up in a panic. His eyes were full of fear. Even as a 3-star Dou Sheng, he was like a child in front of this Bodhi ancient tree. It seems that the Bodhi ancient tree is protecting Ji Yufei. Why is the relationship between Ji Yufei and the Bodhi ancient tree so good? What happened before? Han Yu knew that the previous counterattack force was definitely issued by the Bodhi ancient tree. He already understood that even the elders of the 3-star Dou Sheng could not damage a single branch here. Even if all the people here were added together, it would be impossible to shake the ancient Bodhi tree. Seeing that they could not stop Ji Yufei from practicing inside, the people here gradually calmed down. As time passed, these people gradually became uneasy and manic. After all, no one wants to be locked up in this space for a lifetime. If so, what is the difference between being a prisoner? At the same time, in the wild ancient domain, there are many forces and casual cultivators who are happy to run towards the ancient Bodhi tree. On the ancient domain stage, countless continental strongmen and Dozun gathered, and the number reached nearly 1,000, which is quite terrifying. Everyone, if you want to rush through the beast tide, you must gather everyone's strength. The people with big forces began to speak. In the original book, it was organized by the Soul Jade. But this time, the people of the Soul clan entered the ancient Bodhi tree early, but others also thought of this method. They attracted a large number of cannon fodder to resist the beast tide for them. In the crowd, there was a slender figure wearing a black hat to cover her face. This person was Xun'er, who ran out secretly. With her speed, it was naturally impossible to keep up with Ji Yufei's pace. At this moment, after some hardships, she finally broke into the ancient domain stage. Without the protection of the Dou Sheng, no matter how many of them there were, they could not match the densely packed beasts on the Black Plain. For a time, the battle was extremely brutal, and countless human warriors were buried in the belly of the beasts. I will definitely make it. Xun'er's cultivation level was also at the top level among this group of people, so she was the last to benefit and did not become cannon fodder. Chapter 230. Inside the ancient Bodhi tree. In the mania caused by extreme boredom, someone noticed that the figure sitting cross-legged in the ancient Bodhi tree suddenly trembled slightly. Immediately, the eyes that had been closed for a month slowly opened under the gaze of surprised eyes. Everyone looked at the pair of dark eyes in the ancient tree. For a moment, everyone seemed to feel a sense of seeing through the vicissitudes of everything in the world. This sense of vicissitudes has penetrated deeply into the human soul and cannot be faked. This guy's gaze is so penetrating. Even some of the elders in our clan have never had this sense of vicissitudes of life. They have only seen people who can practice under the Bodhi tree in ancient books. Therefore, they are completely unaware of what changes will happen. Under the gaze of those many eyes, some agility slowly began to emerge in Ji Yufei's eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. Finally back, Ji Yufei slowly opened his mouth. A voice with an ancient aura came out gently from the ancient Bodhi tree. And everyone who heard his voice couldn't help but change their expression slightly. He stood up slowly, and waves appeared on the surface of his body, like liquid, slowly flowing in and out of the extremely hard ancient Bodhi tree branches. In the eyes of outsiders, Ji Yufei seemed to have just spent a month among the ancient trees. But he himself understood that his soul had experienced hundreds of reincarnations and experiences in the ancient Bodhi tree. If it weren't for his firm mind, he might have been lost in the cycle of reincarnation. But fortunately, in the end, he remained firm in his true intentions, and finally came back again. In this month, Ji Yufei's cultivation also ushered in astonishing changes. Before entering, he was only in the early stage of the 3-star fighting saint, but now, he has climbed to the late stage of the 4-star fighting saint. Such a span may not be achieved by some powerful Dou Sheng warriors who have reached this level in decades or hundreds of years. However, Ji Yufei completed it in just 1 month. Speaking of which, even the top experts would be envious. This person has been practicing for a month and seems to have undergone tremendous changes. The eyes of the powerful fighting saints of the Soul Clan were full of fear. Thank you very much. Ji Yufei didn't care about the reactions of others. He turned his head, looked at the ancient Bodhi tree behind him, cupped his hands and smiled. Wow! In response to Ji Yufei's thanks, the ancient Bodhi tree shook its body and made a rustling sound, which made everyone marvel. Buzz! Just when everyone's thoughts were swirling in their hearts, patches of emerald green light suddenly burst out from within the ancient Bodhi tree, faintly, as if something was about to erupt. Seeing the ancient Bodhi tree's behavior, everyone quickly backed away. They already had a deep understanding of how terrifying the former was, and naturally they did not dare to show any lightness. And when they retreated, subtle muffled sounds suddenly came from within the ancient Bodhi tree. Immediately, emerald green light points spurted out from it, and finally floated in the space like a goddess scattering flowers. Bodhisattva. Seeing these light spots, everyone was startled at first, and then a series of shocked voices suddenly blurted out. They are all Bodhisattva. Hanyu and others also looked at those emerald green light spots in shock. Unimaginable. This extremely rare Bodhi seed, here, was sprayed out by the ancient Bodhi tree in nearly 20 pieces. Rob. After the shock, most people's eyes turned blood red. Ah! Seeing the red eyes of Hanyu and others, Ji Yufei smiled. With a move of his palm, those green light spots seemed to be summoned, and they evaded the grasp of those people with a hiss. In a few flashes, they all gathered in the palm of Ji Yufei's hand. Thank you, Brother Bodhi, for the gift. Grasping these Bodhi seeds, Ji Yufei turned his head and laughed at the ancient Bodhi tree. Ji Yufei, we entered the ancient Bodhi tree together, but now you want to take away all the Bodhi seeds. This is going too far. Seeing this scene, the Soul Clan fighting saint suddenly said with a gloomy face. That's right, so many Bodhi seeds should be distributed equally among everyone. After he said these words, Zhufeng, the young patriarch of the Tianyaohuang clan, immediately stood up to express his support for the Soul Clan. Haha, if you want Bodhisattva, let's see if you have the ability. Listening to the words of the Soul Clan and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, Ji Yufei's eyes showed deep disdain. With his current strength, he can easily destroy these people. HMPH, how can you resist all of us with your own strength? I advise you to be wiser, so as not to die on the spot. The Soul Race Fighting Saint continued to speak, his voice full of threats. You are looking for death. Hearing these words, Ji Yufei suddenly had murderous intent, and in a flash, he rushed 2 feet in front of the Soul Clan Fighting Saint. Boom! The Soul Race Fighting Saint was in a hurry and had no time to dodge, so he used his fighting energy to build a defense. Ji Yufei's punch also hit the black protective wall at this time. In just an instant, the seemingly solid energy wall shattered. The heavy fist penetrated the energy wall and hit the chest of the Soul Clan fighting saint hard. Ah! With a shrill scream, the body of the Soul Race fighting saint flew backwards instantly. Hiss! Everyone gasped when they saw Ji Yufei defeating the powerful man from the Soul Clan who had the strength of a 3-star fighting saint with just one move. Elder! Soul Jade was shaken, and she quickly ran to the strong Soul Clan fighting saint to check the situation. This person cannot be retained. With his talent, he will definitely be our Soul Clan's formidable enemy in the future. The Soul Clan fighting saint who was knocked down by Ji Yufei said loudly with fear in his eyes. The next moment, Ji Yufei did not stop and walked slowly towards Hanyu and others. Every step he took was like stepping on Hanyu's life gate. At this moment, Hanyu finally understood that this time, he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked, and the fear of death arose in his heart. You can't kill me. If you kill us, even if you form a blood feud with my Soul Clan, you won't have a good life. Hanyu pointed at Ji Yufei and spoke loudly, his words full of threats, but also full of fear. Haha, threaten me and you will die. Hearing Hanyu's words, Ji Yufei's eyes reappeared with murderous intent, and he clenched his palm forward. The next moment, an indescribable force appeared around Soul Jade. In an instant, he was reduced to a bloody mist. Ji Yufei, how dare you kill my Soul Clan's divine bloodline? The strong men of our clan will not let you go. The 3-star fighting saint from the Soul Clan was also roaring hysterically at this moment. A clown-like person like Hanyu will die when he dies. How many people in the upper echelons of the Soul Clan really care about him? On the contrary, only if he kills you, a person with the cultivation of a fighting saint, will the upper echelons of the Soul Clan feel some regrets. Ji Yufei looked unconcerned and continued to take action. After a few rounds, the Soul Clan fighting saint was tortured to death by Ji Yufei. This person is too terrifying. If he attacks me, even 3 supreme elders will not be able to protect me. At this moment, the same person who was frightened was Zhu Feng, the young leader of the Demon Phoenix clan that day. He had always stood on the side of the Soul Clan and spoke for the Soul Clan. Buzz! Just when Ji Yufei killed the last person from the Soul Clan here. The ancient Bodhi tree that had been standing in the space suddenly made a buzzing sound. Immediately, waves of fluctuations were heard in this space. Is space going to collapse? Seeing this scene, Ji Yufei was startled, then frowned slightly. Bodhi tree. It will not always exist in the world. When it spits out the Bodhi seeds, the earth will become dull again. It will not return to the ground until 10,000 years later. Chapter 231. 65.8%. The Ancient Wilderness. Deep in the wilderness, a huge ancient Bodhi tree stands alone in the center of the grassland. The majestic fresh air is centered on it. It continued to spread in all directions, looking extremely spectacular. Where did Brother Ji Yufei go? According to Brother Ji Yufei's speed, he should have arrived here early. Thousands of feet away from the trunk of this huge ancient Bodhi tree, Xun'er sat cross-legged here. She has maintained the same posture for more than half a month. In the past, most of the people who teamed up with Xun'er to break through the beast tide were like this. Because when many people came here and saw the Bodhicitta, they all wanted to attack the ancient Bodhi tree and seize the opportunity. However, their attacks were too weak, and even the bark of the ancient Bodhi tree was not damaged. As time went by, these people got tired of beating, so they all stopped and sat down around the ancient Bodhi tree to wait for the treasure to arrive. Whoosh! In this quiet grassland, suddenly, there was a splashing sound. There's some movement. Seeing this kind of movement, the hundreds of people sitting outside the ancient Bodhi tree were all excited. After waiting for so long, they all felt that the ancient Bodhi tree was finally going to spit out the Bodhicitta and the Bodhi seed. Brother Ji Yufei may have been delayed by something. Well, if that's the case, then when the ancient Bodhi tree comes to this world, I will seize many opportunities for my clan. After I get the treasure and go back, everyone in the clan, including Brother Ji Yufei, will definitely look at me with approval. Xun'er's eyes opened, full of fighting spirit at the moment. She was confident that she could stand out among hundreds of people and win the treasure. While thinking in Xun'er's mind, the ancient Bodhi tree that stood in the center of the grassland and had been motionless for almost a month suddenly burst into dazzling emerald green brilliance. Immediately, figures emerged from the light in a panic. Well, why are you human? Seeing this scene, those around who were eager to seize the treasure were stunned. The treasure vomiting phenomenon they expected did not appear. Apparently, someone got there first. It's finally out. The few people from the Tianyaohuang clan who were lucky enough to survive breathed deeply the fresh air on this grassland, but they felt a sense of pleasure in surviving the disaster. Outsiders would never think of it. In this short period of 1 month, what kind of horrific dangers did they experience? That horrible fantasy, even after a long time, they may still feel that the memory is particularly vivid. Ji Yufei also let out a breath. In this month or so, he has naturally changed the most. In the eyes of outsiders, January made him experience hundreds of reincarnations. Although the practice of reincarnation did not allow his strength to truly skyrocket to a terrifying level. But unknowingly, he left behind something that would affect the future. Brother Ji Yufei. Xun'er's pretty face was full of excitement when she saw that Ji Yufei was also spat out by the ancient Bodhi tree. She flashed and quickly came to Ji Yufei's side. Didn't I say I wouldn't let you come? Seeing Xun'er appearing next to him, Ji Yufei frowned almost subconsciously, with some blame in his tone. I'm worried about you. Hearing Ji Yufei's blame, Xun'er lowered her head and explained in a low voice, but at this time, there was a joy in her heart. Normally, Ji Yufei wouldn't bother to respond to her. Now, being willing to blame myself is a big change. Worry about me, it's better if you don't come and cause trouble for me. Ji Yufei said coldly. Even if something happens to him as a 4-star Do Sage, how much help can Xun'er, a peak Do Sage, do? It's a joke. Buzz. When the last person was thrown out, the ancient Bodhi tree trembled violently, and immediately a circle of green light spread out from the bottom of the ancient Bodhi tree. As this light spreads, the ground seems to turn into liquid. The ancient Bodhi tree also followed the liquid and slowly invaded the ground. When you see the ancient Bodhi tree, you have to dive into the ground. Many people's expressions changed slightly. Immediately he was filled with dissatisfaction. Once the ancient Bodhi tree enters the ground, even the strongest fighting saints cannot find it out. In other words, if you want to see it again, you have to wait for the next time, when the ancient Bodhi tree comes into being in 10,000 years. Amidst the sighs of everyone, Ji Yufei gently touched his chest and heart with his palm. There, suspended, was a crystal clear green heart that looked like jade. This is the legendary Bodhicitta, but Ji Yufei has not refined it yet. Brother Bodhi, thank you very much. I hope we can meet again next time. Ji Yufei looked at the ancient Bodhi tree that was getting deeper and deeper into the ground, and murmured in a low voice. He also felt a little regretful in his heart. This ancient Bodhi tree has not developed real spiritual wisdom, otherwise, it will inevitably become the real pinnacle powerhouse on the Dou Qi Continent. Boom! Under the gaze of many eyes, the ancient Bodhi tree finally slowly dived into the ground. As the last ray of emerald green light disappeared, the grassland became empty again. These people came out from the ancient Bodhi tree. Those treasures must be on them. Kill them and the treasures will belong to everyone. Yes, everyone come together. The ancient Bodhi tree disappeared, and the continental masters who had been waiting for a long time now all set their sights on Ji Yufei and the people of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, because they were all just vomited out from the ancient Bodhi tree. For a moment, a wave of murderous intent filled the air. You are so brave. Seeing this, Xun'er scolded coldly. If you want to seize the treasure, just find him alone. All the Bodhi seeds, including the legendary Bodhi heart, have been taken by him. Seeing the movements of the surrounding masters, Zhufeng subconsciously pointed at Ji Yufei. He was worried that Ji Yufei would settle accounts with him later, so he wanted these people to delay Ji Yufei's steps and buy time for his Sky Demon Phoenix clan to escape. After saying this, a space fluctuation came from the grassland that had returned to silence. Everyone looked over and found that it was the people of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan who were tearing the space. They wanted to escape from the void space. Hey, you, Zhufeng, are not qualified to escape under my nose. Ji Yufei glanced at them disdainfully. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently clenched it in the direction of Zhufeng. The next moment, Zhufeng's body immediately exploded as if it was under great pressure. A strong man at the peak of Do Xun, who was about to enter the semi-saint realm, was killed so easily. For a moment, all those who were originally planning to take action retreated. What's the difference between snatching treasures from such a terrifying strong man and seeking death? Chapter 232. Young Clan Leader. Young Clan Leader is dead. He actually killed Young Clan Leader. How to calm down the anger of Clan Leader and Supreme Elders. Seeing Zhufeng died on the spot, the rest of the Tianyao Phoenix clan were filled with fear and anger. They didn't know how furious Clan Leader Huang Tian would be when he returned to the clan this time. If you want to live, don't act rashly. The other party is the ancient clan's genius, and he dared to kill even Soul Clan's Soul Jade and Do Sheng Elder. How could he care about the anger of our Tianyao Phoenix clan? Even if the clan leader knew about this, what could he do to become the first ancient race? Feng Qing'er's beautiful face turned pale at this moment. Facing the death threat brought by the ancient clan's genius, she had no pride at all. Moreover, Feng Qing'er wanted to curse the dead Zhufeng in her heart. As the young clan leader of the Tianyao Phoenix clan, Zhufeng's IQ was too worrying. The confrontation between the two ancient races, the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan, what qualifications does he, the young patriarch of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, have to participate? He also wants to offend Ji Yufei at the last moment, which is no different from seeking death. Even the three supreme elders of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan dare not provoke Ji Yufei. At this moment, as Feng Qing'er's voice fell, the other Sky Demon Phoenix clan strongmen also calmed down. The other party could easily kill Zhufeng, and it would be even easier to kill them. It seems that not all the people of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan are fools. Seeing the movements of the group of people from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, Ji Yufei showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't want to kill these ants. It would be good to keep them and go back to report to Huang Tian to see if Huang Tian dared to fight with the ancient clan for his heir. It's time to go back. Ji Yufei didn't plan to stay for long. The Soul Jade and the death of the Soul Clan Do Sheng before, the people of the Soul Clan should have known about it, and maybe there will be strong people coming. The next moment, Ji Yufei glanced at Xun'er, his eyes showing undisguised disdain. However, considering that Xun'er was of the same clan's divine bloodline and the clan leader's daughter, if she was captured alive by the Soul Clan and used to threaten the ancient clan, it would not be worth it. Follow me. Ji Yufei stretched out his hand and drew a line in the space in front of him. A space crack was formed. Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Xun'er was speechless at this moment. This kind of speechlessness was due to being so excited that she couldn't speak. How many years have passed? This was the first time that Ji Yufei took the initiative to invite her after their divorce. Xun'er smiled. Without hesitation, she followed Ji Yufei into the space crack. In the space channel, Xun'er looked at Ji Yufei's back in front of her, and her heartbeat kept accelerating. In her opinion, this time, it was a big step forward. Watching Ji Yufei and Xun'er leave, Feng Qing'er finally let go of her hanging heart. However, although he saved his life this time, how should he explain it after returning to the tribe? How should he face the anger of the tribe leader? Feng Qing'er showed a trace of confusion on her face. If Zhufeng hadn't been so desperate and hadn't provoked Ji Yufei, this wouldn't have happened. After the matter of the Bodhi tree was over, everyone didn't stay in this ghost place for too long and left directly. This time, except for Ji Yufei, everyone else returned empty-handed. But no one felt sorry, just glad that they could get out of here alive. Brother Ji Yufei, wait for me. East region. When Ji Yufei came here, he sped up and left Xun'er behind. Xun'er kept chasing behind, but soon Ji Yufei's figure disappeared. Soon, Ji Yufei returned to the ancient world. Ji Yufei, didn't Xun'er come back with you? Seeing Ji Yufei coming back alone, the faces of several elders of the ancient tribe were full of worry. They knew that Xun'er had sneaked out, but since Ji Yufei was there, they did not send anyone to look for her. But now, seeing only Ji Yufei coming back, they were all very worried. Behind, Ji Yufei replied calmly. Then, he took out more than 20 Bodhi seeds. Hearing that Xun'er was fine, the elders of the Ji clan were relieved. After seeing the Bodhi seeds that Ji Yufei took out, they laughed out loud. More than 20 Bodhi seeds, for a huge ancient race like the Ji clan, are a huge resource. If all these pills can be refined into Bodhi pills, the Ji clan can have more than 20 saints. This level of strong people is also very important to the Ji clan. Next, Ji Yufei returned to his own mountain. My husband is back. Xianxia and Xun'er threw themselves into Ji Yufei's arms. Hearing about what Ji Yufei had gained from this trip, Xianxia and Xun'er were both delighted. Next, I will refine the Bodhi Great Rejuvenation Pill for you. This kind of pill can increase the chance of becoming a saint by 50%. After reminiscing about the past, Ji Yufei immersed himself in refining the pill. With his current ability to refine pills, the success rate of refining the 9th grade precious pill has exceeded 80%. Chapter 233. Refining alchemy is the same as practicing cultivation. Time passes unconsciously. On the Gufei mountain peak, during this period, every half a month or so, there would be an earth-shattering vision of heaven and earth. Whenever this kind of vision occurs, people in the ancient world will celebrate. Because every time that kind of vision appears, it means that Ji Yufei has refined a 9th grade treasure pill, the Bodhi Grand Return Pill. That can increase the chance of being promoted to a semi-saint powerhouse by 50% at the peak of Dou Qi. This kind of elixir can be called a priceless treasure. The 6th time, on this day, the extremely dark black clouds appeared again in the sky of Gufei mountain peak. Black thunder and lightning surged in the clouds. The 6th grade 9 treasure pill. Brother Ji Yufei's skill in refining medicine is probably unparalleled by anyone in the world today. Yes, after this time, I'm afraid our ancient clan will have 6 more saints. Seeing the black clouds appearing in the sky of Gufei mountain peak, the onlookers around have become accustomed to it. There is no longer the same shock as before. The Black Devil's thunder tribulation has turned into a landscape, allowing people to appreciate it carefully. Brother Ji Yufei, you are so outstanding. Not far away, Xun'er stared at the mountain peak where Ji Yufei was, her eyes full of tenderness. During the last trip to the ancient wilderness, Ji Yufei's last words, "Follow me," seemed to still linger in Xun'er's mind. Every time she hears it, the corners of Xun'er's mouth can't help but turn up slightly, and she feels sweet in her heart. On the mountain peak, the little medical fairy, Xun'er, Qinglin, Wuxia, Shanel, Lingxi, etc. were also looking at the sky. In their sight, they saw Ji Yufei easily dispelling the black magic thunder. Master is so amazing. Lingxi's eyes were full of reverence. It was the greatest blessing in her life that she could be accepted as a disciple by a warrior with unlimited potential like Ji Yufei. Of course, all this depended on the 2 little guys Shanel and Wuxia. My master is truly a god. On the mountainside, the amethyst-winged lion king also had a face full of reverence. Husband, I have been refining the elixir for almost half a year. You should take a rest first. Below, although the little medical fairy is also very happy that her husband is admired by thousands of people, she is more concerned about Ji Yufei's physical condition. Refining medicine is a very mentally demanding thing. Ji Yufei must have consumed a huge amount of mental energy by continuously refining medicine for so long. Ji Yufei caught the escaping 9th grade treasure pill and nodded lightly after hearing the little medical fairy's words. During this period of time, he continuously refined 6 9th grade Bodhi Great Return pills, which really consumed a lot of energy. After all, he was refining 9th grade pills and needed to stay focused at all times. However, high-quality alchemy also has a beneficial effect on cultivation. Now Ji Yufei already feels that he has an opportunity to break through to the 5-star fighting saint. Take it. After coming down from the sky, Ji Yufei directly put 2 of the Bodhi Great Return pills into the hands of little medical fairy and Xun'er respectively. Are you tired? The little medical fairy caressed Ji Yufei's cheek with tenderness in his eyes. Maybe everyone else cares about Ji Yufei's fame, but the little medical fairy has always been sympathetic to Ji Yufei's hard work. Good. Ji Yufei grinned. I guess I'll have to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. It's time to have a good rest. The little medical fairy pushed Ji Yufei into the room. Ji Yufei fell asleep and slept for 3 whole days. After waking up, Ji Yufei felt that his soul power had been greatly improved. Daddy, wake up. Seeing Ji Yufei flying up, Wuxia, who happened to be passing nearby, immediately came over. Looking at the fair and clean little guy, Ji Yufei lifted him up with a soft smile on his face. After a while, Xianxia also heard the sound and came. 2 children surrounded Ji Yufei. The happiest thing is this. I'll go down and see the elder later. A few days later, after resting, Ji Yufei left the mountain peak and walked towards the depths of the ancient sacred mountains. Soon, he came to a large hall. In the main hall, there are several elders of the ancient clan. Ji Yufei is here. Seeing Ji Yufei coming, all the elders of the ancient clan in the hall were all smiling. Boy Ji Yufei, I heard that you killed the Soul clan's divine bloodline Soul Jade in the ancient wilderness. This is a great joy. An ancient clan elder said with a smile. Although the Soul clan was furious because of this incident and took crazy revenge on the ancient clan during this period, the ancient clan had already broken up with the Soul clan. The two sides were just short of a large-scale war. The ancient clan has also made many responses to the Soul clan's revenge. Now, anyone related to the Soul clan in the entire eastern region will be forcefully eliminated by the ancient clan. I won't give the Soul clan another chance. Hanyu is such an arrogant person without being able to practice at home. It would be a shame to die. Ji Yufei echoed with a smile. He no longer cares about this kind of thing. This time he came here to deliver the elixir. This time, a total of 6 9th-grade Bodhi Great Return pills were refined, and Ji Yufei took out 2 of them and gave them to the clan. Haha, Ji Yufei, if the guys from the medicine clan know about your skills in refining medicine, I'm afraid they won't be able to help but ask you for advice. Just after Ji Yufei took out 2 9th-grade Bodhi Great Return pills, a figure appeared above the main seat of the main hall without any warning. Even Ji Yufei couldn't sense it in advance. I've met the clan leader. Ji Yufei and many elders of the ancient tribes in the main hall saluted the middle-aged man on the throne. Today, many elders have gathered here. I want to announce something to everyone. Ji Yufei, from today on, will be the young patriarch of our clan and will inherit the position of patriarch in the future. When Ji Yuan's voice fell, no one in the hall was surprised. With the talent and cultivation that Ji Yufei has shown now, as well as his terrifying attainments in alchemy, if he doesn't become the young patriarch, who else is qualified? Thank you, patriarch. Ji Yufei bowed again and did not refuse anything. Since ancient times, high positions have always been occupied by capable people. Ji Yufei also has confidence that he will lead the ancient clan to glory after inheriting the position of patriarch in the future. No need to be polite. Ji Yuan looked at such an excellent Ji Yufei and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Originally, such an excellent young man in the clan was his son-in-law, but it was a pity that those unpleasant things happened. Patriarch, there is something that I have been holding back in my heart. I want to take this opportunity to say it. Just say it. Looking at Ji Yufei with a serious expression, Ji Yuan's expression also became much more serious. Generally speaking, when Ji Yufei showed this expression, it meant that something important would happen. Among the Soul clan, what level of Soul realm has Emperor Hun Tien reached now? Ji Yufei did not speak directly, but asked Ji Yuan a question first. Emperor Hun Tien, his Soul realm should be the same as mine, he has already reached the Emperor realm Soul. Ji Yuan replied slowly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, not understanding why Ji Yufei suddenly asked these questions. Chapter 234, regarding the 3 words Soul Emperor. The expressions of the ancient elders in the main hall became a little more solemn after hearing this. That was a top powerhouse on the mainland who was comparable to their clan leader Ji Yuan. At this moment, everyone was curious as to why Ji Yufei mentioned Soul Emperor at this time. He also asked about the Soul realm of Emperor Hun Tien. Open black lens bracket ding. Ji Yuan felt doubtful, and his mood value increased, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Ji Yuan has doubts and curiosity, and his mood value increases, close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei knew that these elders were doubtful, so he didn't keep it secret. In the past few years, I have been practicing in the mainland and discovered some of the things done by the Soul Palace, a force under the Soul clan. The Soul Palace is indeed insignificant to our clan, but it is the #1 force in Zhongzhou. Quote, in the past few hundred years, the Soul Palace has continued to grow and expand, and the number of people has expanded greatly. The entire continent is filled with people from the Soul Palace. Listening to Ji Yufei's words, Ji Yuan's expression did not change. As Ji Yufei said, the ancient clan never looked down upon forces like the Soul Palace, and rarely participated in mainland disputes. In each branch of the Soul Palace, I discovered a large number of soul origins, and these are just part of the Soul Palace's plunder on the mainland in the past 1,000 years. If we pile up those soul origins, I guess it should be enough to create an Emperor Realm Soul. Ji Yufei said seriously. After hearing this, Many ancient clan elders in the hall finally lost their composure. Even Ji Yuan's expression changed slightly. He had never thought about this before. The Soul Clan spends such a high price to cultivate an emperor-level soul. Their ambition is by no means small. Ji Yufei's words were resounding. Let all the ancient clan elders fall into deep thought. The Soul Emperor is already an emperor-level soul. He shouldn't need to improve like this. So who is he cultivating? Doubts arose in Ji Yuan's heart. Some famous strong men from the Soul Clan came to mind, but they all denied them one by one. Perhaps, in addition to the Soul Emperor, there are top experts in the Soul Clan. That top expert is very likely to be at the same level as you, the clan leader. Ji Yufei continued to induce, but he could only say so much. If he continued, he would not be able to prove the accuracy of his words. If this is really the case, then the Soul Clan must be hiding too deeply. All the elders of the ancient clan were shocked by Ji Yufei's remarks. Ji Yufei was just guessing, so even if some people didn't believe it, he didn't deny it. Ji Yufei, I will pay attention to what you said. If this is really the case, the strength of the Soul Clan may be far superior to that of my ancient clan. Ji Yuan nodded. His attitude was what Ji Yufei cared about most. As long as Ji Yuan starts to pay attention to the Soul Clan, then some of the big moves of the Soul Clan cannot be carried out as secretly as in the original work. The intimidation of Ji Yuan alone was greater than the intimidation of the entire ancient race and even several other ancient races combined. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Ji Yufei naturally did not stay any longer. He bowed slightly and said goodbye to many elders. After Ji Yufei left, Ji Yuan also left the hall. He immediately arrived at Xun'er's secluded mountain peak. Father, why are you here? Xun'er was very surprised to see Ji Yuan coming here. Ji Yuan didn't come often in the past few years. Xun'er, your cultivation has made good progress during this period. If you can keep it up, you will definitely have great achievements in the future. As Ji Yuan spoke, he reached out and took out a pill, which was exactly one of the 2 9th grade Bodhi Great Return pills that Ji Yufei had sent over before. Take this Bodhi Great Return pill. With this pill, you will be able to break through to become a saint much earlier. Ji Yuan said with a smile. Father, is this sent by brother Ji Yufei? I knew that brother Ji Yufei still felt sorry for me. Xun'er's face showed joy. She thought that Ji Yufei was too embarrassed to give it to her, so she asked Ji Yuan to give it to her. It was indeed sent by Ji Yufei, but don't think wrong. Ji Yufei just handed over these pills to enrich the clan's treasure house. Ji Yuan explained. He is the leader of the ancient tribe and has absolute rights in allocating resources. However, giving this 9th grade elixir to Xun'er is not too selfish. After all, Xun'er is of divine blood. Among the ancient tribe, apart from Ji Yufei, she can be said to be the most qualified among the younger generation of the ancient tribe to take this Bodhi Great Return pill. Father, please stop hitting me. Hearing Ji Yuan's words, Xun'er was a little dissatisfied. She really hoped that her guess was correct. Xun'er, Ji Yufei has been appointed as the young clan leader by his father. From now on, you must assist her well. The future of the ancient clan may depend on you young people to support it. Ji Yuan said something meaningful, then turned and left here. He didn't want Xun'er to continue to be trapped in that failed relationship, unable to extricate himself. Brother Ji Yufei, with the Bodhi Return pill you refined, I will soon become a semi-saint. No matter how high you fly, I will have the courage to chase you. Xun'er held the Bodhi Return pill tightly in her hand, full of expectations for the future. Husband, I want to go to the Juyu Wangquan where I practiced before. The last time I was there, I felt a calling. That kind of calling comes from blood. On this day, on the mountain peak where Ji Yufei was, Xun'er suddenly had the idea of going out to practice. She has now completed the 9 transformations, and the next step is to become a half-saint. Last time, she also obtained the 9-color stone. If she can go to the 9 netherworld to practice, and add the Bodhi Great Rejuvenation pill, her practice progress will be rapid. Okay, I'll go with you. Ji Yufei smiled and nodded. Ji Yufei knew the situation at the bottom of the 9 netherworld better than anyone else. There was a place of great opportunity prepared for Xun'er. Soon, Ji Yufei quietly left the ancient world with Xun'er. When Ji Yufei and Xun'er came to the 9 netherworld again, Yao Ming seemed to have sensed something and came out to greet them. With the blood of the demon saint sent by Ji Yufei before, Yao Ming has now broken through to the 3-star Dou Sheng, completely stabilizing the situation. No one in the 9 Netherworld Python clan dared to oppose it. Brother Ji Yufei, I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect that your cultivation has progressed so much. Yao Ming sensed the cultivation aura that Ji Yufei inadvertently exuded, and his face was full of shock. Back then, when Ji Yufei first came to the main snake land, he was only a half-saint, and he was accompanied by Ziyan, a 4-star Dou Sheng. But in just a few years, Ji Yufei has cultivated from a half-saint to a 4-star Dou Sheng. This speed of cultivation makes people not even have the courage to be jealous. Haha, Yao Ming, your cultivation has also progressed very well in recent years. Ji Yufei smiled and greeted. Brother Ji Yufei, you killed the young patriarch of the Tianyao Huang clan before, and this incident caused a big earthquake in the Tianyao Huang clan. Yao Ming now knows Ji Yufei's identity, and at this moment he suddenly mentioned some major events that happened recently in the Beast Domain. Chapter 235. Deep in the Beast's domain, there is the Dankai Mountains. This is the place where the ancient Tianhuang clan lived in ancient times. As a descendant of the ancient Sky Phoenix, the Sky Demon Phoenix has always lived here. In the thousands of miles surrounding this mountain range, no other Warcraft family can be seen living. Deep in Danzu Mountain, on top of a huge mountain peak, the Phoenix Sycamore tree is full of golden light. The 10,000-year-old tree is soaring upwards, its crown reaches into the sky, and its trunk is extremely thick, dozens of feet wide, much larger than the trees in some ancient forests. On those ancient trees, huge golden leaves cover the sky and the sun. In that golden yellow, some dots of green complement each other, which is spectacular. Thousands of years-old trees have formed a forest, reflecting the golden color of the sky and the earth, exuding an ancient and deep atmosphere. This is the trace of time, and the annual rings of history are carved on it circle after circle. Bah! At a certain moment, a huge golden demon phoenix hovered on the top of the mountain, with a pair of wings spread out, literally blocking out the sky and the sun. Listening to the cry of this huge demon phoenix, it seems to be full of anger and sorrow. The Supreme Elder is going crazy again. This time the young patriarch was killed, even the Supreme Elder cannot explain it to the patriarch. I just want to ask, what does the killing of the young patriarch have to do with us? With Ji Yufei's strength, he wants to kill the young patriarch, can we stop him? How can we be blamed for this? On the top of a big tree, there is a wooden prison with a powerful seal. Feng Xun'er, as well as the Tianyaohuang clan members who have been to the ancient wilderness area before, are all imprisoned here. You guys seem to be dissatisfied with this treatment. An old man in black came outside the wooden prison and said in a cold voice. I really don't accept it. A strong man from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan retorted. Even if you were the Supreme Elder here at that time, Ji Yufei could still kill the young patriarch. Yeah, let alone us. Someone echoed. The young patriarch provoked Ji Yufei, and you followed him without trying to dissuade him. Isn't this a capital crime? The old man in black said angrily. After the words fell, he directly took action to execute the 2 people who had just refuted. Feng Xun'er watched this scene in the wooden prison and couldn't help feeling chilly for her own race. The lives of ordinary tribesmen are really cheap. It is ridiculous that the 2 people just escaped from death and left the ancient wilderness. They did not die in the hands of the enemy, but were executed by their own people. This is really sad, the mere Sky Demon Phoenix clan is nothing to worry about. Beside Juyu Wangquan, Ji Yufei was not interested in listening to Yao Meng's words. No matter how angry the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan is, to the ancient clan, even the thunder cannot sound. 2. Yao Meng nodded and smiled awkwardly. Yao Meng, please don't let anyone get close to Juyu Wangquan during this period. Yes, I will definitely make arrangements. Yao Meng replied seriously. After all, he had said at the beginning that he would serve Ji Yufei as his master. Husband, I'll go down first. You don't have to stay here all the time. I'll go back after I've finished my retreat. Kair is fully prepared. With the cold power of Juyu Wangquan and the help of the Bodhi return pill, her strength will definitely take a big step forward in this retreat. Ji Yufei nodded. Next, he waited for a few days and then left. There were other things waiting for him to do. Northwest Continent. This place is not as good as Zhongzhou. Here, Although there are countless sects and empires, they are always in a state of dispute. Although there are some powerful forces who want to unify them, they have never been able to achieve it. Moreover, the so-called not weak forces there, if placed in Zhongzhou, are at the level of first-rate forces. Speaking of which, they are not stronger than forces like Sifang Pavilion. Therefore, some forces and powerful people in Zhongzhou do not pay much attention to those places. Originally, there was no major turmoil in the northwest continent, but a year ago, a sect named Ximing sect suddenly began a massive conquest. Wherever the strong men of their sect went, no one could defeat them. In less than half a year, nearly half of the northwest continent fell under the control of the Ximing sect. Because of the Ximing sect's struggle for hegemony, the entire northwest continent was plunged into war. Originally, people from the ancient tribe never paid too much attention to things like this. However, since Ji Yufei's speech in the main hall last time, the ancient clan began to pay attention to the Soul Palace. This time, when the Ximing sect started fighting for hegemony in the northwest continent, there was a shadow of the Soul Palace. Ji Yufei also heard some rumors. It seems that the Soul clan has lost the soul origin of the two main palaces. Now it is hungry and has reached out to the northwest continent. Ji Yufei murmured in his heart. He knows the cause of the turmoil in the northwest continent better than the ancient tribesmen who went to investigate. Although the northwest continent does not have hidden dragons and crouching tigers like Zhongzhou, it is still an extremely vast territory, and naturally there are many powerful people at the Dou Zun level. It is unbelievable to want to occupy most of the northwest continent with the power of the Lion sect. The Lion Underworld sect was originally only ranked among the top 10 in the northwest continent, so it was not unbeatable. But this time, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. And there are many more mysterious and powerful people who are extremely powerful. Those extra strong men are the people from the Soul Palace. They deliberately start a war so that countless people will die in the war. The people in the Soul Palace secretly collect the souls of the dead on the battlefield to achieve their goals. Boy Ji Yufei, are you saying that this war was deliberately provoked by the Soul Palace, just to collect souls? Are you ignoring the lives of so many people? Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Ji Yunane and others frowned. The Soul Palace's behavior made them feel shameless. This force was somewhat anti-human. Yes, the reason why we chose Zhongzhou is because the forces in Zhongzhou are so complex that not even the Soul Palace dares to start a war easily. Ji Yufei nodded. But places like the northwest continent are different. The power of the Soul Palace is enough to dominate a one-sided battle, and they only need to step forward after the incident to get countless souls, body. Since the Soul Palace wants to get the soul body so much, then we will disrupt their plan. Ji Yunane made a decision in his heart. Even if the powerful Dou Sheng warriors are sent out, the turmoil in the northwest continent must be quelled. Elder, please send someone quickly. The slower this matter ends, the more benefits the Soul clan will get. Ji Yufei nodded in agreement. Now, the Soul clan no longer has the intention to pay attention to the quality of the soul, but intends to use quantity to complete the mission goals assigned by the Soul clan. Since this plan has been discovered, Ji Yufei will naturally not let them succeed. Chapter 236. Deep in the Soul World. In a black hall. Dozens of Soul clan elders gathered here. Damn it, what are the people of the ancient tribe doing? They are targeting the Soul Palace everywhere. Could it be that they really discovered something? A Soul clan elder roared angrily. His hatred for the ancient clan was beyond words. Some time ago, the ancient clan destroyed the two main halls of the Soul Palace, causing the Soul clan to lose several fighting saints. Before the Soul clan had time to avenge this revenge, the ancient clan made another move. Those who were sent by the Soul Palace to help the Ximing sect dominate the northwest continent were all dealt with by the powerful fighting saints sent by the ancient tribe. This also means that the efficiency of the Soul Palace in collecting souls is greatly reduced. It was even less than 1/3 of the previous one. Such a result was unacceptable to the Soul clan. Since the ancient tribe is causing trouble, we might as well start a war. Let the arrogant ancient clan understand that our Soul clan is not that easy to mess with. Another Soul clan elder spoke very radically. His words attracted the approval of many Soul clan elders. It seems that this battle must be fought. We, the Soul clan, and the ancient clan are indeed going to have a battle, but not now. In the main hall, a plain voice suddenly sounded. Under this plain voice, the expressions of several Soul Clan elders who were originally unruly and powerful suddenly turned respectful. I've met the clan leader. I've met the clan leader. In the main hall, everyone bowed and saluted the person who appeared at this moment. The person who appeared was dressed in gray and white clothes. He seemed to be about 30 years old. He had a handsome face and a pair of eyes that were extremely bright, as if he could penetrate people's hearts. The first impression this person gives people is that of elegance. If he were holding a book in his hand, he would be no different from a scholar. However, just such a person has supreme prestige throughout the entire continent. He is the leader of the Soul Clan and the Emperor of Soul. One of the few peak fighting saints in the mainland. In recent years, the Soul Emperor has had the idea of annihilating some weak ancient races in a step-by-step manner, but due to some things, he postponed the plan out of caution. Clan Chief, according to the news, the reason why the people of the ancient clan are like this has a lot to do with the rumored number 1 genius, Ji Yufei. This person seems to have guessed something. After listening to the words of some Soul Clan elders, the expression on Soul Emperor's face remained unchanged. But in his heart, murderous intent arose. After so many years, no one has been able to attract such attention from Emperor Soul. In less than 30 years, he cultivated into a 4-star fighting saint. This kind of innate holy body is simply evil and indescribable. If Ji Yufei is given another few decades, maybe another top expert with the strength of the 9-star fighting saint will come out of the ancient clan. From today on, if anyone in our clan has the opportunity to kill Ji Yufei, they will not spare any chance. Emperor Hun Tian issued an order. Now, Ji Yufei has finally entered the site of this top powerhouse in the mainland. Emperor Soul, your efficiency in doing things makes me very worried. After some elders left, the space in the hall was distorted and black flames appeared. See Lord Nothingness. See Lord Nothingness. As the respectful voices of many Soul Clan elders fell, the black flames suddenly began to slowly squirm. As the black flames climbed, they slowly condensed into a figure, and finally appeared under the gaze of countless eyes. That figure was covered in black flames. Strange black runes covered his body, and his eyes were like black holes, filled with terrifying devouring power. Due to the black flames, this person's face was slightly unclear. But when it appeared, an extremely ancient and strange aura slowly appeared in this hall. The one who came was none other than Niu Swallowing Flame. The strength of the strange fire, which ranked second on the list of strange fires, reaches the level of the 9-star fighting saint. Nihility, you have to know that I have been planning this for a long time and am more anxious than you. Soul Emperor glanced at the black figure and said meaningfully. Originally, he had decided to quietly kill the 2 weak races, the spirit race or the stone race. Unexpectedly, during this period, even Ji Yuan began to become active. On this continent, only Ji Yuan can make Emperor Hun Tian feel afraid. This kind of fear is not fear, but just because Ji Yuan cannot secretly attack the spirit tribe and stone tribe in his serious state. It took thousands of years to plan, but now a young boy has affected the rhythm. Damn it! Void Swallowing Yan shook his head. Judging from the meaning in his words, it was obvious that he was also talking about Ji Yufei, and he still had murderous intent in his heart. In their opinion, a monster like Ji Yufei would never be allowed to grow up safely. Chapter 237. Under the look of the Emperor Soul, all the elders of the Soul Clan in the hall retreated. Nothing, now we can only wait. Ji Yuan has been monitoring our clan during this period, and it is difficult to kill other ancient races quietly under his nose. Emperor Soul Heaven said with a solemn voice. He didn't understand that for so many years, the ancient clan had been seeking stability on the one hand, but on the other hand they were arrogant and ignored everything. Why is his behavior completely different now? Could it be that the Soul Clan's plans for so many years have been exposed to the ancient clan? Emperor Soul Heaven, I have said before that the middle-level members of your clan should not know too much. Maybe the entire plan will be leaked at some point. Void Swallowing Flame also realized this. There was an accusation in his voice at this moment. Hearing this, Emperor Soul Heaven frowned slightly, obviously displeased. Does this Void Swallowing Flame really regard himself as the master of the Soul Clan? If it weren't for keeping you useful, Soul Emperor murmured in his heart, hiding the chill in his heart. At least for now, the Void Swallowing Flame cannot die. To deal with the other tribes, the Void Swallowing Flame still needs to play a key role. The final plan is only known to the real senior members of the clan. It is impossible to leak the secret. It should be just a suspicion. As time goes by, Ji Yuan will naturally not pay attention to this matter. Emperor Huntian explained patiently. Void-swallowing flame knew the strength of Emperor Soul Heaven and did not push too hard at this moment. The boy from the ancient tribe should deal with it as soon as possible. Even I feel a little scared of this evil talent. Void-swallowing flame said the last thing. He has lived for endless years, and his words are quite convincing. At the age of 27 or 8, he became a 4-star fighting saint and a 9th-grade alchemist. Even in ancient times, he was an amazingly talented person. That boy Misheng should be able to handle this matter. Emperor Soul Heaven said calmly, "Don't the little brats of the ancient tribe need the strange fire? When the demon fire comes to the world, it will be his death. Soul destroys life. Demonic fire." Hearing the words of Soul Heaven Emperor, Void Tunyan was a little skeptical at first, then suddenly thought of something and nodded lightly. Ancient world. The mountain peak where Ji Yufei is located. Time flies, 1 year has passed. Ji Yufei mentioned some of the hegemony issues caused by the Soul Palace in the mainland and stopped paying attention to them. Those small matters could be solved by just sending some people from the ancient clan. What he has to do now is to improve his cultivation. One day, on this mountain peak, the energy of heaven and earth began to gather in large amounts. In the quiet room, Ji Yufei sat quietly cross-legged. His heart was replaced by the Bodhicitta at this moment, and green light was flowing around his body. In the quiet room, a strange rushing sound suddenly appeared. The sound was like water flowing. The source of the sound was clearly within Ji Yufei's body. When the rushing sound came out, the space around Ji Yufei suddenly fluctuated violently, and streams of substantial energy actually condensed into wind whirlpools, hovering around him, making a whining sound. The speed of the wind whirlpool is getting faster and faster. Eventually, more and more energy pours into the quiet room and is sucked into the whirlpool. Bang! The hard quiet room was torn into pieces after the wind whirlpool grew in size, and dazzling light poured down from the outside and shone in. It seems that father is about to break through again. In the sky above the mountain peak, Wuxuang's face showed a touch of reverence. The older he grew, the more he understood how powerful and outstanding his father was. However, as the son of the first genius of the ancient tribe, his unparalleled talent currently seems to be as good as, or even surpassed by, Ji Yufei when he was a child. My husband is about to break through again. The little medical fairy brought Xianxia to watch in midair. During this period, Ziyan and Kair were in seclusion in the ancient world one after another. She was managing this small family alone. Fortunately, the children have grown up, and Qinglin and Lingxi are still here, so everything is fine. Under the gazes of the little medical immortal and the others, the energy poured into the whirlpool from heaven and earth became increasingly terrifying. Later, the whirlpool even became viscous. Indistinctly, drops of energy liquid floated around the whirlpool. As the wind whirlpool rotated, a terrifying wave that moved people gradually spread out. As more and more energy condenses into energy water droplets, the energy wind whirlpool gradually transforms into energy water vortex. In just a few minutes, the last energy was condensed into a drop of energy liquid and merged into the huge water whirlpool. Boom! When the wind whirlpool completely turned into an energy water whirlpool, the entire water whirlpool trembled violently. Immediately, Ji Yufei, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, and his powerful momentum exploded. This kind of powerful aura can barely squeeze into the top 10 even in the ancient world. The young patriarch has become stronger again. It is estimated that within a few years, the young patriarch will be able to compete with the elders of the ancient path. The elder of the ancient path is the 7-star fighting saint. When that time comes, the 3 immortals of the ancient clan will become the 4 immortals of the ancient clan. Around the mountain peak, many young people from the ancient tribe, including the elders of the ancient tribe, showed reverence. Before the age of 30, his cultivation level has risen to the level of 5-star fighting saint. It won't be long before this kid will reach a level similar to mine. Ji Yulai sensed Ji Yufei's breakthrough aura in the distance, and his old eyes were filled with relief. Buzzing. At the same time, on Xun'er's mountain peak, the energy of heaven and earth also surged rapidly. Miss Xun'er is about to break through to semi-sainthood. Although the signs of Xun'er's breakthrough were much lighter than those of Ji Yufei, they still received the attention of some people from the ancient tribe. In the sky, Xun'er appeared here after her breakthrough. At this moment, Her cheeks were full of vigor and confidence. At her age, having a semi-saint cultivation level is already outstanding. For such a young saint, Miss Xun'er truly deserves to be of divine blood. Although he is far behind the young patriarch, he is still much stronger than us. I finally broke through to the semi-saint level. Xun'er felt her own cultivation and couldn't help but feel excited. The ancient race is indeed known as the strongest ancient race in the world. Not only does it have a peerless genius-like master, but other people are also very strong. Lingxi stood next to Xianxia, her eyes full of longing. The blood power of her spiritual tribe had already begun to decline, and it was getting worse year by year. If no evildoers appeared, it would probably be over in a few hundred years. To decline. She would not have thought that if it had not been for her master. I am afraid that the entire spirit clan would have ceased to exist, and all the descendants of the clan would have been imprisoned by the Soul Clan. Chapter 238. After breaking through to the early stage of the 5-star Dou Sheng, Ji Yufei still did not leave the quiet room. Instead, he took out the Wangquan blood crystal and many precious spiritual medicines that he had obtained from Yao Ming before, intending to refine the elixir. This time, Ji Yufei was going to refine the 9th grade elixir, the 9-yin Wangquan pill. This elixir will have a great effect on the upcoming demon fire. On the day when the elixir was completed, the sky was filled with dark clouds. However, now that the 9th grade elixir has been born, it can no longer surprise the ancient people too much. Ji Yufei was already familiar with fighting the black magic thunder without any pressure. Collect. In the sky, Ji Yufei opened a jade bottle and sucked the fleeing elixir. The powerful suction instantly sucked the elixir with the ability to transform into the jade bottle. In the jade bottle, elixir clouds were lingering. A dark red elixir quietly floated above the elixir cloud. An unusually cold breath slowly emanated from the jade bottle. Within a radius of 10 feet, there were constantly some ice chips falling from the sky. The 9-yin yellow spring pill has been refined. Next, we will wait for the demon fire to come to the world. Ji Yufei's eyes were full of heat. He was determined to get the demon fire. A few months later, an elder of the ancient clan came to Ji Yufei's mountain. Young clan leader, there is a strange phenomenon of 9 stars in the western region, and 2 moons appearing at the same time. The elder of the ancient clan said very respectfully. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth has appeared. It seems that the seal set by the demon saint will be weakened. Ji Yufei got the news and immediately set off to leave the ancient world. He was accompanied by Ji Yunane. As for the other young generations, they were not allowed to go at Ji Yufei's suggestion. Boom! When the 9 bright stars in the starry sky were connected into a straight line, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly appeared between the whole world. Immediately, countless strange mists diffused out from the void. Faintly, there was actually the sound of waves coming from between heaven and earth. The tides of heaven and earth are indeed exactly the same as Gutu's prediction. Ji Yufei appeared outside the ancient world, looked up at the faint mist that filled the entire world, and muttered to himself. Even at such a long distance, Ji Yufei could feel that the surrounding temperature was higher than usual. Elder Nane, let's leave immediately. Ji Yufei's voice fell, and he opened up a space wormhole and stepped into it. Although Ji Yufei has reached the 5-star Dou Sheng, for the time being, the people of other tribes do not know, so Ji Yufei suppressed his cultivation aura to the peak of the 4-star Dou Sheng, so that he would not violate the tribe covenant. The reason why only Ji Yunane was allowed to accompany him was because Ji Yufei understood that in the next competition, it would be useless to have more people, and those with low strength would only become cannon fodder. After Ji Yufei set out, a large number of people flew out of the major sects and forces in Zhongzhou. Other ancient races were no exception. Their goals were surprisingly consistent, pointing to the northwest of Zhongzhou. In just one night, the whole Zhongzhou was in turmoil. Swoosh. In the sky, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind, and 2 figures flew over from the distant sky. We are about to enter the 1,000 miles of the demon fire. Ji Yufei raised his head and looked at the distant front. The dazzling light was constantly released like the sun. As he got closer and closer to there, waves of terrifying high temperature also came towards him. It is worthy of being the pure lotus demon fire. The residual heat released alone makes it so difficult for those Dou Zun with strength above 6 stars to resist. Ji Yunane's eyes swept over some figures behind him and couldn't help but sigh. A 6-star Dou Zun is already a first-class strongman on the mainland. But this kind of strength can only resist the residual heat released by the pure lotus demon fire from afar. It can be seen from this that the pure lotus demon fire is so terrifying. 10 minutes later, Ji Yufei and Ji Yunane finally arrived at the place where the demon fire came into the world. This place used to be full of mountains, but now it is just a milky white desert. A terrible temperature rises from the desert, making the space within thousands of miles appear distorted. What a terrible pure lotus demon fire! Ji Yunane looked at the huge desert that appeared in his eyes, his face full of shock. In the distant sky, the space there has been broken, and the milky white light poured out from the broken space. The demon fire has not completely broken out, and these milky white lights are just some of the residual heat it emits. Looking at this scene, Ji Yufei said softly, "Swish." Soon after Ji Yufei and Ji Yunane appeared over the desert, the sound of breaking wind came from all directions. One after another, figures stopped far away from the broken space. They looked at the milky white desert with some shock. Swish. When Ji Yufei and Ji Yunane were quietly waiting for the space to break, a space not far away suddenly began to wriggle. Immediately, thick black fog permeated from the space. A strong breath spread quietly, immediately attracting all the eyes in the world. Under the gaze of the crowd, after a while, the black fog slowly dissipated, and several figures slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Master of the Soul Palace. Looking at the black-robed figure with a terrifying aura at the head of the group, many of the top masters in Zhongzhou shrank their pupils. One of them was dressed in a black robe, and his face was not outstanding at all. He looked ordinary, just like an ordinary person. However, it was such an ordinary figure that made most of the people present hold their breath at this moment. Master of the Soul Palace. These 4 simple words have a very terrifying reputation. Back then, this Master of the Soul Palace had once massacred dozens of sects overnight. That night, blood flowed like a river. 5 masters with the strength of 2-star Dou Sheng all died in his hands. That night, the Master of the Soul Palace became famous, and the Soul Palace became the overlord in Zhongzhou. Even Donghua did not dare to confront him easily. Hun Misheng. At this moment, Ji Yufei's eyes were also fixed on that figure, but they were very calm, completely different from the way the people around him looked at Hun Misheng. Hun Misheng seemed to have noticed something. He slowly turned his head, and his calm eyes looked at Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei. After seeing Ji Yufei's face clearly, even a big figure in Zhongzhou like Hun Misheng subconsciously showed some fear in his eyes. Chapter 239. 68.1%. Ji Yufei and Hun Misheng looked at each other, and an invisible pressure filled the air. But at this moment, Ji Yufei and Hun Misheng were both 5-star fighting saints, but they both showed a tacit understanding of only showing their late-stage 4-star strength. After a moment, both sides looked away, and the invisible collision ended. The people from the ancient tribe are here after all. The 2 people beside Hun Mie Sheng frowned. The pure lotus demonic fire is not an ordinary strange fire. Even my soul clan is obsessed with it. The ancient clan naturally does the same. Hun Mie Sheng slowly opened his mouth and made a hoarse voice. The 2 people from the ancient clan who came this time are both 4-star fighting saints. Now, our soul clan seems to be the weaker side. Hun Feng, who came with Hun Mie Sheng, looked at Ji Yufei and the 2 with fear. He is the young leader of the soul clan, but his cultivation level is only in the late stage of the 2-star Dou Sage. Compared with a monster like Ji Yufei, his combat power is far behind. In addition, Ji Yunane was also a veteran 4-star fighting saint. If there really was a fight, he was worried that his side of the Soul Clan would be defeated. Young Patriarch, you don't have to worry too much. The Palace Master has reached the peak of the 4-star Dou Sage many years ago. He will naturally have no problem dealing with those brats like Ji Yunane and Ji Yufei. The last of the 3 shook his head. It's natural. Hearing this, Hun Feng nodded doubtfully and said with a smile, there is an agreement between our ancient races. Strong men who have reached the 5-star Dou Sage level or above cannot take action at will. The Palace Master is just within this limit and is of the same level. Indeed, few can win. Although those great powers have not appeared, they must still be watching here. Listening to the compliments of the 2 people, Hun Misheng smiled faintly, but then raised his head and looked into the empty space, as if there was someone entrenched in that empty place. When will we do it? Hun Feng glanced at it and knew that the powerful Soul Clan might have other plans, so he spoke at this moment. Wait for the pure Lotus Demon Fire to destroy the seal, which will consume a lot of its energy. When it is about to break out of the sky, we will take action. Hun Mie Sheng crossed his rough big hands together and said, looking confident. Young Patriarch, there are probably not many people in the world who can conquer the pure Lotus demonic fire. As long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the Soul Clan this time, that's the best. Ji Yu Nane's attitude towards Ji Yu Fei had completely changed at this time. He no longer reported in the tone of an elder as before, but more like a subordinate reporting. All this is due to the changes in Ji Yu Fei's strength. Today, Ji Yu Fei is not only the young patriarch of the ancient tribe, but also a 5-star fighting saint. In the past, the pure Lotus demonic fire was born, but in the end it was not conquered. The space seal here is set by Jinglian Demon Sanctuary, and it is extremely magical. Even if the pure Lotus demon fire can destroy it in a short time, once it slows down a little, the seal will automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth to repair it again, and then continue to seal it. There was nothing wrong with what Ji Yu Nane said, but Ji Yu Fei didn't just want to prevent the Soul Clan from getting it. In this trip, he is bound to win the pure Lotus demon fire, and no one can stop it. Elder Nane, don't you think it's a pity that the demon fire has not been tamed for so many years? As soon as Ji Yu Fei said these words, Ji Yu Nane also understood Ji Yu Fei's determination. If the young patriarch wants to conquer the demon fire, I, Gun Nane, will risk my life to help the young patriarch achieve his goal. Gun Nane said sincerely. While the two were talking, another blazing wind that was not emitted by the demonic fire suddenly came to the world. Immediately, a red light appeared on the top of the mountain. The light dissipated, revealing a group of people. The leading old man had red hair and looked quite eye-catching. Ancestor Huiyan, with such strength, comes to compete for the pure Lotus demon fire, but he is overestimating his capabilities. Looking at the red-haired old man, Ji Yu Fei couldn't help but shook his head. Although the strength of Fenyan Valley ranks behind those two sects, its strength is higher than those two sects because of the existence of Ancestor Huiyan. With such strength, one can do great things in Zhongzhou, but coming here to compete for the pure Lotus demon fire is no different than cannon fodder. Brother Ji Yu Fei, Huo Ji misses you so much when you come so early. A sound broke through the air, and immediately, Huo Zan and his party appeared not far from Ji Yu Fei. Hearing Huo Zan's words, Ji Yu Fei felt helpless. This guy always talked a lot. Huo Zan, what are you talking about again? Behind Huo Zan, Huo Ji, who covered his face with a veil, shouted loudly. Well, Huo Zan heard this and smiled without explaining. I had helped him out a few times in the tomb before, and received encouragement from Huo Ji after I returned. Now in front of others, Huo Ji started to pretend again. The leader of the Yan clan this time was an old man in purple robes. He had been to the ancient world, his name was Hoeyao, and his cultivation level was also in the 4-star fighting saint level. Almost all ancient races need to abide by the ancient clan covenants made thousands of years ago before they completely break up. Young Master Ji Yu Fei is indeed unusual. We haven't seen each other for just a few years, and he has actually reached the level of a 4-star fighting saint. Huo Yao is an elder and strong man of the Yan clan, but he is very polite when greeting Ji Yu Fei at this moment. Without reaching out to hit the smiling man, Ji Yu Fei nodded politely in response to Elder Huo Yao. I'm so envious. Huo Zan was also amazed. Aren't you also a high-level semi-saint? Ji Yu Fei smiled slightly. Huo Zan's strength has improved quite well. And there is an extra fire in his body. Presumably, it is the 8 Desolations Destruction Flame of the Yan clan, which ranked 6th on the list of strange fires. This makes Ji Yu Fei envious. He has never obtained a strange fire with such a high ranking. Of course, if it comes to the power of the flame, Ji Yu Fei's fusion fire can already surpass the 4th-ranked Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. Mr. Ji Yu Fei, long time no see. Huo Ji greeted Ji Yu Fei with a shy face, obviously still embarrassed by Huo Zan's words, but Ji Yu Fei was very calm. Now, just wait quietly for the best time to enter the space, and then try to subdue the pure Lotus demon fire. After a few people chatted, Ji Yu Nane sighed and put his hands behind his back. He raised his head and locked his eyes on the distorted sky in the distance. The terrifying high temperature continued to spread out from the broken space in waves. The frequency of the milky white light appeared more and more frequently. Later, the desert below became sticky, and the sand was gradually melting. As the desert gradually turned to magma, the sound of breaking wind became more and more frequent, and more strong people were attracted by the strange phenomenon here. Therefore, in just half an hour, many figures appeared densely in the sky. However, most of these figures stopped far away from the broken space. Only those who were really strong dared to approach the broken space within 1,000 feet, like Ji Yufei, Han Misheng and others. While waiting, people from the 3 tribes of the Thunder Tribe, Stone Tribe, and Spirit Tribe among the 8 ancient tribes also arrived one after another. The last strong ancient race to appear was the ancient Medicine Tribe. The 3 people who came had been to the ancient world before. They were Yao Tian, Yao Wangui, and Yao Tian's sister Yao Ling. Yao Tian is a lucky guy. The Yao clan fed him a precious pill that was almost able to become a 9th grade Xuandan. His own strength is already a 1-star Do Sheng mid-stage. As the 3 Yao clan members appeared here, Huo Zan couldn't help but be envious and jealous. Chapter 240, Master Ji Yufei. I heard that Master Ji Yufei can refine the Bodhi Grand Return Pill, which is a 9th grade treasure pill. Can you let me know someday? After the powerful men from several ancient races appeared, many of them were very polite and came to Ji Yufei to say hello. On the other hand, no one cares about the young clan leader of the Soul Clan and the Medicine Clan. Faced with this situation, Hunfeng and Yaoshan couldn't even feel jealous. Because they knew how huge the gap was between themselves and Ji Yufei. Soon, everyone's attention returned to the broken space in the distance again. The milky white brilliance there is now pouring down continuously like liquid, and the desert below has also turned into a piece of milky white magma. Boom! This wait lasted for about 3 hours again. The broken space also expanded from the previous several feet to dozens of feet. The expansion of the broken space finally slowly stopped when it reached a range of nearly 100 feet. Faintly, a milky white halo took shape in the broken space. It's time to leave. Ji Yufei opened his eyes and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of rushing wind suddenly came from the surrounding space, and figures with long and powerful breaths rushed from a distance like lightning, and then crashed into the milky white circle. Haha, brother Ji Yufei, let's go in first. After Huo Zan and the others handed over their hands, under the leadership of Elder Huo Yao, they moved and swept into the milky white circle of light. Let's go in too. Ji Yufei had no ink left as he finished speaking and rushed into the circle of light with Ji Yunane. Before going in, Ji Yufei was well prepared. He knew that the pure lotus demon fire could use people's emotions as a guide to cause the demon fire to be born from the human body. Once the demon fire appeared in the body, even the soul would be burned. Become nothingness. So, after entering that space, try to keep your mind as calm as possible. Don't be happy with things, don't be sad with things. The moment his body swept into the circle of light, the skin all over Ji Yufei's body suddenly became tight. What a terrifying temperature. The first feeling that the change in space gave Ji Yufei was that he was in a furnace. This space is filled with milky white flames. Even after he had swallowed several kinds of strange fires, he felt an unusually hot temperature. Ji Yufei's heart moved, and strange fire surged out of his body instantly, covering his entire body. His body was suspended in midair, not daring to be touched by the slightest bit of milky white flame. Let's leave here first. Ji Yufei's eyes swept around, and then he tiptoed into the void, trying to find Ji Yunane who entered this place with him first. Laugh. After flying forward for nearly 10 minutes, Ji Yufei suddenly stopped. During this 10-minute journey, the sea of fire still had no end, as if it was never ending. Could it be? Ji Yufei thought of something. At this moment, there was a strange movement in front of him, and several figures appeared. Not far ahead of him, a colorful shadow appeared, making Ji Yufei's eyelids twitch. Kair. Ji Yufei was surprised. In sight, Kair has been captured by Han Misheng and the others, and her life is in danger at any time. The soul destroys life, you are seeking death. Seeing this scene, Ji Yufei's heart was filled with murderous intent, and his fighting spirit could not help but escape. Husband, leave me alone. Kair's voice is so real. It stimulated Ji Yufei's nerves even more. Ji Yufei, wouldn't you have thought that your wife is in our hands now, and if you don't obey us, we will take care of her funeral arrangements." In response to Ji Yufei's roar, Hun Misheng smiled coldly and held his hands. Kai's body exploded open, and in the end only a soul was left. Die. Ji Yufei's eyes turned red, and his body began to tremble violently. A terrifying killing intent swept out crazily from the depths of his heart. As if he could feel the endless crazy killing intent in Ji Yufei's heart, a strange smile appeared on his face. Puff. Ji Yufei's eyes were blood red. However, suddenly, his body solidified instantly, and streams of milky white flames suddenly shot out from the pores of his body. Fairy fire. The sudden severe pain in his body also made Dou Qi regain some sense. When he looked up, he found that the three people in front of him had disappeared. Kai's traces also disappeared. It seems that everything just happened was an illusion that caused people's emotions to fluctuate. This scene made Ji Yufei startled. Immediately there was anger in his heart. The illusion created by this demonic fire had just made Ji Yufei experience an extremely painful scene. No. We can't continue to have abnormal emotions, it will give the demon fire another opportunity. Ji Yufei's eyes were terrifyingly calm, his handprints changed rapidly, and the strange fire in his body began to circulate, spreading crazily throughout every part of his body. The milky white flames in the body, after a stalemate for a while, finally retreated inch by inch and were forced out of the pores. It is indeed a demon fire. The illusion it creates is no worse than the ancient Bodhi tree. Ji Yufei wiped away the cold sweat, his mind moved, and the strange fire in his body quickly flashed into his eyes. As the flames surged, the world in front of him suddenly changed. The milky white sea of fire disappeared, replaced by a milky white mist of about dozens of feet. At this moment, in this mist, many people with different expressions were flying around. The bodies of some of them were already wrapped in milky white flames. Ji Yufei would not care about the life and death of these people at all. If they chose to come to grab treasures, they must be prepared to deal with various risks. Found it. Ji Yufei's sweeping eyes finally found Ji Yunane. At this moment, Ji Yunane's body surface also faintly appeared milky white flames, which was the prelude to the burning of the demon fire. Fortunately, Ji Yunane's cultivation reached the 4-star Dou Sheng, and he could hold on longer than ordinary people, so he would not get into trouble so soon. Shish. Ji Yufei flashed and appeared beside Ji Yunane, slamming his palm on his back, and a low shout suddenly came out of his mouth. Ji Yufei's shout was mixed with soul fluctuations, and the sound waves mixed with this wave were directly transmitted to Ji Yunane's ears. Ji Yunane's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened at this moment. Hoo-hoo. Ji Yunane glanced at Ji Yufei beside him, breathing heavily, and after a while, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. What a terrifying pure lotus demon fire, it actually deliberately set up illusions to cause people's emotional fluctuations, and then set itself on fire. If it weren't for you, the young clan leader, who woke me up, I'm afraid my fate would be very miserable now. Ji Yunane said with lingering fear. Chapter 241. The fog here is a bit weird, so let's leave this area first. Seeing Ji Yunane's frightened expression, Ji Yufei also smiled bitterly. Even he almost fell into the illusion just now. However, fortunately, Ji Yufei had a powerful alien fire in his body, and the emotion value system was able to determine that Kair and the 3 Soul Clan members who appeared were fakes, because they showed no emotions at all and no emotional reminders. What about the rest? Gun Nane frowned. This demon fire space is too weird. Everywhere is full of fatal crises. Even for a strong fighting saint, entering this place is full of dangers. This should be the plan of the demon fire. After entering, many people were isolated. But it's not completely isolated. Let's go. Ji Yufei waved his hand. His eyes glanced at the other guys who were trapped in the illusion, and then quickly flew away from the mist. He doesn't know most of these people and has no friendship with them, so naturally he won't be a good person and rescue them one by one. Most of the people here are here for Jingli and demon fire. If you come here even though you know the danger, you will have to pay the price for your greed. Next, Ji Yufei and Ji Yunane flew past quickly and rushed out of the mist-shrouded range. Brother Ji Yufei, Master Ji Yufei, I knew you would be able to get rid of those illusions. Just as the 2 people were skimming out the mist, the voices of Huo Zan and Huo Ji came from the front. Hearing this, Ji Yufei raised his head. Not far ahead, he saw a huge platform suspended in midair. At the end of the platform is a giant white door, and on the platform at this moment, there are 3 people from the Yan tribe who came here this time. The 3 of them have different fires and are freed from that illusion. Open black lens bracket ding, Huo Zan produces joyful emotions, and the emotional value increases, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding, Huo Ji feels happy, and his mood value increases, close black lens bracket. Through the emotional value feedback, Ji Yufei was able to immediately judge that these 3 people were not phantoms. Ji Yufei and Ji Yunane flew over. These 3 people had friendships with Ji Yufei, and the joy in their hearts when they saw him escaping from trouble just now was real, and Ji Yufei naturally treated them with courtesy. I didn't expect that this pure lotus demonic fire would be able to release the nightmare sky mist. It seems that its strength has improved greatly in the past 1,000 years. Elder Hoayao of the Yan clan said with emotion. Nightmare Sky Fog. This was originally the unique skill of the pure lotus demon saint, and everyone from the ancient races had heard of it. It is said that the pure lotus demon saint once used this technique to cover a city. It made the people in the city feel like they had lived there for hundreds of years. After the fog dispersed, they suddenly realized that the hundreds of years of experience were just a dream. The pure lotus demon fire now is probably a bit stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. Ji Yunane nodded in response. According to the ancestors of the clan, this happened last time. If you follow the road behind the giant gate, you will naturally be able to see the pure lotus demon fire. We have to break through. Huo Yao pointed to the door behind him and extended an invitation to Ji Yufei and the others. Well, this is the territory of the pure lotus demon fire. Even we must abide by its rules before we see its true form. Ji Yunane nodded and smiled lightly. Just as he was about to say something again, the space around him suddenly fluctuated violently. A terrifying temperature slowly spread from all around. Everyone, be careful. Seeing this scene, Ji Yufei frowned. Now, the backhand left by Jinglian Demon Saint has not reacted much. Therefore, he could only follow the rules here for the time being until the demon fire appeared. Boom! As the space became more distorted, cracks suddenly appeared. In these cracks, waves of milky white flames like huge waves swept out from them. Immediately afterwards, figures filled with milky white flames surged out from many cracks like a tide. These figures, whose bodies were surrounded by flames, held flame spears tightly in their hands, and stared at Ji Yufei and others with emotionless eyes. Fire slave, everyone is from an ancient race, so they are all familiar with this kind of thing. These are all powerful men who have been refined by the pure lotus demonic fire, and are equivalent to puppets. Roar. The next moment, the thousands of flaming figures let out a violent roar, and immediately spread their figures and rushed towards Ji Yufei and others with overwhelming force. The momentum was extremely huge. However, those present were all saints, including Ji Yufei, Ji Yunane, and Huo Yao, the 3 top 4-star fighting saints. After taking action, these fire slaves were killed in large areas, and they seemed to be unable to fight back. However, no matter how fierce Ji Yufei and others' offensive was, there was still a steady stream of fire slaves pouring out of those cracks. Kill endlessly. It's useless to kill like this, we can only go in. Gun Nane shouted in a deep voice. The others also nodded slightly. Next, a group of people rushed through the flame crowd like a broken bamboo, and finally each blasted a palm, hitting the giant door hard. Boom! Everyone blasted down with all their strength, and the giant door exploded open. According to the ancestors of the clan, the end of the demon fire hall is where the demon fire body is located. Gun Nane shouted. Ji Yufei did not stop him. For the time being, perhaps only by seeing the last pure lotus demon fire phantom in the hall could the pure lotus demon saint's residual soul between his eyebrows react. When they entered the next hall, the milky white flames filled their eyes. In this huge hall square of nearly thousands of feet, densely packed flame figures stood upright. They did not make any sound, but there was an extremely terrifying momentum that permeated this space. That momentum seemed to be fused together and turned into a giant flame dragon, hovering above the heads of these flame figures, full of murderous aura. Ji Yufei and his party had already passed through 3 halls that were almost the same as this one. However, the deeper they went, the stronger the fire slaves that appeared in the hall were. After careful sensing, I am afraid that every fire slave has the strength of Dou Zun level. A dozun may not be worth mentioning in front of them, but when their number becomes 10,000, even Dou Sheng has to deal with it seriously. Moreover, the energy of the heaven and earth in this space is mixed with traces of demonic fire, and no one dares to absorb it easily. If you only release but not absorb, your fighting spirit will be exhausted sooner or later, and even a strong fighting saint cannot persist forever. No, if we continue like this, we will all be exhausted here. Huo Zan said breathlessly. Such a high-intensity battle made him and Huo Ji, who only had the strength of a half-saint, feel huge pressure and consumed a lot of fighting spirit. Chapter 242. This pure lotus demon fire just wants to play with us like dolls. Ji Yufei's reaction at this moment was extremely calm, looking at the sky of the hall, and said lightly. Hearing this, everyone frowned slightly. Being played with by a strange fire was a bit unacceptable. Keep going. Ji Yufei waved his hand lightly and walked forward. Next, everyone continued to destroy the army of fire slaves in the hall in an instant with a devastating gesture. Then everyone turned into light and shadow, and appeared at the end of the hall in a few flashes, smashing the giant door again, and marching forward. In the following time, it was still extremely boring to pass the level, and the mode of passing the level was also extremely monotonous. In every giant hall, there were exactly the same fire slaves. Even, there were many fire slaves with semi-saint strength, and the young generation like Huo Zan and Huo Ji were no longer of much use. At this time, Ji Yunane finally understood why Ji Yufei did not allow other young people in the clan to come to the place where the demon fire descended to train from the beginning. If they were not Dou Sheng, they would either be cannon fodder or a burden if they came here, and would only cause trouble. Bang! Another huge palace door was smashed by Ji Yufei with an expressionless palm, and a huge palace appeared again amid the violent flying of stone chips. It seems that it is Xiao Chen's place. Ji Yufei glanced and murmured in his heart. The people around him also exclaimed in surprise. Because they found that there were not many fire slaves in this huge palace. In the center of the huge palace, there was only a somewhat skinny figure standing upright. 4-star Dou Sheng, feeling the breath of that figure. Ji Yunane and Huo Yao's faces also slowly surged with solemnity. Although the two of them were also 4-star Dou Sheng, the skinny figure in the hall was even stronger than them. Is this also a fire slave? Huo Zan was stunned. How terrifying is this pure lotus demon fire? It can actually turn a 4-star Dou Sheng into a fire slave. No matter how strong he is, we must defeat him before we can reach the hall behind. Ji Yunane and Huo Yao showed great fighting spirit. When everyone landed on the hall, the figure slowly opened his eyes. He was only wearing the most ordinary clothes. His face was stiff, without any expression. His eyes were cold, like the black ice that has not melted for thousands of years. Bang! In the quiet hall, the ground suddenly shook heavily. The skinny figure gently grasped the air in front of him, and a huge blood-red axe that was several feet long and looked extremely exaggerated and weird appeared out of thin air. Against the backdrop of such a huge axe, his skinny figure looked a little funny. But everyone present could clearly feel the terrible power hidden in that skinny body. This person is so strong. However, he seems familiar, like a person. Looking at the blood-colored axe, Ji Yunane frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. After the blood-colored axe appeared, the two sides did not talk nonsense. Ji Yufei and his 3 companions, in the most arrogant manner, fiercely collided with the figure. Dang dang! In the vast palace, 4 figures flashed at a dazzling speed, and as they flashed and appeared, dazzling sparks continued to splash. Huo Zan and Huo Ji could only retreat and not cause trouble for Ji Yufei and his companions. In the palace, under the attack of Ji Yufei and his 3 companions, the skinny figure holding the huge blood-colored axe, although strong, was still no match for the 3 people and was constantly repelled. This time, Ji Yunane realized how terrifying Ji Yufei's combat power was. To deal with this fire slave, it was completely up to Ji Yufei to suppress it. Roar! After being repelled once again, the blood axe figure's indifferent eyes suddenly surged with a kind of crazy heat. A low roar came from his throat, and a strong light suddenly burst out from his brow. In the light, a rune slowly appeared in everyone's sight, and when the rune appeared, the man's breath suddenly surged. This seems to be the Shao clan emblem. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunane and Huo Yao were stunned and very surprised. Bang! In the scene, the skinny man with a surge of breath chopped out with an axe. Bang! Facing such a terrible attack that was enough to split the sky and the earth, Ji Nane and Huo Yao worked together to intercept it but were actually repelled. You retreat. Ji Fei's figure swept out, came in front of the two, and faced the fire slave alone. Blood Axe Xiao Chen, do you want to be a fire slave forever? Have you forgotten that you are from the ancient Xiao clan? Ji Fei spoke loudly, and even used the power of his soul, and his voice was extremely penetrating. Hearing this, the skinny man with an extremely cold face, like a zombie, finally had a wave of fluctuations on his face. Xiao clan. Hearing this word, the skinny man's indifferent eyes were full of fluctuations. Who am I? The skinny man's eyes were confused. So this person is Xiao Chen. As for this blood-colored axe, I have only seen it in ancient books. In the past, the Xiao clan had a stunning person. This person's famous weapon was an extremely large blood axe, and this person was called Xiao Chen. The others were shocked. They are all from ancient races, so they know some secrets about the Xiao clan. Chapter 243. It is said that Blood Axe Xiao Chen had an astonishing talent back then. He was also the cousin of Xiao Zhan, the leader of the Xiao clan, but he did not like restraint and was moody. Before he became famous, many powerful people died under his axe. But then, Xiao Chen disappeared for no reason, and no one could find him. I didn't expect that he would appear here. Taking this into account, Xiao Chen can be regarded as escaping a catastrophe for the Xiao clan. When everyone talked about Xiao Chen, their faces showed a bit of sadness. Xiao Chen escaped the catastrophe of the Xiao clan that year. From the perspective of ordinary people, it may be a kind of luck. However, according to Xiao Chen's own character, he absolutely does not want to live in this world. He would rather die fighting for the clan than live like a zombie. In the field, there was some struggling look on Xiao Chen's face, as if he was resisting something. Faint milky white flames gradually burst out from the pores in his body. Let me help you. In the center of Ji Fei's eyebrows, the light ball left by the pure lotus demon saint gave some hints. The next moment, his figure flashed. He quickly came to Xiao Chen's side and quickly put his palm on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen's trembling body stopped. The milky white flame that was about to burst out of the body also slowly dissipated. Call. Xiao Chen took a few deep breaths. Thank you for saving me, little friend. After calming down, Xiao Chen said gratefully. This is the demon fire space. If you want to thank me, take us to where the demon fire is and let us defeat the demon fire. Ji Fei waved his hand and said softly. Pure lotus demon fire. With your strength, you are far from its opponent. Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, there is no way to survive if you stay here. Did Xiao Chen, the bloody axe, lose his will so much that he didn't have the courage to fight? Ji Fei shook his head. Follow me. Xiao Chen is not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. After Ji Fei finished speaking, he made a decision and turned around to face the main hall door. Crunch. The group of people followed Xiao Chen silently, watching him slowly push open the giant door. Behind the giant door, a huge stone altar was vaguely visible. Looking at the stone altar platform at the end, Ji Fei smiled faintly and took the lead in stepping onto the stone stairs. Approaching the altar, I saw a huge throne standing silently on the altar. On the throne, a figure in white robes sat cross-legged quietly, with wisps of milky white flames hovering around him, constantly changing into various images. If you defeat me, you can get the origin of the demon fire. Otherwise, you will stay here forever and become my fire slaves. The voice of the man in white robe was soft and kind, but after his voice came out, it seemed that even this space was trembling. Ji Nane, Huo Yao and others looked solemn, because the man in front of them actually made them feel invincible. Jinglian demon fire, I have to admit that the illusion you created is more realistic than the ancient Bodhi tree. However, no matter how realistic the illusion is, it is still an illusion. Ji Fei's eyes showed no trace of fear. As Ji Fei's words fell, the gentle smile on the face of the handsome man on the throne gradually solidified. Ji Fei did not receive the emotion value reminder. Therefore, it is even more certain that the pure lotus demon fire in front of you is just an illusion. Illusion? Young patriarch, are you saying that we are still in an illusion? No, I should be real. The others were all surprised, and Huo Zhan even reached out and touched himself. We are all real, Ji Fei explained. These illusions are not directed at a certain person, but a large-scale illusion. Why do you know Nightmare Tianwu so well? On the throne, the man in white robe finally spoke slowly and with a somewhat sinister voice. Want to know? When you are refined by me, you will naturally know. Ji Yufei replied with a faint smile. With the emotional value system, there is basically no illusion in this world that can confuse him. Presumptuous. The man in white robe roared angrily and stared at Ji Yufei with cold and ruthless eyes. Wisps of milky white flames slowly spread out from his body. Suddenly, a destructive high temperature gradually enveloped this space. Seeing the momentum of the man in white robe, Ji Yunane and Huo Yao both looked solemn. Everyone, here, his strength depends on what we think in our hearts. As long as it doesn't exist, he can't cause any harm to us. Ji Yufei said in a low voice. Court death. After Ji Yufei finished speaking, the handsome face of the man in white robe finally changed dramatically. He clenched his palms tightly, and the milky white flame turned into a huge flame spear. The spear brought with it a smell of destruction, and it shot fiercely at Ji Yufei. Faced with such an attack, Ji Yufei did not take any defensive measures. Young patriarch will not put himself in danger. I trust Mr. Ji Yufei's judgment. In the previous breakthroughs, everyone regarded Ji Yufei as their backbone. Therefore, even if they faced such huge pressure at this moment, they did not use any fighting spirit to defend themselves. Boom! The huge flaming spear fell from the sky, and finally mixed with destructive force, it hit everyone's bodies hard. However, just when they thought their bodies would be severely damaged, the flaming spear suddenly disappeared. Sure enough, it's okay. Huo Zhichao's face showed surprise. She looked at Ji Yufei with eyes full of admiration. They are both geniuses, and compared with Ji Yufei, they are not even the slightest bit worse. Asshole. In the sky, a look of anger appeared on the handsome face of the man in white robe. His body actually showed some illusions at this moment. Nightmare and illusion, broken. Ji Yufei pointed his fingers, and a stream of essence and blood shot out from his fingertips. The essence and blood quickly swiped across his fingertips, forming a strange blood talisman. Nightmare-breaking talisman, how could you? Seeing the blood talisman, Jinglian Demon Fire's expression suddenly darkened. Go! Ji Yufei ignored him at all, and with a tap of his finger, the blood talisman shot out, and finally stuck to the void in front of him. This space exploded in an instant. After the illusion was shattered, everyone discovered that the surrounding area had turned into a sea of magma. In the sky above the magma sea area, there are some extremely huge rocks suspended. Ji Yufei and others were on top of these rocks. Not far behind them, a huge silver circle of light was slowly rotating. It's finally out. At this moment, everyone's faces showed a sense of survival after a disaster. Chapter 244. Boohoo. While Ji Yufei and the others were looking around, figures suddenly appeared on the surrounding rocks. They were suspended in the sky, breathing heavily, and their faces were full of fear. Young patriarch, it seems that you just tore up the illusion, causing some chain reactions, and also brought out other people. Seeing those people, Ji Yu Nankai rode. The nightmare sky mist is like this. If one area is broken, the entire illusion will collapse. Ji Yufei smiled slightly and didn't care. The next moment, a huge magma column of about 100 feet rose in the magma sea. A handsome man in white robe stepped on the magma pillar. Looking at the white-robed man who suddenly appeared on the magma column, the space suddenly became silent. One after another, they looked at the former greedily and passionately, because the body of the man in front of them was the real pure Lotus Demon Fire. Jinglian Demon Fire, I didn't expect that in just 1,000 years, you could cultivate the Nightmare Tianwu inherited by the pure Lotus Demon Saint to such an extent. It's really impressive. On a mountain rock, Hun Misheng, who was dressed in black robe, slowly raised his head and stared at Jinglian Demon Fire with a slightly unsightly expression. This demon fire is getting weirder and weirder. This time, no matter what, we can't let him get away with it anymore. If he is allowed to escape, all life in Zhongzhou will be destroyed. Elder Yao Wangui from the Yao clan stared at Jinglian Demon Fire with extremely fiery eyes. After hearing Yao Wangui's words, many people around him nodded in agreement. To put it bluntly, almost everyone here comes here to get the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Those righteous words are just excuses to cover up greed. Hearing what Hun Miesheng and others said, the man in white robe ignored them and locked his eyes directly on Ji Yufei, who remained silent. Tell me, Why were you able to break my nightmare Tianwu illusion? I told you a long time ago that when you are refined by me, I will tell you naturally. Facing the cold eyes of Jinglian demon fire, Ji Yufei was still extremely relaxed. It turned out to be an illusion that he tore apart. After hearing Ji Yufei's words, the faces of the people around him were full of shock. They didn't expect that the young patriarch of the ancient clan was so strong. Master Ji Yufei is really good at this. We all here owe you a favor. Many ancient race experts complimented him. Brother Ji Yufei, I didn't expect you to save me again. Just now, I thought I was going to die in that illusion. In the crowd, a woman wearing a black cloak turned to Ji Yufei in surprise and ran away when Ji Yufei was talking. Miss Xun'er, looking at the woman who took off her cloak halfway, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, old Ji Nane looked very surprised. This time the demon fire came to the world. The young patriarch clearly ordered not to let anyone else come over, so why did Miss Xun'er sneak out anyway? Miss Xun'er, why are you so ignorant? This place is very dangerous. Ji Nane also had a bit of blame in his tone at this time. Xun'er was a half-sage and was basically holding him back when he came here. I was worried about brother Ji Yufei, so I followed him. Xun'er lowered his head and explained. She kept looking at Ji Yufei from the corner of her eye, but at this moment, Ji Yufei ignored her at all. This woman acted willfully every time without considering the consequences. According to the clan rules, it would be light to punish her to be locked up for 100 years. Arrogant boy, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. After I turn you into my fire slave, you will naturally tell me in detail. The man in white robe on top of the magma column looked at Ji Yufei for a few seconds, then waved his hand, and an invisible wave spread out. In the distance, the milky white halo in the sky suddenly dissipated slowly. The space channel dissipated. Does this thing want to keep all of us here? Seeing this scene, everyone was worried. Hey, Miss Xun'er, the space passage is gone now, and you can't get out. Please remember not to run around later, and stay with me and the young patriarch. Ji Nane said angrily. Xun'er nodded seriously. Demon fire refines heaven. The space passage was wiped away, and then, raging milky white flames burst out of the white-robed man's body. The flames spread like a prison of flames, wrapping everyone inside. This pure lotus demonic fire wants to refine all of us. Elder Hoeyao of the Yan clan said with a solemn expression. The strength of the pure lotus demon fire is extremely terrifying. Now it is probably equivalent to a peak 5-star Dou Sage warrior. Coupled with the magical ability of the demon fire, he can fight even against a 6-star Dou Sage. Here there is no one who can surpass him in strength. Xiao Chen, who had never spoken before, slowly said at this time. He knows the pure lotus demon fire very well, and naturally knows the current strength of the demon fire. The peak of 5-star fighting saint. Hearing this, the expressions of Ji Nane and Huo Yao changed slightly. There is a huge gap between Dou Sheng and each level. And for some reasons, the people from the ancient races came to be 4-star fighting saints. Bang bang, just as everyone was on guard, not far behind, there was a series of low explosions. One after another, the figures suddenly exploded into clouds of blood mist. As soon as the blood mist appeared, it was completely evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. Miss Xun'er, the pure lotus demonic fire is extremely weird. It can use people's emotions as a guide to cause fire and burn the body. Don't think wildly at this time. Ji Nane remembered Ji Yufei's words before and quickly reminded Xun'er beside him. However, at this time, Xun'er was emotionally unstable for some reason. A ball of flame emerged in his heart. A look of pain gradually appeared on Xun'er's pretty face. Fortunately, she had refined the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, which ranked fourth on the list of strange fires, so that even a semi-saint could resist the milky white flames, burning. Young patriarch, please hurry up and save Miss Xun'er. Ji Nane was very anxious at this moment and looked at Ji Yufei hurriedly. Hearing this, Ji Yufei glanced at Xun'er, frowned, and then stretched out his hand and gently patted Xun'er's slender shoulder. Call. With Ji Yufei's help, the milky white flame in Xun'er's body was instantly extinguished. She looked pale and sweated on her forehead. Brother Ji Yufei, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have been willful this time. I shouldn't have come here to cause trouble to you and Elder Nane. Xun'er said in shame. At this time, she finally realized that she was a burden here. The pure lotus demon fire is so powerful that Ji Yufei, Ji Yunane and others have to concentrate on protecting themselves. Chapter 245. These trash don't even have the qualifications to be my fire slaves. Under the Dou Sheng, it's hot. The cold voice of the pure lotus demon fire rang out on the lava column. As his last voice fell, the whole sky was instantly in chaos. Bang 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 bang. Here, more than 80% of the Dou Zun strongmen had their bodies exploded in an extremely strange way at this moment and died completely. What a horrible method. A chill rose in everyone's heart. Fortunately, there is brother Ji Yufei. Xun'er also understood that she was emotionally unstable just now and was invaded by the demon fire. If Ji Yufei hadn't helped to expel it in advance, she would probably explode like those people just now. At this moment, seeing that Ji Yufei ignored her, Xun'er didn't have any complaints in her heart. She just hoped that Ji Yufei would not blame her and forgive her willful behavior. Hehe, only those who remain are qualified to become my fire slaves. Looking at the empty sky, Jinglian Yaohua waved his hand, and 10 lava columns rushed out of the lava sea below. The lava columns burst open, and 10 figures wearing milky white fire armor appeared around Jinglian Yaohua. They are all Dou Sheng. The strongest fire slave actually has the strength of a 3-star Dou Sheng in the late stage. There are also several 2-star Dou Sheng. Facing the big move of Jinglian Yaohua, everyone present was slightly stagnant. You know, in Zhongzhou, many sects can become a major sect as long as there is a Dou Sheng sitting in, and here, so many Dou Sheng strongmen are actually Yaohua's fire slaves. This time, my collection is destined to be much richer. Jinglian Yaohua smiled with satisfaction. Everyone, no matter what grudges we had before, if we want to survive, we must join forces to deal with the demon fire. The Soul Palace Master's eyes first looked in the direction of Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei's strength is the strongest person present except him. Moreover, the ancient clan has 2 4-star Dou Shengs, which is unmatched by other clans. If Ji Yufei and Ji Yunane are unwilling to join forces, things will become much more troublesome. Although the Soul Palace is notorious, you have some truth. It seems that this pure lotus demon fire does not want to let us leave easily. The elder Huo Yao from the Yan clan hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke first. The current situation must be so. Seeing the Yan clan nod in agreement, the elders of the Medicine clan, the Thunder clan, the Stone clan, and the Spirit clan also nodded after pondering for a while. Young clan leader, what should we do? Seeing that Hun Misheng kept his eyes on him, Ji Yunane asked Ji Yufei's thoughts. Their Ji Yu clan and the Soul clan were enemies. Let's cooperate for now, but later, Elder Nane, you just need to protect her, and I will deal with the demon fire. Ji Yufei said lightly. Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Xun'er felt ashamed and a warm current surged in her heart. She hadn't felt Ji Yufei's concern so directly for a long time. Okay. Hearing Ji Yufei's arrangement, Ji Yunane naturally had no objection. Not to mention Xun'er's divine bloodline, just her identity as the daughter of the clan leader, she must not make any mistakes in this demon fire space. Friend Ji Yufei, for some reasons, I can't face the demon fire directly, otherwise it will be controlled by it again, but I can guarantee the safety of your friend. Xiao Chen, who had never spoken, spoke at this time. He had always wanted to repay Ji Yufei's previous kindness, and this time he finally had a chance to show his kindness. Well, Ji Yufei didn't expect Xiao Chen to do anything. It was enough for him to take him to find the illusion of the pure lotus demon fire before. Ji Yufei was not the kind of person who threatened with kindness. Hun Misheng, as you said, we will cooperate first to solve the pure lotus demon fire. However, the Nane elder of our clan will not take action this time. The next moment, Ji Yufei turned around and responded to Hun Misheng over there. His attitude seemed very domineering, but no one was unhappy. After all, the Ji Yu clan sent 2 4-star Dou Sheng this time. Even if only one was sent, it was equal to the people sent by their clans. Besides, those people were able to escape from the illusion cast by the pure lotus demon fire before, all relying on Ji Yufei. If it weren't for Ji Yufei, they would not have the opportunity to face the pure lotus demon fire directly. Okay, Master Ji Yufei is straightforward. Hun Misheng smiled slightly. In this case, friends who are 4-star Dou Sheng or above, let's work together to deal with the pure lotus demon fire. As for the other fire slaves, we have to ask others to take action. Hun Misheng began to gather people. Young clan leader, be careful when you join forces to deal with the pure lotus demon fire later, and try not to use too much strength, so as not to be ambushed. Ji Yu Nane was worried about Ji Yu Fei and reminded him. Yes, the Soul Clan is insidious, brother Ji Yu Fei, you must be careful. Xun'er also spoke with concern. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ji Yu Fei nodded, and then his figure flew out and came to the pure lotus demon fire. Seeing this, Hun Misheng also stepped on the void, and his figure trembled, and he appeared within 100 feet of the pure lotus demon fire. The other 4-star Dou Sheng powerhouses also displayed their figures one by one at this moment, forming a circle to wrap the pure lotus demon fire in it. 7 ancient races, 7 4-star Dou Shengs. The momentum alone is enough to deserve the word, shocking. Others all retreated quickly without any prior agreement. They could not intervene in such a world-shaking battle. As everyone retreated quickly, a strange smile appeared on the face of Jinglian Yaohuo. What a memorable scene. Fire Demon Halberd. In the magma sea, a huge white flame halberd shot out and appeared in the hand of Jinglian Yaohuo in a flash. I have been sealed here for thousands of years. Today, whoever stops me, will die. After the words fell, Yaohuo opened his mouth, and a huge demon fire wave of hundreds of feet suddenly sprayed out. The terrifying temperature even changed the faces of Hun Misheng and others. Attacked together. The overwhelming black fog was shot out from Hun Misheng's palm and collided with the huge wave of fire. However, at the first moment of contact, the black fog and dark clouds were directly dissipated. The huge wave of fire split apart and turned into 7 huge fire pillars, which fiercely blasted towards the 7 people. Seeing this, Ji Yu Fei also solemnly struck forward with a palm to resist the terrifying attack. The other 5 4-star Dou Sheng masters did the same, and quickly sent out Dou Qi. Ding ding, fireworks exploded in the sky, and 7 figures retreated violently. Yao Wangui of the Medicine Clan and the Dou Sheng elders of the Stone Clan and the Spirit Clan had their clothes burned a lot, and they looked quite embarrassed. Great Compassion Hand. The pure lotus demon fire took advantage of the situation to pursue, and suddenly grabbed the magma sea below with its right hand. The next moment, a huge magma hand with a length of 1,000 feet broke out of the sea. The giant hand was astonishingly hot, and in a flash, it appeared above Ji Yu Fei and others, and then slapped them with a palm. Chapter 246. Boom. The speed of the giant magma hand was extremely astonishing. As soon as the slap fell, before anyone could fight back, it swatted the 7 Ji Yu Fei people hard like flies. Finally, with a few pops, they all shot into the magma below. Brother Ji Yu Fei, Xun'er exclaimed when she saw Ji Yu Fei and the others being driven into the magma by the pure lotus demonic fire. Ant-like thing, pure lotus demon fire was bursting with confidence at this time. Bang bang. However, the next moment, the magma sea suddenly exploded, and 7 embarrassed figures rushed out again, finally suspended in midair. Among them, the conditions of Ji Yu Fei and Hun Mie Sheng did not seem to have much impact. Seeing this, Xun'er breathed a sigh of relief. If you guys continue to hide your secrets, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to take action. Above the sea, Hun Mie Sheng looked gloomy and shouted coldly at everyone. There is some truth in what he said. In the battle just now, injuries have appeared in everyone's body, especially those with residual energy from the demonic fire. Let's attack with all our strength. Defeat the pure lotus demon fire first. Well, it's really time to go all out. Several elders of ancient races echoed. Next moment, the auras on the 7 people surged. Obviously, everyone had reservations before and did not try their best. At this moment, the fighting energy in their bodies was running wildly. For a moment, the world was filled with strong winds, dark clouds, and bursts of thunder. Even the magma sea area below roared crazily, setting off huge waves of magma hundreds of feet high. The 7 4-star fighting saints finally showed their strongest power. That's interesting. Huo slave, kill the other people, it's enough to have these people as fire slaves. Jinglian Yaohuo raised his eyes slightly and looked at the people in the distance, with a stern smile appearing on his handsome face. The fire slaves with the strength of the 10 Dou saints began to kill those people in the distance crazily. Miss Xun'er, let's step back. Ji Yu Nane would not selflessly help others deal with these fire slaves, so he retreated with Xun'er. The rest of the people did the same, retreating one after another, unless Huo Nu came close to them. Boo-hoo! 10 flaming figures appeared in front of everyone, their empty gazes slowly swept over, and then they suddenly rushed out. Their directions are different, and they fly directly towards the selected target. Get away! A fire slave with the strength of a 2-star Dou Sheng came towards Xun'er and Ji Yunane, but was directly blasted thousands of feet away by Ji Yunane's palm. Relying on the milky white flame gauze on his body, the Huo slave did not die immediately. This also proves how difficult these fire slaves are to kill. I am afraid that they cannot be killed unless their bodies are directly blown to pieces. Xun'er's side is protected by Ji Yunane, so nothing will happen, but the others are not having it so easy. In the sky at this moment, there are still some strong Dou Xun warriors who were lucky enough to survive. Although most of these guys are at the peak of fighting saints, they don't even dare to get involved in this kind of battle between fighting saints. One by one, they could only flee far away as if they were desperate. Now, they just realized what a stupid decision it was to enter here. Roar! The entire sky above the magma sea area was included in the fierce battle circle. Of course, the most exciting and terrifying thing is naturally the huge battle circle in the middle. Inside that is the main battlefield between the 7 4-star fighting saints and the pure lotus demon fire. With the efforts of the 7 people, even the pure lotus demon fire needs to be dealt with seriously at this moment. Boom! On the other side of the small battlefield, there was a sudden loud noise. A fire slave directly blew himself up. The self-destruction of a strong fighting saint is not a simple matter. Such power can really destroy the world. Boom! After the first fire slave self-destructed, the body of another fire slave expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then exploded in the eyes of those horrified eyes. The terrifying energy storm swept across the sky at an alarming speed. PFF'd. Some guys who were unlucky enough to run late were simply hit by the violent energy, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Walk! Ji Yunane ran wildly with Xun'er. Before the storm swept through, he escaped to a relatively safe place. Boom boom boom. However, others did not have such speed. There were several fire slaves who rushed to some strong men in the explosion before death, and then exploded again in their horrified eyes. That energy is close to destruction. Almost in an instant, those unlucky guys were torn into nothingness. Some people who survived by chance looked at the magma sea below with dull eyes. They didn't expect that these fire slaves were not only difficult to kill, but they would also explode themselves. Everyone, help me, this is the best time to seal the demon fire. At this moment, a shocking shout came from the huge battlefield in the distance. He saw his soul extinguished, his hair disheveled, soaring into the sky. He slapped the void with his palm, and a large black formation measuring 10,000 feet appeared in the sky. The center of the formation was exactly locked on the pure lotus demonic fire below. It's actually the Tianluo demon sealing array. Seeing the huge black formation in the sky, Xun'er suddenly exclaimed in shock. Looking at his face, it was obvious that this formation was quite powerful. Okay, Ji Yufei naturally knew this formation. At the moment, he just wanted to delay time. When the residual soul of the pure lotus demon saint reacted in his brow, it would be a sure thing to subdue the demon fire. After the 6 people responded, 6 vast and majestic energy columns that made people tremble surged up from all directions, and finally rushed directly into the formation in the sky. Swish! Receiving such a vast energy support, Hun Misheng's handprints changed hurriedly, the formation trembled, and a beam of light suddenly shot out from the center of the formation, and finally hit the body of the pure lotus demon fire below as fast as lightning. Tianluo refining fire, transformed into the origin. Swish! A huge black beam of light shot down from the center of the formation. The speed of the beam of light was so fast that it hit the demon fire in just a flash. Ah! The body of the pure lotus demon fire was hit by the black beam of light, and it immediately sensed an extremely strange decomposition force erupting from the beam of light. Bang! 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 Facing the strange power in the black light column, even the pure lotus demon fire felt a sense of crisis in its heart. At that moment, his body suddenly expanded and turned into a huge flame shape that was 1,000 feet long. The temperature between heaven and earth rose sharply. The black light column also rippled in circles, and even became slightly distorted. Everyone, pour all your strength into the formation, otherwise it will break the seal and we will all die here. Seeing this scene, Han Misheng's face suddenly changed, and he shouted at Ji Yufei and others. Chapter 247. 70.4%. Let's take action together. Ji Yufei smiled, glanced at a few people, and then mobilized a large amount of fighting energy to pour towards the large formation used by Han Misheng. Seeing this, the other 5 ancient warriors from the ancient races also increased their fighting spirit. Don't even think about sealing me. The pure lotus demonic fire began to counterattack crazily. At this moment, the soul was destroyed and the 7 people, including Ji Yufei, looked ugly. Everyone, fight it! Han Miesheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of ferocity appeared on his originally ordinary face. He bit the tip of his tongue and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and then shot into the beam of light. Tisk tisk tisk. As the 7 people began to fight hard, the light suddenly became brighter in the light pillar. The huge body of Jinglian demon fire actually began to shrink rapidly under the energy of the large array. Tianluo demon sealing array, seal it. Seeing this, Han Mieshi was overjoyed, his handprints changed rapidly, and he gave a final shout. In just a short moment, the black formation turned into a black cylinder about 10 feet long. In the cylinder, a milky white flame slowly rose, and an extremely terrifying temperature quietly spread out. Succeeded. Seeing this scene, Huo Yao and others breathed a sigh of relief, at least their lives were not in danger. As the pure lotus demonic fire was sealed by the formation, a brief silence appeared in the sky. Haha, this cooperation is really a pleasure. The demon fire has finally been sealed, which can save the lives of Zhongzhou. Thank you. After adjusting his breath, Han Miesheng laughed loudly and cupped his hands towards Ji Yufei and others. Is this guy going to start grabbing demon fire? Ji Yufei already knew the soul's intention to destroy life. Although he still had some energy left at the moment, he pretended to be completely depleted. Moreover, a message was sent to Ji Yunane, who was watching from a distance, telling him not to snatch the demon fire later, but to watch the show from the side. Good. Hearing this, Ji Yunane had doubts in his heart, but he still believed in Ji Yufei's judgment. Haha, thank you so much for today. Our soul clan remembers your kindness. On Han Misheng's side, it was as expected by Ji Yufei, and he quickly took action to grab the black beam of light in the sky. Under the huge suction force, the black light beam began to move rapidly towards Han Miesheng. Asshole, the Soul Clan really has other plans. Such a scene shocked the others, and they quickly came to their senses, and the sound of angry curses suddenly resounded in the sky. HMPH, how can it be so easy to take away the demon fire? The elder Hoayao from the Yan clan and the 4-star Do Sage elder from the Thunder clan suppressed the surging energy and blood in their bodies at this moment, and worked together to strike hard at the black beam of light. Under the attack of the two of them, the direction of the black light beam was forcibly switched away. Bastard thing! Seeing this, the soul was furious. However, at this time, he did not directly attack the two people because of this, but sent a message to Hunfeng and another Hun clan member. You two aren't going to grab the demon fire. Do it. When Hunfeng and the other person heard this, they immediately reacted and grabbed the light pillar. These two people, apart from the ancient tribe, are considered to be the top experts in this area. Other forces, such as Burning Flame Valley and Donghua, cannot find anyone strong enough to compete with them. That's the origin of the demon fire, grab it quickly. At this time, almost everyone in the sea area reacted, and their fiery red gazes were directed at the black light pillars that were constantly flying in the sky. Because there is the original power of the demon fire sealed inside. If anyone can get it, his strength will undoubtedly skyrocket in an instant. Call out. Countless people frantically used their skills and began to grab at the black beam of light. The Nane elders of the ancient tribe have not set out to rob it. Is there a fraud in this matter? Huo Ji and Huo Zan suddenly felt suspicious in their hearts when they saw that Ji Yunane, the most powerful contender, was standing still. Perhaps, in the eyes of the elders of Nane, the demon fire is not as important as the safety of Miss Xun'er. Huo Ji said with emotion in his eyes. In her opinion, Xun'er's coming this time is a big burden. Otherwise, with the two 4-star fighting saints from the ancient tribe, they will definitely be the biggest winners in snatching the pure lotus demon fire. Elder Nane, you don't have to worry about me yet, go grab the demon fire. Xun'er saw Ji Yunane standing still. He also subconsciously thought that Ji Yunane was afraid of taking action because he was worried about his own safety. Thinking of Ji Yufei's previous attitude of vowing to Yao Huo, Xun'er didn't want Ji Yufei to be disappointed. If she lost the demon fire because Ji Yunane protected her, she would feel very guilty. Miss Xun'er, the young patriarch just warned you not to steal this demonic fire. Ji Yunane explained. Can't you go grab it? Hearing this explanation, Xun'er subconsciously thought that it was Ji Yufei who told Ji Yunane to protect himself, so the young patriarch must have a reason for doing this. Let's not mess around. Ji Yunane continued. On the other side, a strong man from Zhongzhou who was closer had already grabbed the black beam of light. Haha, I got the origin of the demon fire. This person laughed extremely excitedly. However, as soon as his loud laughter rang out, nearly 10 fierce punches hit him without mercy. Pung! Under this intensive attack, this powerful man with advanced semi-saint strength died without even letting out a scream. Get away! The two Soul Clan members rushed over. With their strength, the others were no match for them. Although Hunfeng was only in the late stage of a 2-star fighting saint, his combat power was comparable to that of an ordinary 3-star fighting saint. With a few casual moves, he killed a dozen strong men around him. Haha, the origin of the demon fire belongs to my Soul Clan. Hunfeng grabbed the black beam of light and couldn't help but reveal a touch of ecstasy on his face. He didn't expect that snatching the origin of the demonic fire would be so smooth. So what if 2 4-star fighting saints came from the ancient clan? In the end, it was his Soul Clan that won. Damn it, we can't let the demon fire fall into the Soul Clan. At this time, the 4-star fighting saints who fought against the pure lotus demon fire in the distance were all very angry, but they could not take action for the time being. Having just defeated pure lotus demon fire, most of them were a little weak and needed to recover. Master Ji Yufei, don't your clan still have Ji Yunane? Why don't you take action to rob it? Huo Yao looked at Ji Yufei in surprise. After the words fell, the Dou Sheng experts from the other tribes were also a little curious. Ji Yunane did not participate in the struggle just now. He was in the best condition among them at this time. If he took action with his 4-star Dou Sheng cultivation, how could he lose his soul? Wind opportunity. Haha, there are rumors from the outside that Master Ji Yufei and Miss Xun'er are at odds. It's really a rumor. You can give up the origin of the demon fire in order to protect the safety of Miss Xun'er. It's respectable. Hun Misheng's words were polite on the surface, but they were full of ridicule. If it were him, he would rather lose Hun Feng than keep the demon fire. Chapter 248. So that's it. Young Master Ji Yufei was so affectionate, but in the end, it's a pity. After hearing Hun Mie Sheng's proud words, most of the others also thought so. They weren't thinking anywhere else. Haha, since the two of you have such a deep relationship, this time, I will send Master Ji Yufei and Miss Xun'er to the underworld to renew their relationship. After saying this, the smile on Hun Misheng's face suddenly solidified and turned into a cold expression. What? The elders of the other ancient races were all shocked by Hun Mie Sheng's words. Unexpectedly, Hun Mie Sheng actually wanted to attack the genius of the ancient clan in this demon fire space. Ji Yufei's talent is close to that of a demon, and the ancient clan and the Soul Clan are not compatible. It is normal for the Soul Clan to have this idea, but he did not expect that he would choose this place to attack. Is he sure? Young Master Ji Yufei is also a 4-star fighting saint, but he can't kill anyone on his own terms. The Soul Clan has always been full of tricks. Maybe there are other plots this time. The elders of several ancient races were discussing, but they all seemed to be standing by. Although Ji Yufei was kind to everyone before, in the face of racial interests, they could not provoke the Soul Clan at will. What's more, everyone has jealousy, and among them, there may be some people who also hope that Ji Yufei can die here. The soul destroys the life. You are quite arrogant. Ji Yufei also didn't expect that soul destruction would have such a plan this time. It seems that the senior leaders of the Soul Clan have already put themselves on the must-kill list. The soul is destroyed and the life is destroyed. If you dare to speak arrogant words to the young clan leader, I think you don't want to live anymore. In the distance, Ji Yunane noticed this, his eyes almost bursting with fire, and he shouted angrily. Humph, what's the point of still talking nonsense now? After Hun Mie Sheng finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to Ji Yunane and rushed towards Ji Yufei in a quick flash. On the big hand, the fighting spirit quietly gathered, and he grabbed Ji Yufei's head fiercely. Looking at this look, he was obviously trying to kill someone. Brother Ji Yufei, be careful. Xun'er is very worried. It has been a long time since soul destruction became famous. Ji Yufei spent a lot of money when dealing with the demon fire just now, so he must be weak now. Also worried about Ji Yufei was Huoji from the Yan tribe. At this time, her pretty face under the veil turned pale, fearing that something might happen to Ji Yufei. Han Misheng recovered so quickly. It seems that his strength is at the top level among the 4-star fighting saints. And in the joint effort just now, he seemed to be contributing, but in fact he had some reservations. Under the gaze of everyone, Ji Yufei's figure did not move even half an inch, and his palms were slowly raised, filled with terrifying fighting spirit. The two palms collided, and the strong storm of fighting spirit destroyed Ji Yufei and Han Misheng's sleeve robe. Then, the two of them took 2 steps back in unison. Obviously, no one took advantage. Ji Yufei, you are very good, and you are worthy of being someone that the senior leaders of our clan attach great importance to. After testing a move, Han Misheng's face became slightly solemn, but there was no panic in his words. Did you think you had figured out my strength during our previous collaboration? If this is really the case, then maybe it's time to surprise you. Han Misheng glanced at Ji Yunane, who was coming over with indifference, then his eyes stopped on Ji Yufei, and he smiled strangely. Then, he raised his palm and gently made a handprint. And with the formation of this hand seal, the soul-destroying aura suddenly surged in the shocked eyes. In just a few seconds, Han Misheng directly collided with the barrier of the late 4-star stage. Faintly, he has reached the stage of the early stage of the 5-star fighting saint. 5-star fighting saint, feeling the instantly stronger aura of soul destruction, Ji Yunane and Xun'er's expression suddenly became ugly. This soul destroyer has actually been hiding his own strength all this time. Soul destroys life. You have reached the level of 5-star fighting saint and you still dare to take action. It seems that you are disregarding the agreement between the ancient races. Ji Yunane said in a low voice. If Han Misheng was only in the late 4-star stage, he wouldn't be afraid to join forces with the weak Ji Yufei, but if the other party became a 5-star fighting saint, then he might be in trouble this time. A blatant violation of the clan covenant. Does the Soul Clan want to make enemies of all ancient races? Apart from both parties involved, only Huoji from the Yan clan spoke up for Ji Yufei at this time. At this time, she didn't think about those complicated things, she just wanted Ji Yufei to be safe. Damn Junior Yan clan. Listening to Huoji's words, Han Misheng's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Haha, I was just lucky enough to step into the 5-star fighting saint level. Speaking of which, I'm not really a 5-star fighting saint. Therefore, the agreement is not broken. However, at this time, he did not argue with Huoji, he just smiled faintly, and then without saying any nonsense, he walked in the void and approached Ji Yufei step by step, with murderous intent filling his body. However, Ji Yufei's expression still showed no trace of panic. Changes will happen later. A bad premonition arose in Han Misheng's heart, and his figure flashed quickly, wanting to kill Ji Yufei as quickly as possible. Little friend Ji Yufei, this time, I can repay the kindness of my previous rescue. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Then, a skinny hand suddenly appeared in front of Ji Yufei, and with a flick of his finger, it actually bounced Han Misheng's hand away. Who are you? Han Misheng looked at the skinny figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, and shouted with gloomy eyes. Although his status in the Soul Clan was not low, it was too far away from the era when Shaozan existed. Therefore, it was impossible to recognize the person in front of him at a glance, and it turned out to be Blood Axe Xiao Chen. The one who killed you. Xiao Chen was a man of few words, and he didn't say anything nonsense at this moment. He just stepped on the void, step by step, and with every step he took, his aura would be like the surging waves, rising higher and higher. 4-star peak, 5-star early stage, 5-star middle stage. Who is this person? He actually has the terrifying cultivation of a 5-star Dou Sheng in the middle stage. It seems that this person can't be from the ancient clan. With this person here, it's impossible for Han Misheng to kill Master Ji Yufei. The elders of the 4 clans, the Thunder Clan, the Medicine Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the Stone Clan, were greatly puzzled. Who are you? If you offend my Soul Clan, no matter which faction you are from, you will be uprooted. Have you thought about the consequences? Hun Misheng looked panicked, and actually used the threatening words commonly used in the Soul Palace. Chatter. Facing Hun Misheng's threat, Xiao Chen frowned. He grasped the void with his palm, and a huge blood shadow condensed in his palm, and in the blink of an eye it condensed into a huge blood axe. With a turn of his palm, the blood axe instantly tore through the space, bringing a sonic boom, and chopped at Hun Misheng fiercely as fast as lightning. Chapter 249. Damn guy, Hun Misheng shouted angrily. From the momentum, you can feel that Xiao Chen's attack is very sharp and fierce. After saying that, he bulged his mouth fiercely, and a black ball of light about half a foot in size quickly ejected from his mouth. Inside the black ball of light, there were bursts of shrill screams, as if there were countless souls devouring each other. Laugh. The black ball of light just spit out. The bloody light from Xiao Chen's axe hit him. In just an instant, a blood line spread out on the dark ball of light, and then with a bang, it slowly split into two halves. PFF'd. Hun Misheng spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly retreated with a pale face. Xiao Chen's attack was so sharp that it was unbelievable. Wherever the blood axe passed, it seemed as if the heaven and earth could be split open by it. Three axes that break the sky. Xiao Chen took advantage of the situation and pursued him. In his hand, the huge blood axe struck out 3 times in a row. The next moment, 3 bright red blood lines burst out of the space. The blood line seems thin, but even if the soul is destroyed, there is an extremely strong sense of crisis from it. The art of soul burial. Hun Misheng's body shook, and his soul actually floated out from between his eyebrows. Immediately, Soul's arms exploded strangely. Woo! The overwhelming black fog suddenly emerged, covering the sky and the sun. Bang bang bang, 3 lines of blood tore through the heavy black clouds. The first 2 were blocked by black mist. The last one shot into the center of the black mist. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The black clouds in the sky froze for a moment, and then quickly retreated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black clouds receded and everyone glanced away, taking in a breath of cold air. Just 3 axes left a huge scar on the body of a strong man like Hun Misheng. Not dead, Xiao Chen seemed surprised. Obviously, Xiao Chen didn't expect that it was very rare for someone with a weaker cultivation level than him to be able to survive under the 3 axes of breaking the sky. Bastard thing. The injured soul was extinguished and looked at Xiao Chen with fire in his eyes. This was the first time in so many years that he had been so severely injured. Palace Master. How are you, Palace Master? At this time, Hun Feng and the other 2 finally rushed over to check the situation of Hun Mie's life. If the soul is destroyed and the soul is dead, then the 2 of them cannot keep the pure lotus demon fire. Don't worry, I won't die yet. Hun Misheng took out a bottle of medicine and poured it on the ferocious wound, causing bursts of white mist to rise. At this time, Hun Misheng hesitated in his eyes, and then suddenly shouted loudly in a certain direction, Mo Lao, after watching the show for so long, it's time to take action, right? What? Did the Soul Clan arrange for a strong person to enter the demon fire space? I should have guessed a long time ago that since they want to kill Master Ji Yufei, they must have made sufficient arrangements. Hearing Hun Misheng's words, many powerful men from ancient races started talking about it. Their eyes searched everywhere. I want to know where the Soul Clan's help is. Regarding this situation, Ji Yufei was not surprised at all. He had already expected that the Soul Clan had a backup plan. Hun Misheng, I didn't expect you to be so useless. I'm so disappointed. When many people are looking for it. In this void, an old low sigh finally sounded. An old man in gray clothes shook his head and walked out slowly with a disappointed look on his face. As he walked out, his face also changed slightly. A pair of long black eyebrows drooped down, looking extremely strange. Old Soul Demon, is it actually you? Do you really want to break the agreement? Seeing the black-browed old man, Ji Yunane and other elders of the ancient races, their expressions all turned ugly. Originally, Soul Destroyer was a 5-star early-stage fighting saint, and they tolerated it, but now, they actually directly sent out a 5-star late-stage fighting saint. This is basically ignoring family covenants. The Soul Clan is so shameless. Huo Ji cursed unabashedly. Xiao Chen helped Ji Yufei just now, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't expect that the Soul Clan would be so unscrupulous this time. The old Soul Demon has been famous for a long time. It is so shameless for such a person to actually arrange to attack and kill a junior. Haha, the hatred between my soul clan and the ancient clan is as deep as the sea. In extraordinary times, we will naturally use extraordinary means. The clan's covenant is not impossible to break. The black-browed old man, known as the Soul Demon Old Man, didn't pay attention when he heard everyone's verbal criticism and smiled lightly. He understood that even if the family covenant was violated today, people from other ancient races would only say a few words and would not actually take action. Mo Lao, take action quickly. Hun Misheng urged with a gloomy face. Haha, soul destroys life, I didn't expect you to be unable to fight back in the hands of this person. There was sarcasm in the old man's words. Don't rely on your old age in front of this palace, and don't even look at who this person is. After a fight, Hun Mie Sheng finally guessed Xiao Chen's true identity. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not flinch from the appearance of the old soul demon, and still walked slowly. You should be the blood axe Xiao Chen of the Xiao clan. I didn't expect that you would live to this day. But it's your blessing. If you were in the Xiao clan, your fate would be similar to Xiao Zan's. The old soul demon raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen, who was walking slowly with a huge blood axe, with a cold luster in his eyes. What happened to cousin Xiao Zan? Hearing someone mention the Xiao clan, Xiao Chen stopped and asked. Haha, it seems you don't know yet. Your Xiao clan was destroyed by my soul clan 1,000 years ago and no longer exists. Xiao Zan also died at the hands of my clan leader. The old soul demon laughed a few times. He didn't deliberately make up anything. After all, with so many people present, it was unlikely to deceive something. How could cousin Xiao Zan die? Hearing this, Xiao Chen subconsciously didn't believe it, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. He knew the strength of his cousin very well. Unless the Dou Emperor took action, no one could threaten him. Moreover, there were so many strong men in the Xiao clan back then, how could they be destroyed by the Soul clan? You don't believe it, you can ask other people present to see if your Xiao clan still exists. After the soul demon old man finished speaking, Xiao Chen turned sideways and looked at Ji Yu Fei who rescued him. Senior Xiao Chen, this is indeed true. The Xiao clan is dead in name only. Ji Yu Fei nodded. Back then, in order to be promoted to Dou Di, Xiao Zan sacrificed the power of his bloodline with the strength of his entire clan, but failed in the end. He was attacked by the Soul clan and unfortunately died. After getting Ji Yu Fei's confirmation, Xiao Chen's eyes dimmed a lot in an instant. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful, regretting that he could not fight for the Xiao clan at that critical moment of the race. Chapter 250. Okay, I won't talk nonsense to you anymore. Today, I will definitely kill this person from the ancient clan. If you stop me, I will kill you too. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of the old soul demon disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already very close to Ji Yu Fei, but at this moment, the eyes of Xiao Chen, who had been in a trance, recovered and stopped in front of Ji Yu Fei again. This time, Xiao Chen not only wanted to protect Ji Yu Fei, but also wanted to avenge a bloody sea of blood. Xiao Chen, Blood Axe, your reputation was indeed very famous back then, but now you are a bit outdated. Looking at Xiao Chen who was standing in front of Ji Yu Fei, a sinister look appeared on the old face of the soul demon, full of disdain. If it's time, you'll know when we fight. Xiao Chen's expression was still as rigid as ever, but in his heart, he was a little more solemn. No matter how unpleasant the words of the old soul demon are, there is still some truth to them. If he had been cultivating normally until now, he would not look at this old soul demon at all. As a genius of the Xiao clan, he has such pride and confidence. But unfortunately, the truth is always cruel. After being trapped in the illusion for thousands of years, it was not easy for him to save his life, and his improvement in strength was extremely slow. This led to the fact that the old soul demon, who was originally considered a junior, was now superior to him. Bring it on. Today, let me kill you, a remnant of the Xiao clan, which is considered a great achievement. Hearing this, the old soul demon laughed strangely, and his clothes moved automatically without any wind, making a hunting sound. The vast and monstrous fighting spirit surged out from his body overwhelmingly. For a time, black mist covered the sky above this magma sea area, which was extremely terrifying. What a terrifying pressure! Feeling the terrifying pressure of fighting spirit, there was a cry of exclamation all around. Many strong people subconsciously retreat. to avoid being affected by the battle between these two people. Xiao Chen's eyes did not flinch, but gradually became filled with fiery heat. Those who offend the power of the Xiao clan will die. Xiao Chen raised the bloody giant axe in his hand and roared in a low voice, his momentum not weak at all. Soon, the old soul demon and Xiao Chen collided with each other, and their power was earth-shattering. Let me see what kind of strength the blood axe Xiao Chen is now. Facing Xiao Chen's powerful offensive, the old soul demon sneered. His sleeves shook, and dozens of Dawson's white bone chains shot out. As the black mist gushed out, a white spider web quickly formed in front of him, allowing the giant axe to slash at him. Squeak! The giant axe struck the net, and the powerful force contained in it was quickly removed. The falling speed of the giant axe also became slower and slower, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. In the end, it was only half a foot away from the soul demon old man's forehead when it solidified. Xiao Chen, the blood axe, is nothing more than that. Seeing that Xiao Chen couldn't break his defense, the old soul demon showed a touch of sarcasm on his face. Is it? Hearing this, a red light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and a trace of blood suddenly appeared on the blade of the bloody giant axe, and the giant axe struck down again. The bone network, which was as flexible as silk, was cut open directly and lightly. And the axe blade was wiped at the soul demon old man's throat like lightning. The sudden change also made the old man who got the soul demon slightly shocked. But the panic lasted only for a moment, as his palm made a strange arc and landed lightly on the axe body. Then he slapped it casually, and heard a loud noise, and the huge blood axe flew away with his palm. I wonder if Senior Xiao Chen can defeat the old soul demon. Xun'er came behind Ji Yufei and looked at the battlefield over there, her eyes full of worry. How stupid. On the other side, Hun Misheng's eyes were full of anger, and he was very dissatisfied with the old man Hun Mo's behavior of deliberately irritating Xiao Chen. Originally, Xiao Chen didn't know about the genocide and didn't have that much hatred for the Soul Clan. Now that he knows this, his anger may even increase his combat power. It seems that we can only place our hope on Elder Hun Ji. Hun Miesheng murmured in his heart. And just when he sighed in his heart, the area where Ji Yufei was suddenly became cold and gloomy. Junior, die! An old man in black robe suddenly appeared and slapped Ji Yufei with his palm with terrifying fighting spirit. What? This sudden scene shocked everyone present. No one expected that the Soul Clan would arrange two backups in order to kill Ji Yufei. Not only was the Soul Demon old man, a late-stage 5-star fighting saint, sent, there was also another 5-star fighting saint lurking here to attack and kill. With me here, who dares to touch him? At this moment, a clear female voice sounded, and immediately, a figure wearing a black cloak blocked Ji Yufei. The person who came just waved his palm casually and knocked away the attacking powerful Soul Clan man. 6-star fighting saint, how is this possible? The strong Soul Clan fighting saint who was beaten away by the mysterious man vomited blood from his mouth, and the look in his eyes was extremely frightened. Could it be that the ancient tribe had already prepared? Seeing this scene, Hun Misheng's face instantly became extremely ugly. This time, they set up a sure kill situation for Ji Yufei. Even the pure lotus demon fire was not as important as killing Ji Yufei. But I didn't expect that the ancient clan would actually ignore the clan agreement and send out the 6-star fighting saint. Everyone has seen it. This time, the ancient clan sent out the 6-star battle saint to compete for the pure lotus demon fire, completely ignoring the agreement. All Hun Miesheng can do at this time is to put a hat on the head of the ancient clan. No, she is not from my ancient clan. Xun'er shook her head, the crisp voice that sounded just now was very familiar to her. This time, the clan really has no other arrangements. Who is this person? His voice sounds a bit like. Ji Yunane frowned, feeling somewhat familiar with the person who helped him. Noisy. The man in black listened to Hun Miesheng's words and said impatiently, and then he flashed to the side of the Soul Clan fighting saint who was knocked away. Pong. A palm without any fancy hit the fighting saint warrior of the Soul Clan again, and this time everyone heard the sound of broken bones. A 5-star fighting saint could not even resist under this mysterious powerhouse. Elder Hun Ji. Seeing this scene, Hun Feng and others were stunned, but there was nothing they could do. Damn it, the ancient tribe was actually prepared. The soul demon old man who originally fought fiercely with Xiao Chen, after noticing the situation over there, did not care about fighting Xiao Chen and rushed towards the man in black robe instead. Here comes another one looking for death. The man in black robe did not move, he raised his hand and struck a palm, and a purple gold light seal shot out, heading straight towards the old soul demon.